right again. Are we back up and running? All right. Anybody want to double check before we hear from Mr. Brady? I want to make sure everybody hears the public comment.
Jason, yeah, we're good.
You're good? Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
Tom Brady, second
Can you pull the mic down just closer to your mouth, Tom? Thanks.
Who am I supposed to listen to, you or my spouse?
Oh, you know I'm not getting in the middle of that one, sir.
I'm telling you. Okay. I was a little disappointed to see the town's echo response to the Seagate response to our writ of certiorari. I expected Seagate pushback, no surprise, and there's a legal response coming, but this is just a little off of that. But for the town to sign up to every argument was a little bit strange to me, and I wondered, did anybody even review that document and look at it prior to it coming back out, other than the legal staff? And they're just saying, yeah, we're going to do whatever Seagate says, and we're on with all of it. We gave opposing counsel the courtesy of another week. We thought we'd get a better response, and frankly, I'd hoped that the town would have done a mulligan and not a me too with Seagate. I've spoken publicly before about the flawed math in the view corridor. This is a couple things that they said in there. There are many other things that I disagree with Seagate's response. But the misuse of the term view corridor. The plan defines view corridor as a permanent view to the Gulf or Bay waters. The Seagate, and now the town, by the fact saying town agrees with everything that Seagate says, claim a view from the back of Seagate's lot. I can't wait to take the judge out to Seagate's lot and have him look and see if he can see through a quarter miles of trees in Matanzas Pass Preserve into the waters of the Gulf. Unless you have superhuman X-ray eyes, not possible. Worse, they are including an elevated pool deck in their calculations that covered with umbrellas and people walking back and forth. Go down to Margaritaville across the street of what did yesterday, took pictures. You might get one glimpse of the water from the other side of Estero Bay. Estero Avenue. Elevate their pool 3 feet, you will see nothing of the Gulf waters. There is no Gulf view there. Their calculations are blatantly wrong. So, and they introduced a new concept that I guess you bought off too. I don't know where it came up. Somehow they now state in their proposal that 1 foot of view corridor equals 1 foot of height. It's in there. So they think there's an equivalency factor there. Never heard that come out in anything into the town. Finally, I want to take issue with your latching on to the dismissal of all the residents' comments. They threw out all of them. Now that is a judicial tactics. You don't have standing, blah, blah, blah. The lawyers get it. But I don't get the town jumping on that. Your case would have been solid, in my opinion, without taking these actions. And the optics of saying, oh, if you're a resident and you don't come with a lawyer in your back pocket, they dismissed all of Mike Degnacy's comments because they weren't in legalese. Mike Degnacy doesn't speak in legalese. And we did not bring lawyers because we were not organized before the Seagate thing. So every comment was not legal. So that was my concern. My concern is that you jumped on that, and we hope that we hope that a judge will see through this legal gymnastics and recognize what's really going on here. And thanks for giving me the time to come out.
Thanks, Tom.
That's all I have signed up.
Anyone else like to speak in public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. That brings us to local achievements and recognitions. Councilor King, we'll start with you.
I'll take a minute just to be selfish and say thank you to everybody that expressed concerns about my recent hip surgery. It'll be 3 weeks ago tomorrow. So thank you. Thank you for my wife who puts up with this burden. I'm reminded of a Delbert McClinton song, Keep Sending Me Angels. And then I'll welcome a new employee, apparently, Joe Onesie, Joe Onesie, Twosie, Threesie. I'm not sure what his name is, but welcome aboard. I hope you do as well as the last guy that had the job. I guess apparently travel time and sleeping are overrated. So welcome aboard, Joe.
Vice Mayor?
Welcome back, Joe. Nothing additional. Thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
So we had our first mullet madness
extravaganza this past weekend. I don't know how many of you were out there throwing those slimy things, but I was. I was 0 for 21, I think, something like that. Anyway, it was a fun
Consistent.
event. Hats off to Don Miller, Mike Miller of their team. They were the instigators of all this, and I think there's more fun to be had. And officially, welcome back, Joe.
All right. Counselor Safford.
Yes, Joe, welcome back. There you are. I know we've been off for a month, so let me go back to the 4th of July. I think it was a great day. It was probably a good decision to not do the parade. The beach bar opening was fantastic. Congratulations to the Boyds and the crew down at the beach bar. It was a fantastic event, and it's great to have them back. And I want to also thank Seagate for the donation for the fireworks. It was an impressive show.
Very good. Well, now mine have all been covered, so I won't reiterate everything that everybody said, but, except for welcome back, Joe. All right, next is advisory committee items and report. Amy, we have
I
anything
have
here?
none.
Anyone here from a committee? I don't see anyone. All right, next is the approval of the minutes. We have the town council meeting from June 16th, 2025, the joint town council session with the LPA on June 26th, and the management and planning session from June 5th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from those three meetings?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor King,
Second.
second by Counselor Safford. Any further discussions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the consent agenda. We have 4 items on that, all pertaining to the state of emergencies for the 4 lovely storms we've dealt with over the last few years. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next, we do not have anything that was removed from the consent agenda, which brings us to our public hearings. The next 3 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests for the benefit of the public. Please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. So today you have 1 rezoning on your agenda as well as 1 special exception and 1 variance. And as the mayor mentioned, these are quasi-judicial in nature. And that requires that today's public hearing comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these quasi-judicial proceedings, they will be less formal than a proceeding before a circuit court, but they will be a little bit more formal than the remainder of our meeting. And we must follow basic standards of due process that requires certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and decisions to be made on competent substantial evidence that is presented to the town council, either in written documents or through oral testimony. It is your job as the town council to evaluate this testimony and information for each of these quasi-judicial items and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria that is in the land development code or state law as may be applicable has been satisfied. So pure speculation or just an opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area, such as land use, is considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or their testimony that is based on their personal information. The town's decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if a tie vote results from the motion to approve or a motion to deny, then the matter being considered is denied unless a majority of the council members present and voting agree by motion before the next agenda item is called to take some other action in lieu of the denial. Such other action may be moved or seconded by any member, regardless of his or her vote. Denial of an application or a request is a denial with prejudice unless the council states otherwise. If you intend to speak as a member of the public, please keep my comments in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you've been sworn in, and your qualifications or your interest in the matter before town council. So for purposes of efficiency, before we begin our public hearings, I'd like to go ahead and take care of a few housekeeping items. First of all, I'd like to ask the town clerk whether all our agenda items today have been properly advertised or noticed pursuant to our land development code.
Yes, they have been.
Thank you. And also, council, if at this time any of you have a conflict of interest that would prohibit you from voting on any of these three items, please disclose that at this time so that we can ascertain that we have a quorum present for review of the matter.
Counselor Safford?
I do not.
Counselor Woodson?
Do not,
Vice Mayor Adderall?
None.
Counselor King?
None.
And I have none as well.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and ask if there's anyone present, including the applicant, property owner, staff, who intends to provide testimony to any of the three quasi-judicial hearings. If you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
That'll include public comment. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
Okay, Mayor.
Okay. The first quasi-judicial item is a first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-14 Fishtail Marina. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for September 11th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at another time identified by town council. This is an ordinance of the town council of Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying an amendment and restatement of Lee County Resolution Z-94-013 that rezone property to commercial plan development to allow for a revision to the master concept plan and one additional deviation for setbacks for the redevelopment of a commercial marina for property located at 7225, 7291, and 7295 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap numbers 03-47-24-W1-00011.0010, 03-47-24-W1-00011.0020, and 03-47-25-W1-00011.003B in Fort Myers Beach, restating previously approved conditions and deviations, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site.
Mayor, before you do that, down at this end, we heard you read that last strap number as 03-47-25. I believe it's 24.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I will restate that last number. It is 03-47-24-W1-00011.003B.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Counselor Safford?
I have not received any emails, nor have I had any meetings, but I'm very familiar with the property.
Counselor Woodson?
exactly the same.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
I went out there last week and went to their office and talked to, I believe the woman's name was Sue, who's the director or co-director of the office, and took a look around a little bit and just basically gleaned general information.
Okay. Counselor King?
I have nothing.
I have nothing as well. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on his education and experience, and has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Come on up, sir.
Good morning. My name is Brock Petrak. I am a civil engineer working on behalf of Loggerhead Marina.
Morning, Brock. Any questions for Brock?
His qualifications,
There
could
you
you
go.
just state those?
I have a civil engineering degree from Michigan Tech University, and I have an EIT license from the Florida Board of Professional Engineers.
Brock, can you spell your last name for the record?
Petrak.
Thank you.
I was so close, Brock. One extra letter.
I work at Edgewater Group. We are the engineering, architecture, and planning firm that's managing the property for Loggerhead.
Okay.
Mayor, I'll move to accept him as a witness or expert.
Okay, got a motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Do you want a roll call for that? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, roll call's fine.
Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, you're an expert.
Thank you.
All right, has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Okay, proceed. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. Good morning, Town Council, morning staff, morning everybody online watching. My name's Jason Smalley. I'm a senior planner with your Planning and Zoning Department, here today to present the Fishtail Marina. This is a request for an amendment of an existing CPD. If you'll indulge me just briefly, I'd like to go through just a brief history on this for anybody that hasn't seen this project yet, sort of establish where we are in time here and what they're proposing to do that is different than what they had been previously approved for. So again, briefly, Fishtail Marina, this was initially granted a CPD from the county in 1988, later amended through in 1994. The bulk of the conditions of approval and deviations that you see in this document have come through these previous agreements. In fact, the point of the CPD amendment today is really to just sort of clean up some things, bring it into today's standards, but to also ask for one deviation that was not included in there, which relates to an existing restaurant and an existing outdoor deck that has been enclosed. Staff at this time is unsure how the deck was set at effectively a zero setback, but it has existed. We are not aware of a massive complaints from the community, so they are requesting and staff is recommending approval with the conditions listed for that additional deviation to ensure that the restaurant and the existing deck can stay where they are, which is a zero setback from their leased boat basin. I wanted to differentiate the basin from the rest of the adjacent water area, which is controlled by the state of Florida, and those setbacks will continue to be the 20-foot that were required under the previous code amendment, or the previous CPD. So effectively what they're asking for in this single additional deviation is just to allow the existing restaurant and deck to continue its use in its current position without having to change any of the structural setup of it, how it is currently. Also in this request, they are asking for some minor changes to the footprint and layout of the buildings. Staff has done a deep dive in the previous approved CPDs. The total square footages for the site are going to stay under the existing the existing CPD limits that have been in effect through the 1988 and the 1994 amendment to their CPD, so they are not asking for additional height, intensity. In fact, they are requesting that they increase their parking by about 10 parking spaces and reduce their dry dock storage to accommodate fewer but larger boats. So the intensity, in staff's opinion, is staying the same, and you could argue that it has the intensity has lessened a bit. Also here today, as I mentioned, there were some changes that we wanted to get into the master concept plan. Largely, it was the out parcel that in the last amendment to there, they just sort of threw a large box and said, here's 20,000 feet available for retail. So those buildings are now going to have actual footprints. They will be actually laid out on the master concept plan in that out parcel. And that out parcel I'm speaking of is generally considered to be the Walker boat area where they do sales and service. Those uses will continue on that site. New buildings will be brought into compliance with today's lighting and flood codes. On top of that, some minor changes to the area of the boat barns or the dry storage. They're reorienting one of the buildings just to make the area between the buildings easier to bring larger vessels in and out. They are also proposing to develop a ADA compliant restroom and boat club rental office. So this was originally envisioned in the master concept plans from '94. They're putting it into effect today. They will bring that into code compliance with lighting, flood, and ADA. There's a lot of small things going on here. I think the overarching thing from staff's review of this has been that they are keeping everything they had previously said they were going to do, and the changes are relatively de minimis. I did want to point out one thing that I saw in the staff report this morning. Our line through of the term phase 2 apparently got dropped out of this version. I will be bringing back on the second reading, if you approve this to come back, I'll be bringing back a new lined out version with 4 references to phase 2. Phase 2 is being dropped out. It's no longer relevant. It extends from the 1994 approved CPD. Phase 2 projects have already been completed, and this is just a way to ensure that future staff isn't confused about whether phase 2 is completed or was ever started. I know we've been over a lot of ground here in a short amount of time. Are there any questions or concerns that you have for staff? The applicant is here with a presentation.
Counselor King?
Nothing currently.
Vice Mayor?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
Not at this time.
Counselor Stafford?
Not at this time.
I don't have any at this time either. Thanks, Jason. Brock?
Thank you. As Jason said, we've got a real short presentation just to show you guys what this modification is that he just described. Also with me today is Augustina, an architect that helped with some of the images you'll see, and Ron Schultz, who's our CEO and principal. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we're going to go over the existing conditions, why we're here amending this MCP, what our master plan is moving forward, the improvements that are inside of that master plan, and then I will summarize all of the project elements at the end.
Say, Brock, if I could, just a couple, if you could sort of set the table before we
Okay.
get into the granular details here. You want to talk about the ownership of the marina? Is the marina is still called Loggerheads Fishtail Marina, is that correct?
Yes, so Loggerhead Marina is a group of marinas that is owned by Equity Lifestyle Properties. ELS is a large real estate fund out of Chicago. They own and operate RV parks, marinas, mobile home centers. They are an owner. They are a large real estate company that owns. They do not really sell. They buy, develop, and then manage rental properties.
And then, just for people who are watching, they own the property, and then they lease it to walkers, is that correct?
ELS owns the entire Fishtail Marina. They manage and operate, call it 80%, and lease that outward parcel to Walker so that they can do boat service and sales only out there by the road. ELS also has an agreement with Freedom Boat Club, who's on the property now, to have some slips available for boat rentals.
I just think it's helpful, because some people see that Walker sign and they get a little
Right.
confused between, obviously, the marina is more for storage and selling potentially down the road fuel and bait and other items, and the Walkers is for buying boats and getting your boat service. Is that fair?
Correct. Walker is a separate business within Fishtail Marina.
It's all good. It just, it
Yes.
sometimes gets a little mysterious
Yep,
for people who live in the
absolutely.
area. Yeah.
And if you drive by, like we just did, there are probably 4 or 5 signs on all the different buildings that could be confusing.
And that signage, is that part of your plan to try to help?
Yeah, you'll see in one of the images coming up, we've got, we want to get a Loggerhead logo kind of on the dry stacks that shows this marina and the storage component. This is the Loggerhead business, and Walker can have their signage out by the road as well.
Very good, thank you.
Excuse me if I may. I'm
Yes,
Ron
please.
Schultz-
Yeah.
Ron Schultz with
Yeah, Ron.
Badwater.
Get up to the mic if you were there.
I'm sorry. Just if I may. Also, Pinchers is a tenant.
Yes.
So ELS is a landlord. They operate the wet slips, they operate the dry slips, they operate the marina. They lease out to Pinchers, they lease out to Walker.
Ron, since you're here, that's actually very helpful, because I had a number of questions on that front as well. So the Pinchers, I've talked to the Phelan family, and they're very interested in coming back as the Pinchers. And I was told by them that their timing is contingent upon some of the work that you're gonna present here today. And based upon what you know today, what would you expect the timing to be for Pinchers to come back? Originally, when I talked to them maybe 6, 8 months ago, they were gonna be able to come back for this coming season. That may be a little ambitious, do you think, or what do you think?
I think this coming season's a little ambitious. One of the variances was mentioned earlier is the setback of their existing restaurant to have that approved. As soon as these approvals are completed, which is, the other question was, you mentioned a September 2nd reading, and we thought it was in
11th, September
August.
11th.
Yeah, but we thought it was August 18th for the second one.
We'll get clarification for you.
Okay, and I think at that point, we're going into final drawings and bid out the work and get construction started, so, both for pinchers and for all this other work out here. So I think it'll be active in construction. It depends how quick contractors can get to the work.
Yeah, we certainly wish you nothing but the best, because that's an institution and a much-needed one, particularly with the restaurant shortage on the south end of the island. So anything we can do to help get pinchers back as quickly as possible is much appreciated.
Yeah, he was at the planning commission meeting, and he's anxious to go. We've had several meetings on site. It's all teed up, ready to go. We just need to get through the approvals.
Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, and just while you're here, as you know, there was some retail space, office/retail space right next to the pinchers there, or the Fishtail restaurant. That was torn down. Do you have particular plans for that space? What are you gonna put there? Maybe that'll be in the presentation, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I think Brock will show in the presentation, but that's gonna expand some parking right there, because the office is moved back to the back of the site.
So that won't be rebuilt in any kind of structures, that'll be just additional parking?
Open space and parking, correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have one question for you. At one time, there was rumored that it was gonna be a deep lagoon instead of pinchers, but that's totally off the table?
Pinchers is under contract.
Pinchers, okay. All right, thanks.
You're welcome, thank you.
Nancy, can you,
Address the notice
Yes.
issue. I'm going to defer to Amy because we were just looking at the calendar.
Right. Usually the deadline to get the ad in to be compliant with the statutes is tomorrow. And when we're hearing these things today, it's really pushing to get that ad in and be in time to have the second reading at the next meeting. That's why we always push them 2 meetings out.
Is it possible, Amy? Because this is a unique situation. They're really, I don't know why,
well, I think before we put the cart before the horse, we should probably
Yeah.
no,
see
I
the
appreciate that, but
presentation.
just procedurally though, it's possible?
If all the stars align correctly,
Okay,
yes.
all right, very good.
Continue, Brock.
Not
Unless anybody else has
not
a question.
preferred, but
I got
Understood.
if the stars align, it is possible.
Go ahead, Brock.
All right, thank you. So obviously, as everyone here knows, Fishtail Marina has been operating for a while, and then Hurricane Ian hits. The dry stacks were severely damaged, losing the roof of dry stack number 4, most of the roof of dry stack number 2, and a lot of siding around the site. Many of the boats that were on site, both in the buildings and in the water, were displaced and destroyed. The floating docks themselves that were in the marina basin floated up above the piling that they were anchored to. Some of the docks were displaced out into the bay, and others were just torn apart there in the basin. Next slide. Here's another photo. On the right-hand side, you can see the top of Building 4 completely removed, and on the left-hand side, there's a dry stack Building 5, what we call it, with significant siding and roof damage. Getting right into what our master plan is now. Got a pointer here, but it doesn't seem to be working. The far left-hand side of our screen, there's a red shade over the building. That's Pinchers, just to set the scene here. So Pinchers, that is the existing footprint, and that is where they will be renovating that building to reopen in the same spot. Like Jason mentioned, the existing building has a 0-foot setback where the deck is right on the water. It's quite nice when it's open. We are just trying to incorporate that 0-foot setback language into the MCP. That's why we have that in the ordinance. Like Nancy, I believe it was Nancy, somebody just asked, maybe it was Karen, just asked about the area next to Pinchers where there was previously a marina office and some retail. As Ron mentioned, that's going to be planned for expanded parking to help out Pinchers, and then the marina retail, call it a ship store, will be on the, as Ron's going to point to, in the middle of the site out on the peninsula.
Brock, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Of course.
Apparently the slides aren't coming on.
They're not gonna be able to see the slides. Okay.
Okay,
The slides are attached to the agenda items online.
okay. Fair enough. I apologize.
That's fine. What I was just speaking to, Ron, if you point to it there used to be a ship store and retail there, and we're moving it to the, there you go, the ship store. That'll also help house the boat rentals. That's gonna be an ADA compliant building, and that will have restrooms and showers as well. So that'll really help out everybody coming through the site, make it more of a boat club marina feel.
So that'll be a new building for the ship store.
That will be a new building, correct.
And what kind of services do you, aside from the restrooms, what will you expect? Is that where you sell your bait and other things?
That'll be the ship store, you're getting your bait there, your ice, that'll connect with the existing building that's on the corner there, where you're selling fuel. The two buildings will kind of play the role together, but the new building is really gonna focus on ADA compliance, as well as showers, restrooms, all of that.
When I was there the other day, they mentioned that fuel's it's a big deal for the people on the south end of the island to have
Yeah.
fuel. And you said you're about 60 to 90 days out from getting the fuel, so the fuel's not contingent upon this new building being built then, is that fair?
No, the fuel is a big priority for us as well, and so the fuel is on a fast track. It's in permitting now, and we will have temporary fueling while the docks are being built out, and then permanent fueling as soon as the docks are built out. But we want to get fuel up and running as soon as possible, so we are going to have temporary fueling soon.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
And before we move on, Brock, just for those listening, if you want to follow along, there, packet page 132 is the diagram that they're looking at, or you're showing now.
Okay, thank you. So some other things to point out on the site. The wet slips themselves, they have been remodeled to accommodate larger boats and actually less boats than what is approved. The boat market continues to expand with longer and wider boats, and so we're gonna expand with the market. We're also prioritizing a larger navigable center lane in the middle of the basin that allows for easier access to the forklifts for anyone that's using the dry stack marina, not just the wet slips. In regards to the forklifts, the building number 4, the largest of the yellow blobs, yes, that is being rebuilt with a modified layout than what was previously there. Again, that is to accommodate larger boats as well as larger forklifts. And then building 7, directly across the aisle from building 4, that is as well being rebuilt as a dry storage facility. The final building out by the roadway is a more permanent structure for the existing tenant, which is Walker. This building will accommodate boat sales and boat service. It'll be a covered building, so that's where you can be maintaining your engines. We're also, I believe, building out a painting garage.
And Brock, that'll replace the temporary shell
That
building?
will replace the temporary shell structures, yes.
Very good, thank you.
So that was gonna be my question. What's gonna happen with the old marina store that you had there?
So the existing building that's there is to remain, as well as the existing dry stacks on that end. But
Okay.
the two shell structures that you see now as you drive by, the Walker building, the boat services building will replace those.
What about out by where the fueling was, the old fueling before the storm? Right out the old ship store,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a little cottage.
the octagon type?
Yeah, that
gonna happen?
existing building, that was renovated now a year ago, I believe, and that will remain.
Okay.
And then the final thing to point out is we are going to have some expanded parking, like Jason said. We're gonna add probably 10 parking spaces. And then as Ron's pointing to now, we're gonna be able to accommodate the water taxi with that transient broadside dock that you see next to Pinchers.
And then it looks like you're expanding your floating dock all the way around the south side or east side, depending on.
Yeah, so plan east, but yeah, compass south. That dock was there, a wrapping floating dock previously, and we will rebuild that as it
Okay.
was.
That's what I thought, but in your plans it says new.
Yeah, new meaning it's a new dock. We're
Got
not
it.
replacing the old concrete dock.
Right. Okay.
Brock, I don't mean to nitpick here, but you mentioned water taxi. We've got a situation in the next few years where we're gonna have a water ferry.
Yeah.
And through the arches at Moss Marine, and then one of their stops is hopefully at your marina,
Yeah.
and that's a water ferry, not a water taxi. And that's a critical stop for people on the south end to be able to go to the north end during season. Are you envisioning a potential location for the water ferry, or are you envisioning that for a water taxi?
Yeah, ferry and taxi, the different term here, the plan is for that dock to be accessible for anybody traveling, whether it's a ferry that's operated by the city or a private taxi, we can share the dock.
Beautiful.
And I believe in our code, it refers to both water taxi and water ferry in the same, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because they are different. Water
Right.
taxis for an individual or a small group, a ferry could be up to 49 people,
Yeah.
so, yeah, just want
And
to make sure.
we've got adequate depth. If a ferry, any boat has made it that far up the channel, then they'll be fine to dock there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Currently, this marina layout is permitted by the FDEP. Obviously now we're getting, approval here at the city level, and we are almost complete with our Army Corps permit. It's just going through its final steps of U.S. Fish and Wildlife evaluation. So we are very close to getting these docks rebuilt.
Good.
If we go to the next couple of slides, we've got some images here of what the build out will look like. There's obviously, you kind of notice building 4 and 7, as well as Pinchers down there in the corner. We're excited to get a restaurant back, as the mayor alluded to. The south side of the island really needs one. And then you can kind of see on the left side of the screen, Ron, if you point to the peninsula where the restroom and shower building is, that building's really gonna help all of the customers here. The restroom issue was not great before the storm, and this gives us an opportunity to really accommodate the customers. Next slide, please. Here's a look at that restroom building. As we said, we're gonna build out an ADA ramp so that everybody can get in there and use the showers. Next slide. Here's an angle from the other side, as well as you're catching a corner there of the proposed building 7, which is a dry storage facility. So to wrap things up, we're bringing the marina back to its full functionality, which it was before the storm. We really want to address the fact that this is a commercial marina. The public is welcome to come rent a boat, store their boat there, get dinner at Pinchers, come and buy bait. This is not being an ELS, the ownership group, is adamant about this, that this is an open to the public commercial waterfront. This isn't being closed off for anyone. We're bringing Pinchers and the water taxi or ferry back. That's gonna really help access to the site. The ADA compliance and the restrooms are gonna provide a lot of needed service to the customers. The marina layout itself is being redeveloped for modern boats, so if you've got a large catamaran and you couldn't get in there previously, hopefully you can now. The total slip quantity in regards to the manatee protection plan is actually decreasing by about 20 boats from what was previously approved. We'll have a new building for walkers, so we can get rid of those shells and have boat sales and services all under one roof. And we're gonna improve the parking and the circulation around the site. So happy to answer any questions. Thank you, guys.
Counselor Safford,
I do not, looks great.
Counselor Woodson,
I think it looks fantastic.
Vice Mayor Adderall.
This is great news, and appreciate you being here this morning. And I know we don't live in a perfect world, but in a perfect world, what would be your timeline for all of this activity?
With this approval, well, now first reading and then second reading when we get that, we would go into final contracting with a contractor within the month. So give that 30 days. Then they've got to mobilize and order material for docks and buildings. We've got another couple months of final architectural drawings for some of the upland buildings. So you would probably start to see construction on the water side of the docks, construction within 3 months of an approval, and then that build out. It's not a tricky marina to build out, so that build out would be 6 to 8 months. On the upland side, like I said, we've got a couple months left of architectural drawings that we're waiting on this approval, and then we'll go forward with finishing those drawings, bidding that out, getting a general contractor on board, and then on the uplands, we're probably looking at a year of build out with all those buildings and the site work.
And on the Pinchers piece, if I could, just what will be the threshold for them to get started?
Pinchers is actually accelerated than the rest of that, and that is because the existing building skeleton, those bones are remaining, and they're just renovating that building. Those drawings are at about a 95% completion, my understanding. So with this approval, our second reading and that approval, Hinchers is probably closer to 8 months, 9 months than the rest of the site, which could be 14 to 16.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Counselor King?
Nothing.
I have nothing further. Thanks, Brock.
All right, thank you, everyone.
All right, next we'll open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Public comment? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment. I'm assuming, Brock, you don't have any, based on public comment, you don't have any rebuttal comments? I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Before we go on, I did have one question for you, Brock, sorry, I forgot to ask you, if you don't mind coming back up. Is the applicant okay with the conditions of approval set out by the town staff?
Yes, yeah, we worked through that with the staff.
Okay. All right, discussion or a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would move adoption of ordinance 25-14.
All right, got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson.
Mayor, just
Yeah.
for clarification, this would be approval to move it to the second reading?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And when would that second reading be?
Well, this, you made the motion, I will let you,
With respect to the date?
yes.
Well, I'm looking at our clerk. I don't want to get crossways with our clerk, but if it's possible, it'd be great. But if it's not, I understand, but
We would need a date
I
certain.
love when the town moves at the speed of business.
Not necessarily, you don't need a date certain, because you're not continuing the item. You're taking action today, and then we're just scheduling the next one. Sure, as soon as possible.
I like that, as soon as
Okay.
possible.
All right, any further discussion? All right, Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. We'll see you soon. You're welcome. The next item is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying special exception SEZ 202-50046 to allow 1, consumption on premises, COP, outdoors within 500 feet of a dwelling units, 2, new outdoor entertainment in the Commercial Boulevard, CB zoning district, 3, new live entertainment in the CB zoning district, and 4, outdoor seating that is open after sunset in the CB zoning district for the property located at 6425 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap number 34-46-24-W4-00046.0000, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, just to clarify, so number 4 was for new outdoor seating, is that correct?
Did I not say new? If I did not, yes,
New.
it's for new outdoor seating
Yeah.
that is open after
Thank you.
sunset. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the present person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, and any correspondence that you received or observations made of the site. Counselor King?
Probably a half a dozen against, maybe 1 for, if I recall correctly.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I received something similar to that.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
I've met with the owner twice on premise, and I've also received a number of emails from the neighborhood.
Oh, if I could,
Yes.
Counselor Woodson reminded me, I did meet and toured the property about 8 months ago, maybe, something like that.
Counselor Safford?
Yes, I toured the property probably, 8, 9, 10 months ago with Patrick Vanessa and the owners. And I too have received a few emails, mostly against, mostly in the neighborhood.
I also have toured the property roughly about 8 months ago with Patrick and his team, and the owners also received the same emails in objection specifically to the outdoor music and timeframes and the detriment to the community potentially. And I also received a email concerning the noticing of it for the LPA.
I did as well.
So I did forward that email to the town attorney for clarification, just to make sure that we can move forward without having to send this back to the LPA for reconsideration based on that advertisement. Nancy, will you go ahead and?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So your Land Development Code in section 24-236C provides that notice will be mailed to residents within 500 feet. However, it also specifies that in the event of a delay that is really beyond the control of the town, that does not constitute a defect in the noticing. So it is proper, so there's no issues.
Okay. That is all I have. I forgot your first name, Mr. Utley.
Just another Jason.
Just another Jason. All right. Jason Utley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time, who haven't already been? We don't need to reaffirm Patrick, do we?
No, it's in the record that he has already been qualified as an expert.
Okay, is there anyone else on behalf of the applicant? Mr. Albert? But I think you have as well?
He has,
Yeah.
yes.
That's what I
Okay.
thought.
I don't know, all three seem shady to me.
And has the property owner or the applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? They are noting yes. Go ahead, Jason.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm here today to present a special exception SEZ 2025-0046 with resolution number 25-239. There's one parcel that's subject to the special exception. It's located at 6425 Estero Boulevard. This is a general, on the slides here on the screen, you can see the general location of where the parcel is on the island, and then this is a closer in view of the location of the parcel. So as you had read the special exception, we're considering 4 items here. Number 1 is consumption on premises. Let me mention this, I'm sorry, that the base zoning for the parcel is Commercial Boulevard, CB. We're not modifying the applicant's not proposing to modify the zoning district, and then the base future land use is mixed residential. So 4 items for consideration here today: consumption on premises, outdoors within 500 feet of dwelling units, new outdoor entertainment in the Commercial Boulevard zoning district, new live entertainment in the CB zoning district, Commercial Boulevard, new outdoor seating that's open after sunset in the CB zoning district. Staff had, in the staff report, staff had recommended denial of item number 2, which is new outdoor entertainment in the Commercial Boulevard district due to potential concerns about the noise proximate to residential units. The LPA heard this on June the 10th, and they had voted 6-0 to recommend approval with conditions of a special exception. There were 16 conditions, and just to sort of highlight those, I can read them all if you'd like, but to highlight them, the noise, any proposed activity would have to be in compliance with the town's noise regulations. Hours would be limited. Limits on the type of music, not the genre, but the type of music and music amplification. Games would not be able to have loud or buzzing sounds. Sea turtle regulations, signage on the dock that would express that this is not open to the public, it's for private use only. Waste pickup at regular intervals. Shared parking agreement that would occur. We had talked with the applicant. We had recommended that this was shared parking agreement with Dolphin Inn or other nearby properties, and I think that they're going to limit that to the Dolphin Inn, but Patrick will discuss that in a moment. All the employees will be required to park off-site. Valet parking service would be required. No parking signs would be erected along the right-of-way where the subject parcel abuts Egret and Curlew Streets. Buffers at the time of site permitting, perimeter buffers, appropriate perimeter buffers. And I just wanted to highlight that because there are 16 of these items, but I can read them in if you'd like. If you don't have any questions for me, Patrick can give you a more detailed review of the site He has a 40-page, he was trying to go through it quickly, I guess he's saying, 40-page, not spreadsheet, but PowerPoint presentation.
Scott, questions for Jason?
I think the two questions I have is based on the LPA meeting, staff still feels the denial for the outdoor entertainment and the parking?
We don't typically change, my understanding is we don't change our recommendation. It's, we present that, and then the LPA hears our presentation, reviews our staff report materials, and then they make the recommendation to you guys.
Okay, fair enough.
Counselor Woodson?
Excuse me, but I believe that the things that you were denying for, the applicant has put in other variances, or they've talked and they've addressed those, correct?
Yes.
At
they
least from what I read in the packet?
attempted to address that.
Okay, so all of the denials have been addressed.
Yes, and Patrick will speak to that, you know, the concerns that were raised.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Just along those lines, Jason, based upon the proposal as it was originally presented to the LPA, which of the conditions did the LPA add to the proposal to address some of these noise issues?
Patrick said he can go through that.
All right, that's fine.
Counselor King?
I guess I'm just a little confused looking at the recommendation of a denial of a special exception for outdoor entertainment, but approval of a special exception for live entertainment. That just kind of confuses me.
Give me just.
My understanding was the live entertainment would have been upstairs on the first floor, enclosed in the building versus,
In the building?
yeah.
Okay.
That's the way but I'm sure Patrick will cover that.
All right, thank you.
So just to go down the same path that they've been on, Jason,
Mhm.
so based on the changes that have been made since the LPA and what is here, staff still recommends denial of the outdoor entertainment, or the outdoor music, I guess.
This is, full transparency, this is my second presentation before you. So my understanding is that we do not modify our recommendation in the staff report. Smalley, is that? Sorry to put you on the spot.
This becomes Jason squared now.
That's right. Look at double trouble. It's like Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Correct.
I like Steve.
Generally, staff wants to establish where we were coming from, what we looked at initially. If things change through the adoption or through the recommendation of LPA, staff is still setting a marker where we reviewed the thing and where we believed that it was relevant, or where it was approvable, or where there needed to be our recommendation is that it should be brought back for further refinement. This is the further refinement. If we get all the things that the town council is looking for out of the last staff report, it'll be self-evident that the project has gone through multiple iterations and it's been changed. But staff generally doesn't flow with the changes that we see. That's really your purview. That's what you guys do. We just establish on our initial reading where the deficiencies were and why we do or don't believe that it was recommendable at that time.
Okay, thanks, Jason. All right, Patrick?
Good morning. For the record, my name is Patrick Vanass, certified planner with the Neighborhood Company. It's a pleasure to be here this morning to discuss the former Beach Theater property located at 6245 Estero Boulevard. Well, I'm happy to be here. This room gives me a little PTSD, though. So I can't wait for our new town hall and hearing chambers to be open. That'll be great. Joining me today, I got Steve Bowe, who is the ownership representative and the applicant for both petitions for the special exceptions and parking variances. Joining me also is our project architect, Albert Dambrose, and Ken Galander, who is a planner with the Neighborhood Company. So we've got two general requests. One is a special exception 4 components to that special exception request, but it's associated with the uses on the property, consumption on premises, and entertainment uses, and I'll go through that in a little more detail. The second one is associated with variances. If you give me a little leeway, my presentation is combined. I'll go through that. I've got a bunch of slides, but I'll skim through those quickly. I'm assuming you've looked at the LPA hearing and are familiar with the case. You can stop me anytime and ask me for more detail as I skim through things. And when we get to the other component with the parking, I will just say ditto, same presentation applies. Moving forward, subject property is 0.7 of an acre. It is located on the south end of the island. Future land use is mixed residential, zoning is commercial.
Commercial Boulevard.
Okay, so this is the general location map. As you can see, it is located on the south end of the island.
Just 1 second, please.
Yes.
I sort of interrupt you. It's actually Commercial Boulevard, it's not
Did
commercial.
Did I say something else?
Yes.
Okay, apologize. Zoning is commercial boulevard.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. Okay, general location, south end of the island, as you can see. The intent behind this venue is to serve the needs primarily of the south end. There's a lot of demand, as we know, for restaurants on the south end, and that is the intent. A little more specifically, the property to the north of us, we've got Curlew Street. Beyond that, we've got vacant Charlie's Boathouse property. To the south, we've got Egret Street, and beyond that, we've got the Dolphin Inn property, which is vacant. To the west, we've got multifamily condominiums, and more specifically, the Privateer and Santarac. And to the east of us, immediately abutting, we've got a vacant single-family lot, and the canal, and beyond that, we have single-family homes. So, just quickly, the intended redevelopment of this site is to convert the Beach Theater, which the owners bought 1 year prior to Hurricane Ian, and convert that to a use that, unfortunately, it's sad to see the Beach Theater go, but all theaters are very challenged nowadays with changes in habits and technologies and people watching movies at home. So changing this to a more viable use, there's a lot of demand for restaurants on the south end, and that is what they're presenting. The concept is very similar to Junkanoo's and Fresh Catch. So 2 restaurants, ground level, a casual restaurant, covered by the building, under the building, but open air. And above, we've got a higher-end steakhouse. You can move forward, please. Move forward. So just jumping straight into the special exceptions. As you guys know, we updated the CB zoning district, and CB zoning district used to be very, very restrictive as to what was allowed. We allowed more uses. However, a lot of those uses require special exceptions. That's why, while we're asking for 1 project, we have to come in for 4 separate special exceptions associated with that use. So the first one is if you've got consumption on premises and you're within 500 feet of any residential, you have to ask for a special exception. New outdoor entertainment, same thing, special exception. New live entertainment, and as the mayor pointed out, the distinction is live entertainment could be indoors, and that's why we have to ask for both.
Just real quick on that one.
Yes.
If this should go forward to a second reading, can we clarify that within number 3, that it's indoor? Or
I
does it-
don't think this needs a second reading, because it's a special exception.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still
So
stuck on
you
the
would just put
formal
it
one.
in as a condition.
Okay.
Number 4, new outdoor seating after sunset within the CB district, and as you will see, we've got the uses downstairs, and we also have a new outdoor deck. So with regards to variances, All the variances are associated with minimum parking that is required for restaurants and for the bars within those restaurants. Moving on. So at the LPA, we presented the proposed changes to the building. The structure itself is a very strong, resilient structure. It fared very well through the hurricanes. However, most of the changes that are being proposed are to the interior, some of it to the exterior, and very little associated with any structural elements. So most of this will be taking a very large space. We had 4 different theaters in there, and converting that to a restaurant on the interior, and then using the downstairs for a casual restaurant. So this is the rendering that we presented at the LPA. We were asked to make some changes, and we'll highlight some of those changes. So as you can see, we were asked to confine the consumption on premises with some kind of a structural barrier. So that's the fencing, the railing that you see all the way around. Also, one of our commitments was to provide enhanced buffering all the way around the property, and to have a continuous hedgerow all the way around. So you see that on these 2 slides. Next slide, please.
Patrick, hold on before you go on. Can you go back one?
Yeah.
In the packet, it shows on what would be the canal side, the back side, the sides that face the adjacent property owners. It shows brick wall, but it doesn't really show it in this. Is your intent to enclose that with a brick wall?
It will be on the backside. We just don't have a rendering. We just have 2 renderings produced for that, but I will go through that in our next slide.
Okay.
So this is what we presented at the LPA. We've made some changes, and I'll just skip quickly through that and go on to the next one. So a few things to point out. So on the rear, the back part of the property, we have concrete block walls. We have a staircase, we have a wait staff area and bathrooms. That's all gonna be enclosed. We have to go through the proper permitting.
Patrick, just so I understand, when you reference that brick wall, is that a new brick wall that doesn't currently exist?
Yes, it's a new brick wall. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be enclosing the back portion of that parking area.
Okay. Well, that would help on the sound front to some
Yes.
extent, wouldn't it?
Yes,
How tall will that wall be?
it will cover the entire back area.
Okay.
So and beyond that, we have a buffer, an enhanced buffer with a 6-foot opaque fence. The discussion was, yes, this provides sound attenuation, also just screening from those uses. We were asked, well, what about the on the sides? So if you go to the right side of the building, or left side of the building, we've got, we added additional concrete wall there to enclose that side, and glass wall. And then on the right side, same thing, we've extended some of the concrete block wall and some of those glass bifold windows that can be enclosed as needed. Again, we're not expecting a big party scene here. I think during the day, the idea was to keep those doors, windows open, and into the evening, possibly close that if sound is a concern. Also, what you see is that fencing railing that we put to really delineate the consumption on premises area.
While you're on the slide, where would the performer be?
So towards the front of the building, you've got a little gray hatched area. That would be where the performers would be. What we had previously, we had some arrows kind of showing where the sound would be projected. As part of our discussion with the LPA, we made a commitment to not have PA systems projecting the sound, but to have an integrated sound system with smaller speakers throughout the area. So it would, again, kind of lessen the impact of any sound or noise. And we could keep the volumes a little lower, and they would be controlled by management, not by the performers.
And the speakers on that integrated sound system, could you face those out,
They will be most likely in the ceiling, pointing down.
pointing straight down?
Yeah.
And there will be no speaker system in that outside area, or there will be garden-type speakers out there?
Steve can confirm that, but I think the intent is to keep them under roof.
Under roof, okay.
Correct, okay. Moving on. So this is the site plan that we had, that we presented at the LPA. And the next one is some modifications that we have made. So I think if you go one more slide, keep going. So we have identified that we will have enhanced buffers on all sides, with the added detail that along Egret, Curlew, and Estero, we will have a continuous hedgerow, and at the rear of the property, we will have that opaque fence, 6-foot opaque fence to the rear. Also, we have added some golf cart parking. We went from 2 to 4, and we have some bike parking towards the side rear of the property. Moving on. So I will go through each of the special exceptions real quickly and let you know where the LPA and staff stood. So on the first one, which was consumption on premises, staff recommended approval, so did the LPA. Moving on. With regards to new outdoor entertainment in a commercial area, in the commercial boulevard category, staff recommended denial. LPA recommended approval, and the approval came from numerous conditions that have been put in place to mitigate and ensure compatibility. And I will go through each of those conditions at the end of the presentation. With regards to live entertainment in the CB zoning district, both staff and the LPA recommended approval. And with regards to new outdoor seating after sunset, both staff and the LPA recommended approval. The findings and conclusion, this is the section where we go through what is in your packet, how we meet LDC and comp plan requirements. I'm not going to belabor that. We're just going to skip right through that. And I will jump into the parking variances. So with regards to parking, as mentioned, we have to deviate from 3 different parking sections, but it's all about minimum required parking. Moving on. This is the criteria for variances. We believe we meet all the criteria, and that was discussed extensively at the LPA, and it's in your packets. So moving on. Keep going forward, please. So one of the things that we identified at the LPA is we are retrofitting an existing building. This is a very large structure. We have way more space than needed. We'll go through the floor plans, but what you'll see is we have very large corridors. We have a huge kitchen area. We've got a 3rd floor where the projection room was. That is just going to be used for storage. So if we were to calculate all the square footage that we have within that building, we would need 172 parking spaces. That would be the code requirement.
Patrick, I've got to stop you.
Yeah.
Because you threw me a loop there. So the projection room is going to be used for storage? I thought that was going to be like a special room, probably one of the most interesting architecturally.
Unfortunately, with regards to ADA requirements
Can't do
and
it.
other, we cannot use that.
It was such a
And
cool room.
Yeah, safety issues and all that stuff. We
right.
would need an elevator to go up there, so
Yeah.
we cannot use that room.
Sorry to interrupt.
I will go through the floor plans. We do have 2 private rooms for private groups. And again, we had so much space, just kind of made sense to have those private rooms. They may or may not be used on any given night, but we've got that extra space. So as mentioned, 172 parking spaces. As we all know, our code already double counts when it comes to bars within a restaurant. We feel that the code over parks most of the uses, but this, especially given this big building, a lot of extra parking requirement. So moving on, what we did is we looked at the usable spaces, and what we calculated was the areas in blue. This is ground floor, the bar, and the area in that pinkish color is an outdoor game area, and that's where you can have people playing these giant Jenga blocks or different board games. We had the extra space. Again, very large area. We don't think that all that area is going to be needed. So it's to find a use that could be attractive to some people. But we had to calculate all that as part of our parking. Next floor plan. This is on the first floor above the ground level. The back space in green is just office space. Again, undetermined at this time. We just had so much space. We want to allow that use on there. On the right side, towards the back, is one very large kitchen. It could be separated into two separate kitchens, one for the steakhouse, one for the downstairs. There'd be a dumb waiter there to service the downstairs. We've got two private dining rooms that can be enclosed. We've got very large bathrooms that existed because of the existing theater. And towards the front of the property is the steakhouse. We are going to have new doors, glass doors opening to the new outdoor seating on that front balcony. Next slide. So this is the third floor. That was the projection room. Again, used for office and storage only. Moving on. So what we did is we looked at the usable space and we said if we start excluding some of that surplus space, hallways, very large corridors, bathroom area, lobby area, and we looked at really the restaurant usable space. We recalculated that and we come up with a requirement of 115 parking spaces. Next slide, please. So what we discussed at the LPA is we felt very comfortable that we had solutions to address and mitigate the parking issue. We talked about keeping things open. We were looking at several options for off-site parking through the discussion of the LPA and also following up with the ownership group. We have a commitment to use the Dolphin Inn property as off-site parking. So I'll show you a parking plan for that area. But with the Dolphin Inn and the parking on site, we now have 78 parking spaces. Previously, the theater had 65 parking spaces. So we've increased the parking that existed. And what we're asking is for a plus or minus 32% parking reduction, which is very consistent with some of the reductions for other commercial restaurant uses that occur elsewhere on the island.
Patrick, before you move on,
Yes.
quick question. Didn't the applicant also purchase another property at the same time with this one, if I wasn't mistaken?
So they own a few properties. They own Gulfview Manor across the street also. They're, at time of our discussion with the LPA, we did consider maybe we could have some parking at Gulfview Manor. There's extra space on that property. That could still be an option for the future. We also have talked to council members where several of you suggested that we are going to have a parking lot for the new town hall that is not going to be used in the evening. So that could be potentially where we enter into an agreement with the town, and that could be revenue for the town. Again, those are options for the future if needed. One of the things that, that could potentially occur is that the Dolphin Inn, which is mostly the same ownership group as Beach Theater, but there are different owners. At some point, that could be sold, or it could be redeveloped as lodging units. And we've got a commitment, and it's part of the conditions, that should that happen before any kind of construction starts on the Dolphin Inn, we have to come back in with a revised parking agreement where we identify another site for the off-site parking.
Is there, I'm just curious as what the reasoning is, why we wouldn't use property that you already own? I mean, I know you said you're part owner in the Dolphin Inn, or.
Same
Yeah.
thing, Gulfview Manor is relatively the same ownership
Okay.
group,
All right,
but some different folks.
understood.
So, as discussed, we went to the LPA. We explained that we felt there were very valid solutions. We made a commitment to use the Dolphin Inn as the off-site parking. We also made a commitment that all employees are going to park at the Dolphin Inn from the get-go. If you look at parking requirements when it comes to restaurants, about 30% of that requirement in the code is associated with staff. So just taking a lot of that staff and putting it at the Dolphin Inn frees up some parking on site. We are also going to have valet service from day one. Again, it's going to be ready, it's going to be available. If there are slower times where it's not needed, they may not be using valet every single day, but we are going to have valet ready for peak season, peak times, and valet is going to be both for the existing property and for the Dolphin Inn property. So this is going back to the Dolphin Inn parking plan. This shows a preliminary plan where we fit 44 parking spaces. And again, this is code parking spaces, meeting all the dimensional requirements, meeting all the buffers. If you valeted, you could probably stack them in even more so and have even more parking spaces on that site.
That was gonna be my question, is the valet part of it, like they do down in Bonita, they really jam some cars in there. It says maybe you can get 30, but there's 60 somehow, I don't know how these get out of the window, Dukes of
Yeah.
Hazzard style, whatever, but they seem to somehow get out of those cars.
Yeah.
The staff doesn't take into consideration that, I'm guessing it's a staff question, but I'm assuming the fact that you're gonna valet doesn't, in our code that I know of, it doesn't allow any more leniency as far as the amount of required parking, even though you know you could park more.
Yeah.
There's nothing written in stone that would allow you to lessen the ask, the 30%, 32-ish%.
Correct.
Okay.
This is based on code requirements and meeting development standards currently in the code. So
I have
moving
a
up.
question. Does that need to be separately approved because it's a new parking lot, or is it fall under this?
So they are related, but to answer your question specifically, yes. We would have to come forward to get that parking approved on the Dolphin Inn site. What's before you today is the approval for the variance related to the theater. So you could approve the variance today, but before they actually start putting it in, they'll have to come back and review that with staff.
Yeah, my understanding is it's a development order issue, and that we would go through the development order permitting for
With
that phase.
staff.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
So would that, I guess to Counselor Safford's question, would that require them to come back before council, or would this be a variance issue where it goes before the LPA and if unanimous
No,
approval?
my understanding is the use itself is allowed and accessory to the beach theater, and the development order, when it comes to site improvements, that would be approved through staff review.
So it's
Administrative.
administrative approval.
Right, but they can't make that a paid parking lot during off hours, correct?
No.
They would have to have administrative approval to do that. Now, if you're gonna do like shared parking or something like that, then I think that might be a different story.
No, that's not the request.
But
The
that's
intent
not
is
the
not to have
request.
paid parking. And we understand that any kind of paid parking, we would have to request that through the special exception process. Okay, moving on.
Fair enough.
Some of the other issues associated with parking was not just having enough parking space and managing the parking with the valet, but it was also being cognizant of the neighborhoods adjacent to us and making sure that we have proper signage along Egret and Curlew where we abut those right-of-ways. It's also for the management, and one of the things that we discussed is Steve is local. He's lived on the beach before. He will be the managing entity with Corey Nanke, who will be in charge of the restaurants. Those guys will make sure that they educate the patrons if they see people parking in the wrong areas. They will make sure that they communicate with the neighbors, and any kind of issue associated with people parking the right-of-way or parking the wrong places, obviously, they want to address that immediately and work with code enforcement to address that.
Well, and that, I'm glad you brought that up, because I've been thinking about this a lot with some of these projects that are coming through. Obviously, the big concern is overflow parking. People are gonna park in the right of way, you know, it's a busy night, you may be having a special event there or something, and you just don't have enough parking. And then they're gonna start parking down Egret and Curlew, and now the neighbors are gonna be, they're gonna have an issue. Is there a path, or is there something that we could do to provide signage? I know there was discussion about signage, but go even a step further, much like the short-term rentals, where there's a number that's provided that the residents can call directly to get instant action, whether it be finding who owns a car and get it moved, or having it towed if that need be.
And get that addressed immediately. That's certainly something that makes
Instead of
sense.
having, I mean, obviously they can involve the town, but I think that would be the last resort if they have an option to reach directly out to your staff or management staff to say, you've got a car parking in my driveway.
Yeah.
You get it out of here. I mean, if it's in the driveway, they're probably gonna call a tow truck first, but, you
Yeah.
know, if it's in the town's right of way, to handle it before it gets to the town level.
Yeah. And, you know, one of the things that we talked at the LPA is, compared to some other projects, we have a kind of a slope to the property leading to the edge of pavement. Not very conducive to cars parking there. Other areas of town, it's nice and flat. It's easy for people to park in the right of way. This is a little more difficult. We also have a pump station along Curlew. Makes it difficult for someone to even want to park on that grass.
Well, I agree, but as we've seen over the last
Yeah.
2 years, people don't care. They're gonna park where they feel they're entitled to park, and
Yeah.
Along those lines, Patrick, if I could just digress for a second and yield to our town manager. When our new town hall, or maybe Frankie, when our new town hall is open, if someone who doesn't have business with the town particularly was to go in and park in our lot at, say, 5:30, 6 o'clock, what would happen to them? Or what is the plan to have happen to them?
We're working through those plans right now, Mr. Vice Mayor. We haven't come to a decision as far as a recommendation to council, but we're working through those plans of how we're going to sign and potentially lease that parking area after hours.
And I guess my question is there a possibility that this could be a potential overflow opportunity?
Yes.
For both them and for us?
Yes, there's
And
a
then
possibility.
Most
That's-
importantly, keep people off those little streets.
It's a
those side
possibility,
streets.
and it's something that we're in discussions with among staff right now.
Okay.
And absolutely, if the developers want to have those discussions, I believe some of those discussions have already occurred, but we'll continue those to find a good solution.
Okay, very good,
Yes.
thank you.
So Patrick, I have another question.
Yes.
You may be addressing this in the future, but a lot of the emails, there was concern about the traffic in the waterways. Do you guys plan on having docks there, set parking for boats, what size? Can you address that, please?
There is a dock that has been built already, and it was permitted through DEP. We had that discussion at the LPA. The intent is to have very clear signage that it's for private use only, not open to the public.
What do you mean by private use? Just for the owners, or?
So the owners
Okay,
and friends.
so there will be no boat parking for patrons?
Nope.
Okay.
So, just to clarify also, we are here discussing the variance because there was one objection from a neighbor that came in after the hearing. If not for that objection, we would have been approved by the LPA.
Yeah, but look, we've got
So-
to cover all the bases. You
Yeah.
you have to understand that.
So we did see the comments, and we looked at those comments, and I think, and I'm not sure, and I'm sure we're gonna hear from those neighbors, I think that a lot of their concerns have been addressed through the conditions that I'm gonna walk through. And I think, all these conditions have been put in place to address the concerns and also mitigate for potential impacts and ensure that compatibility. So I'll go through those conditions one by one right now. So, condition number 1, all music and entertainment on the property will be in compliance with the town's noise
Actually,
regulation.
Hold on, Patrick, before we move on from the docking, unless you're gonna cover it in the condition part of this.
Yes.
What, you said something that really kind of stuck in my head there. How is the people that are living on the canal gonna know if it's the owner or if it's a friend of the owner that's coming to use the private dock? There's gonna be no way that they're gonna know that. And I only bring that up because to me, this becomes it could be a he said, she said, code enforcement issue or compliance issue where someone's coming down, they live on the north end, they wanna come down by boat and they park up and what's to say, it's just friends of the owners and they're just coming to see the owner. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
It's gonna be very difficult to
Yeah.
disseminate between what's friends of the owners and what's public and what's private.
Yeah, I think the idea is, we want to make it clear that this is not a commercial use. We are not bringing people with a ferry to the site. And we are not attracting more traffic down that canal. So I think that it's not going to be advertised. And B, people that do venture down and see private use only, hopefully people learn that we're not going down that canal. I can't moor my boat there. So I think that's the idea. And over time, people will know that that's not a spot for the public. And hopefully you don't get increased traffic, boating traffic down that canal.
A lot of hopefullys.
And same thing, the owners will monitor that dock and police that dock.
Well, I guess where I'm stuck on it is you've already got a dock there, right? It's been permitted.
Yeah.
People are going to use it. And if I'm not mistaken, in our land development code, it allows the use of people, if you're resident or non-resident, to go down the canals. There's nothing that says that you can't.
Yeah.
But what you're clarifying, and maybe we can codify this in the conditions, is the commercial part of it. Because I think
Yeah.
that's the crux that people have with some of these canals is the commercial part.
Yeah.
And if they're willing to put in there that no commercial activity, whether it be water, taxi, ferry, I think that will help alleviate, I can't speak for the residents there, but I think that would help alleviate some of the concerns.
Yeah. I think the idea was to not commercialize the canal, and we've heard that with other projects, and we wanted to make it clear. With regards to a water taxi, that's where I'd like to keep that opportunity open. I think there's a distinction between a ferry and a water taxi. A water taxi is available to any resident, so anybody that lives down that canal, if they don't have a boat and they want to go downtown, once the water taxi is established, they can call that up. Taxi will come get them, bring them downtown, bring them back. I think that same opportunity should apply to this property. Again, we are not attracting ferries. We are not attracting people to dock there all evening. But having a ferry, if people want to hail a ferry, a taxi, and be dropped off there, I think that's appropriate to me.
Well, I guess I'm just a little confused that you said two different things. At least I heard two different
Yeah.
things, that you didn't want it to be commercial, but you want the option to have the commercial use of a water taxi open to be able to use.
Well, I think one is associated with a.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, Patrick, is I just want you to make sure that you're asking for specifically what you want so that it's on record.
Yeah,
If
we
it is
don't want to
approved, this is-
prohibit water taxi.
What's that? I'm
We
sorry.
don't want to prohibit water taxi.
Okay.
The intent is not to have a ferry whatsoever go down that canal. Again, the intent is not to attract more boating traffic, but the water taxi, I think, is going to be an opportunity for all the residents to use down any canal. and we just don't want to make an exception for that property.
Okay, just wanted to make sure it was clear for the record.
Yeah. That first condition, all music needing to be code compliant, staff had put in there, in their staff report, we fully agree with that. Condition number 2, general hours of operation will be from 7 a.m. to midnight, no food and beverage service prior to 10 a.m. at the ground level restaurant. If you can go. So that was added per our LPA discussion. Condition number 3, hours of amplified music will be limited from 11 to 9 p.m. on weekdays and from 11 to 10 p.m. on weekends. And that there was already a condition similar to that that existed, but it was enhanced, and we put in there, all amplified music will be distributed through a unified speaker system controlled by management. No bands, so that's 3 or more performers, or drums, percussions, unless approved through the town's special events permit process. So that was a revised condition and an enhanced condition that came after the, from the LPA hearing. Number 4 also came from the LPA hearing.
Before you go on from that one, Patrick, just
Yep.
want to add, see if there's a way to maybe strengthen that a little bit. Obviously, one of the other big concerns was the noise. I appreciate the wall that you're talking about putting up in the brick, and then you've got, it looks like, some on the east side or the egret side.
Yep.
What about being able to close off those glass doors at a certain time frame? I understand going till 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, but to help alleviate some of the issues that the neighbors have as far as hearing music until 10 o'clock at night, we got an email from someone that works from home, both her husband and her work from home. So they're concerned with being able to work with the amplified music up until 10 o'clock, or I got a little, number 2, I'm not 100% comfortable with either, the midnight thing, with those doors open until midnight. I mean, it's a nice night, you want the doors open, I get it, but with that amplified music, I mean, if you're just having your radio on and you're just playing music at the bar, that's gonna go down that canal.
Yeah.
We all know how water,
Yeah.
goes down canals. Is there something that we can do here to maybe close those doors to try to soundproof that wall a little bit better at a certain time, allowing you to do what you would like to do, but also protecting the neighborhood as much as possible?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to let Steve and Ken maybe and Albert hash that out a little bit. We'll
As we
go through the
continue.
rest, and then maybe
Okay.
you guys can give me some direction, okay? Also, want to clarify that the 7 a.m. to midnight was this idea of general operations, meaning that I think the way it was drafted at first was, and that's why we clarified no service before 10, but we wanted to make sure that no one complained if they saw cars pulling up and the prep guys are there, 7 in the morning, prepping for the day. So we just want to clarify 7 would be.
Deliveries and everything else.
So that would be for general operations, and then not before 10 for actual service. Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are going to address that, and I think we've already got mitigating factors put in place, but we'll see if we can enhance that a little bit.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Number,
Patrick,
yes.
This might, I don't want to throw you off your stride, but it might be a good time to have Steve come up and I'd like to ask Steve a couple questions just about the operation of the restaurant. What's he envision?
Okay.
Obviously, it sounds like they're going to serve lunch,
Yep.
right? And I'd like to hear him it's getting close to lunch anyway, so people are already hungry. Be interested to hear what he's going to serve.
Well, Vice Mayor,
Yeah.
you mind, they're kind of discussing something now. If, when he's done, maybe then he can come up after the conditions and we can go back to.
That's fine. And,
Patrick.
well, then we're talking about conditions. One of the things, and I'll be interested to hear what the folks here say, one of the things that was interesting to me as a South Sider who loves this concept is that at Pinchers and at the Outrigger, Pinchers would end their live music at 9 o'clock, and Outrigger would never go past 9 o'clock. Now, Pinchers had full bands for the most part, and Outrigger would generally just have an individual or 1 or 2 people, just like you're proposing here, but they would never go past 9 o'clock at Outrigger. I wonder if that 10 o'clock thing is really, people still stuck around after the musicians ended. I just wonder how critical that course, maybe I'm an old fuddy-duddy, I don't know, but it seems like
No.
9 o'clock, you could kind of give your live music fix and then still sit around and linger and talk to each other and hang out.
No,
Yeah.
then they went over to Oliver's.
Well, that's true,
In
but
Santini.
and we did too, but that's enclosed, that's the
Right.
difference, see, that's,
Yeah, and I think we heard that comment. I think we've addressed it with these conditions, and I think there's the big difference between the Wyndham and the Pitchers venue is these were loud rock and roll bands, and we're saying no bands, no percussion. Again, sound system very different, and the ability to enclose the downstairs. So I think, and also the distinction between, again, what's live entertainment and amplified sound. So even if we were to have the radio in the background, it's still considered amplified sound. So I think the idea is we do want the ability to have music. The bands will not be there every day, but we do want that flexibility. And I think we've put a lot of physical mitigating factors in place to be able to address those concerns.
so from a practical standpoint,
Yeah.
when the band stops on Friday or Saturday night at 10 o'clock, does the house music then just continue on at the same?
There would be some ambient music.
But is it ambient, or is it gonna be like house music continuing on at the same level that the band was?
No, I don't think the idea is to, there's going to be ambient music, but not house music.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's not the intent is to have, like I said, a concept very similar to what we have at Junkanoo's and
So background music,
yeah, Fresh Catch.
but people won't be dancing to the house music past 10 o'clock?
Correct.
Depends on what they're drinking.
Well, that's true.
Okay, so I think I was at number 4. So from a sound mitigation standpoint, it will be provided by concrete block walls and bifold glass doors or other retractable door. They're looking maybe at the possibility of garage doors that would come down. And it's as depicted on the schematic plan sheet D1, and that has been provided. And we looked at that sheet, and that's part of our packet. Number 5, no consumption of alcohol shall be permitted outside the restaurant, bar, and accessory game area delineated by a 36-inch rail and depicted on the attached schematic plan, sheet D1. Just a little correction on the slide, I've got 36-foot railing. It should be inches, not feet. Number 6, that was something staff had put in there, and we fully agree with it. Games in the accessory game area cannot include loud electronic beeping, ringing, or buzzing. We agree with that, no problem. Number 7, development must comply with the LDC's sea turtle conservation requirements. That's really the lighting, and of course, we agree with that, and we will need to comply with that. Number 8 was associated with the dock obtaining an LDO or DO. That is no longer required. They have obtained their permits, and they have constructed that dock. So then the new number 8 is at time of site development, signage will be installed on the dock stating that dock is not open to the public, and that it is for private use only. So that was added per the LPA meeting.
Before you go on from that one, Patrick, this is the one that I think there could be potential issues based on what you're initially trying to seek with the water taxi. Is this, Nancy, is this gonna cause some?
Yeah,
Some
I
issues.
think that the wording would need to be modified. If you're asking for the water taxi, you should actually put
Okay.
that wording in there.
Okay, that's another thing. I'll let Ken and the team maybe craft a little bit of a different language to identify the water taxi, and we'll.
Could we just elaborate a little bit on that, Nancy? So if a water taxi was to come to a private home to take them down to the north end for restaurants from the south end, would that be all right?
I don't see why not, because the private property owner is allowing that visitor to come to their dock to drop people off.
Do you just think it has to be noted here in this language?
I'm
I
just trying,
do,
yeah.
because it's a business,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
I'm just trying to, if approved, head off any potential things for staff that they may have to address.
Yeah.
And this could really clarify some things based on what you want to ask for.
When I finish going through those conditions, I'll let Ken come up and we'll come up with these,
Yeah, so you might.
these
instead
little
of-
edits.
Instead of saying not limited to the public, not open to the public, maybe you just say limited to public taxi, water taxi use only,
Only.
or something like that.
Number 9 was requested by staff, and we made a little edit to it. The dumpster enclosure shall be refurbished in coordination with the solid waste carrier to allow closure of the doors. Solid waste pickup shall be provided at a minimum twice per week, excluding Sundays. That was clarified at the LPA to exclude the Sundays and not have pickup on Sundays. So number 10, the property owner will submit a shared parking agreement with the Dolphin Inn. We had, or other nearby properties, but again, we've narrowed it down and committed to the Dolphin Inn. And we had per LDC 342183. That was crossed out because there are certain requirements of that shared parking agreement, joint use agreement, that limits joint use parking to 750 feet from the property. So I think the idea would be that we would probably deviate from that requirement, or we might deviate from that requirement. One of the sites that we're potentially looking at long-term could be the Wyndham property, which is probably going to have a lot of parking spaces, so that could be an option. Again, we talked about Gulfview Harbor being one option. We talked about the new town hall parking lot as one option. And then those are in close proximity within 750 feet, but the Wyndham's a little further. So that's why we crossed out the code section, because we might have to deviate from that. But that condition was added at the LPA and supported by the LPA. All employees are required to park off-site. That was also added at the LPA. Valet parking service will be established when the restaurant operations begin and will be available as needed to meet peak parking needs, added at the LPA. The property owner will coordinate with town staff to install no parking signs along the right-of-ways where the subject property abuts egret and curlew. That was also added at the LPA.
And maybe this would be a good spot based on their conversation of adding that number, you know,
Yeah,
if there's an
phone
issue,
number.
call this number, if we could add that to that one.
Yes, I agree with you, Mayor. This would be an appropriate place, and I don't know if you wanted to mention towing.
Well, I would hope that if a resident calls that number, that the staff member would handle it appropriately, fairly quickly. I mean, this is part of your potential approval, so I
Yeah.
would think you'd want to handle it.
Yeah, and you know, I think I've brought this up at other hearings, and the example I use is Bonita Springs and Hickory Boulevard. And as we all know, no one would dare park along Hickory Boulevard because everybody knows that as soon as you do, you will get towed. So I think one of the ways where you curtail people doing things they shouldn't do is you enforce it very quickly and every single time. And people quickly learn that it's going to cost me a lot of money and it's going to be a real pain if I park here illegally. So it's not just warning people, it's towing them and making people understand that this is not going to be accepted.
Maybe that's verbiage you'd want to add to
Yeah.
that sign, towing at owner's expense.
Yeah.
That will deter at least the good actors.
Yeah. So number 14, at time of site development, the property must provide perimeter buffers as depicted on the approved site plan. That condition was added, and I think that the distinction, what we have before the LPA, we did not have a statement committing to that continuous hedgerow around the property. Number 15, any unremediated violation of the conditions of approval shall render the special exception null and void. The revision that was made to that, the word unremediated violation was added. So it used to be just any violation will render the special exception null and void. We put unremediated. We sure hope that there won't be any need to make some changes, but you know, we'd like the opportunity to address any concern if it comes up.
Not to get too far in the weeds on that word, unremediated, though, that's a pretty broad word for violation. I understand your point of violation is very broad. This brings it down a little bit, but what does that really mean? Does that mean you get a violation for people are parking in the right of way continually, or just trying to get a better understanding of what the vision is for
Well,
unremedied?
typically with most jurisdictions, you've got code enforcement that does their job, and they will inform and I'm not sure how our process works, but it's multi-step. You know, first step is usually to inform the
You get
property
30 days to
owner, there's a
comply.
problem.
Right.
Can you bring it to compliance right now? We won't issue code enforcement. If they don't comply, then something is issued. They have a certain amount of days to come into conformance, and if they don't conform, then it gets relegated to a hearing. In this case, what would happen is we would lose the special exception that's been approved.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, Patrick, again, is just, it's to protect the town as much as it is protect the applicant in the future should this get approved. We won't always, this always won't be the council, this always won't be the management staff, this always won't be the attorney. I just want to make sure whatever is in there, again, if this is improved, does that mean after 31 days that you haven't come in compliance, if there is a code violation, that is now unremediated, or is it based on a magistrate, or can you change wording to go through the code enforcement? If you go through the, you know what I'm trying to
I
say?
agree, yes, Mayor, and I agree with you. I think, you know, for purposes of due process, if we say of finding an order of the special magistrate, finding that there is a violation of these conditions would render it null and void, because that does give them the opportunity to go in and fix it. In their mind, they may think it's fixed, but code may think it's not fixed. So then when you have a neutral third party like the magistrate, he or she could decide whether it's been fixed or not. I think that's a very clear line in the sand as to whether or not they are in compliance with the terms and conditions.
Yeah, and we're agreeable to that. That's not a problem.
Just want to eliminate any interpretation of,
Not a problem.
Right.
Yep, it's always good to be very clear. Next slide, please. So that concludes our presentation. In my professional planning opinion, our team's opinion, we are consistent with the comp plan, the land development code. We have provided ample justification and backup to our positions and justifications for our requests. And I'll let Ken come here and maybe. So I think if Ken is telling me we probably need just a little more time to wordsmith some of the conditions. Perhaps if we go to public comment, we can come back after public comment and have some language edited, and we'll be back to you on that.
okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in.
Mayor, I have two. I have
Okay.
Christine Madden, and then following Christine will be John Madden.
All right. Good morning, Christine.
Good morning. Christine Madden, 181 Egret Street. My comments today are regarding both the parking variance and the special exceptions. We've owned our home on Egret Street for 39 years, and we intentionally sought the quiet south end of the island, comfortably away from Santini Plaza, in a low-density neighborhood with a family-friendly atmosphere. I am here today because I believe that outdoor music and entertainment, an outdoor bar, use of the residential canal, lack of adequate parking, and the potential for valet parking to back up onto Estero Boulevard will cause a nuisance and be injurious and detrimental to the low-density neighborhood that is directly behind the property and the mixed condo development across the street from the property. While they say that this is enclosed on the bottom, it is enclosed on the back wall, coming just around the edges, and then they talk about the bifold doors, but the whole thing is not enclosed. At the LPA meeting, it was presented that the applicant is facing a hardship because their building and parking lot can't be expanded. I would argue that they should have known that when they purchased the property, and that the neighborhood shouldn't have to bear the nuisance and safety issues because of the changes they want to make to address that issue. I agree that there were commercial uses in the area which peacefully coexisted with the surrounding uses and were compatible with the condos, hotels, and residential uses. But those commercial uses right next to the low-density neighborhood didn't have outdoor entertainment or music. They didn't have outdoor dining or an outdoor bar or insufficient parking or use a residential canal to access the business. And in fact, their hours that they were open to the public were quite different. While many things have changed since Ian, the adjoining low-density neighborhood, at its essence, has not. At its heart, it is still a quiet, family-oriented neighborhood, and any redevelopment shouldn't take away from that. I think it's fairly safe to say that we all want to see businesses on the island be successful, and I believe there is a path for the owners to have a prosperous restaurant without disrupting the delicate balance that's existed for over 20 years. They can have an indoor restaurant and an indoor restaurant first floor above flood, which could allow for indoor music and entertainment, an indoor bar, and an outdoor upper dining deck. This would allow for the necessary parking to help mitigate the overflow into neighboring streets, alleviate congestion and safety concerns, and would keep noise contained to the inside of the building, all while providing the neighborhood some assurance for the future. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for reading my letters, too.
John Madden. And that's all I have signed up after Mr. Madden.
Good morning, John Madden, 181 Egret Street. And kudos to the neighbor that raised the concern, giving us at least the opportunity to speak. Because we certainly aren't on the island every day. We're not on the island every month, and summer is not the time. This definitely won't be as eloquent as Christine. She is much more polished than I am. But I'll give you my perspective. You know, it's always interesting when the logic or argument for a business change is that they need something special to make the business work for them. It's not about what changes the community needs. It's not what changes the neighbors need. It's we need this as a business. And you hear it over and over again. All of the asks make it sound like someone made a poor business decision. They can't make the business work without significant changes that fall on the adjoining neighborhood. They appear to be asking for parking requirements to be cut in half from what they have today. Keep in mind that's 40% of what's required for a restaurant today already. So 40% is too high. It's got to be lower. You know, that just doesn't swing right. Look at Charlie's. Charlie's was a thriving, successful restaurant just down the road. They had comparable parking. They were filled every day. They had the same walkability. They're in the same general area. So why suddenly would less parking be an effective thing? You know, certainly valet is an option, but every valet I've seen, Doc's Beach House, next one across the road from it, really backs up on the road, and we can't afford that on Estero. There is no passing on Estero. There's no second lane. So it really causes that congestion. If I saw their map correctly, it looks like the exit for parking and perhaps entry, if they use the Dolphin, is going to be on Egret. Lots of pedestrian traffic on Egret, walking to the beach, walking to other places. Now have them compete with more traffic. just what everybody needs. I think I heard somebody on Beach Talk Radio just recently say pedestrians are the biggest cause of the traffic issues we have on the island. Great. It's going to combine it and be worse, at least for the people around us. They also offer these solutions that feel like temporary solutions. Maybe they'll be able to sustain parking. Maybe they'll be able to do these things for remote parking. But for how long? What's the commitment? What is really the long-term strategy? Not this 15-minute fix until they get what they want. They want outdoor music. They want outdoor entertainment. They want outdoor games. They want an outdoor bar. I think we've all seen those in places. I mean, I have. We have a property up north, not very far from a bar, restaurant on the water. The sound carries. When the music plays, we're a mile away. We still get to hear music. The water carries it no matter how quiet they intend to be. You know, let me just wrap up with, you know, certainly change is not unique, and it's not surprising that the island would be facing that today. You know, businesses around us need to thrive. We want to see a business be successful, and certainly welcome a restaurant with the loss of Charlie's to the neighborhood. But I don't think an outdoor bar and outdoor live music are appropriate immediately adjacent to a low-density neighborhood. And the one other concern I would raise is, I don't understand when you approve entertainment, does it truly lock down what that entertainment is? And so,
Thank you, John. Thank you. 3 minutes is up.
don't become a vixens if people can change their entertainment in the future.
Thank you. Anyone else, Amy?
Well, I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Rebuttal comments? Patrick? Do you want to come up and discuss what did you have enough time to?
Okay, so if we go back to condition number 8. What we are proposing to add is signage will be installed on the dock stating that the dock, and this is the new language, will be available for water taxi and private use only.
Can
And-
you clarify, when you say private use, what does that mean? Private use by the owners, private use by who?
Owners and friends and family that, you know,
Family, friends of the business owners?
yes, you know, look, I think, and you're the attorney, you tell me.
I'm looking for clarity.
Yes, but what's the plain meaning of a word? I think we know what the intent is behind private.
But
Do we
who are,
need
I guess
to-
I'm not trying to be difficult, Patrick, but who are these private people that are gonna be using it?
I would assume it's owners, friends, and family.
Friends and family of the owners? I mean,
Yes.
how do we
Yes.
know? I mean, if code goes and
Owners,
looks.
friends, and family, it's like any private dock. It's any private dock. Who goes to your house when you have a dock? You have yourself using it, and you have family and friends that stop by once in a while.
And it'll only accommodate one boat at a time?
No, I think it's got space for 3 boats.
So it's kind of
I'm open to
discretionary?
I'm open to suggestion, but
Yeah,
I just,
I know, but
I
I'm
just
trying to
don't
figure
know-
out
I don't know what
who
else
are
to
you,
put on there.
who are you authorizing to use that? So up to 3 spaces at the owner's discretion? I mean, how do you envision that working?
That's where that's what I'm struggling with too, if I live on that canal, how do I know if there's 3 boats there routinely that they're not family and friends? Or if you're looking at it from an owner's perspective on that, to me, there's nothing in there that gives staff or your applicant the ability to say, I mean, they could say everyone's a friend in the family. I mean, we're all friends and family on this island, it seems like. So where's that delineation between what is, I don't know that there's an easy way to say it, but, because we all know that the dock is going to be used for people to come in for lunch, and I just don't see how you're gonna stop it.
I'm not sure how we clarify that, but we have certain places on this island where you can use your boat to go to some of these establishments. Some of them, clearly that they welcome the public and you're allowed. And the other ones, you're taking a big chance if you dock your boat there, you're gonna be told real quick that you're not welcome. So I think it's the same idea over here. I just don't know if we have clear signs saying not for public use. I think that's the remedy right there. Again, are we gonna, and that's where, we have these hearings, we try to look at every single bad actor and how we remedy a problem for every single bad actor. And at one point, it's like, how much can we do? How much can we clarify this? I think not open to the public, private use only is clear enough.
I'm not sure that that's accurate, but living on the south end, on the beach, where we have more signs than I've ever had since I moved there, people still use our parking lot because it's not enforced. So the key will be enforcement.
Yeah.
Good point. You can put whatever sign up you want, but if you're not
Yeah,
enforcing it.
I mean, I've never seen so many signs telling people that it's private property and you will be towed, but because it's not enforced,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
So my thought, maybe perhaps restricted use, and that would make it somewhat discretionary on the part of the property owner. So as a member of the public, if I'm boating by and it's restricted, it kind of implies to me that maybe I'm not allowed to go. And who can say who can go and who can't?
So what would be your recommendation from a language standpoint? Restricted use, not for public use?
Yes.
Okay.
So who identifies who can use it, who can't? Again, it's restricted. What does that mean?
Could you
Well,
just say, not, instead of that the dock is not open to the public, just to your point, that the public access is restricted, somehow word it that way. I don't know if it makes a huge difference, quite honestly, but.
well, restricted public use to me would imply that I'm a member of the public, so I might be able to go there under the rhetoric of being
How-
restricted, maybe
how would you
certain
feel?
hours.
How would you feel about not for public use, restricted access only?
I'm more comfortable with that. And if I could just ask the question, in the event that the deputy sheriff needed access, that they could contact and then they would be allowed to
Yep.
stop there.
I'm okay with that verbiage if you're okay with it.
Yeah, I think it's a little clearer. I
Mhm.
mean, there's still some ambiguity there, but I think that based on the conversation, the questions that have been asked, I think we understand the intent of that, which will help.
So the language would be not for public use, restricted access only. Okay. We'll get it. Okay. And then moving on to condition number 13. So, at the end of the existing sentence, we would add additional signage along Egret and Curlew streets, providing restaurant management contact information will be displayed to help alleviate parking violations in the neighborhood. So it would be some kind of custom sign that they get made with management phone number that they would put along the right-of-way.
And if you want to add that towed at owner's expense,
Yes,
that
that
would
would
be
be good.
to add that as well.
Yeah, we will add that. And I think the last item was, and that's where I haven't come up with any language for number 15 yet, but
Maybe as determined by special magistrate.
so
I mean,
at the end,
something-
okay, so keep the same language, but at the end, put as determined.
How about after the word approval?
Why can't you just make it basically based on the town's code violation procedures? Because that allows you to then go, to your point, the magistrate, I mean, if they change, then it's not having to change what this says.
Mayor, I think I would rather be specific and actually have that order,
Okay.
because the code's procedures could be our code officer going out there, which might disagree with what the owner's interpretation of what a violation is or is not. So the third-party neutral making that decision, I think, is very clear.
You wanted to specifically say, basically, a magistrate order
Yeah, yeah,
would then make that exception null and void.
correct. Because that's a pretty big hammer, to make it null and void. And we want to be crystal clear, and that gives them their due process rights to present evidence and have that dialogue, that hearing before the special magistrate.
So Nancy, any proposed language for that? I'm just wa-
Any unremedied violation of the conditions of approval as determined by an order of the special magistrate.
We are fine with that, not a problem.
You know, oftentimes we use as determined by a court
You
of
gotta-
competent jurisdiction, but we're not going to court, we're just gonna go to the magistrate to make that decision.
Okay. I think that addresses all your recommended changes. So with that said, I'll conclude and close our
Well,
presentation.
We're going to have the owner come up, if you could, and
Yeah.
just talk
Yeah.
about his vision for the restaurant.
And
Well,
I will let
Before
Steve
before
talk
that,
about
you still were gonna talk amongst yourselves about potentially closing the doors for the music. I don't know if you were able to come up with a,
after a certain time. I think Jason Squared would like to make one little change. I'll let him address that, and we'll come back with the limited hours for live music and when the doors get closed.
okay.
Could you go back to 4, please? I was just going to say, to avoid any problems with flood issues in the future, they may want to consider changing the language from "and." So sound mitigation will be provided by concrete block walls and bifold glass doors to and/or some type of mitigation that's compliant with the flood regulations. I just think that "and" could create a problem if eventually they move down the road and they're coordinating with Kelly and Kelly says, you can't have concrete block walls here to the extent that they're proposing. You know, for flood.
So could I ask, so then you're proposing that the "and" be substituted "or" to an "or," and then maybe put at the tail end in compliance with the town's floodplain regulations?
If the applicant's okay with that, I think it would.
You're looking for a little more flexibility.
Yeah.
Albert, do you understand what he's saying? Yeah. Come on up.
Let's give you a little background, and it may help maybe clarify this statement if it needs to.
Identify
When we
yourself,
went through the...
Albert, you gotta identify yourself.
Sorry about that. Albert Danvers, Studio AD architect for this project. When we submitted the original variance and special exception to town staff, it goes to all the departments, Department Flood. Carl Thomas did a review. He has some objections and comments for it. We responded with Patrick along with the other conditions and comments from all staff from various departments. We explained how we were gonna do this in compliance with the floodplain management. Carl Thomas approved it. Moving forward, during the LPA meeting, the subject came up with flood, and I believe it came up that because we were changing the walls and adding more walls and adding the bifolding glass doors and the railings, that we should go back to staff, make sure everything's still fine. One of that staff members was flood, but now it's Kelly. We brought up the situation of also saying that Carl reviewed it, it's the same intent. We didn't get an in-person meeting with Kelly, but we had multiple emails. I shared my presentation to her, so the history of this building. This building was built in 1999 as an A zone. In an A zone, you're allowed to dry flood proof. So as long as the building is not a substantial improvement, we're less than 50%, which is what this project is, we're still allowed to maintain the ground floor with commercial usage, dry flood proof. So that is why all those walls that are there originally are actually not breakaway walls. Those walls that we're proposing to put in are also non-breakaway walls because we're going to dry flood proof the back portion of it. And that's also double dipping into the sound situation. Since those walls are not breakaway walls, they're not hollow. They're a solid cast in place concrete wall. And to clarify, brick and block, two different things. Block is 8 inches thick. We're talking about cast in place concrete wall, so hardly any block whatsoever. As far as the bifolding doors and any glass doors, again, the building is open and sterile and a little bit on the parking lot side. So any flood water that does come in has a way to get in. That's the purpose of that thing. Any storefront doors, any impact glass doors that we design in any buildings, they're all designed to fail in flood loads. Wind load is one thing, flood load is 4 times the load of that. So those doors would potentially fail. So I think as long as we have some sort of language to say we're doing this per the intent or per the building code and flood codes, we probably have that covered as we move over to the construction document phase.
So back to Jason's point, do you have any quorums with what he's proposing that language to say?
No, as long as it's saying that we're following the town's floodplain management regulations and the Florida Building Code, that keeps it open to us to flex-wise if we need to adjust because of Kelly's comments. But between Kelly and I, we're basically on the same page now.
Okay, so you're okay with adding that verbiage to that
Correct.
condition?
So Albert, before you go, just having an engineer's opinion, given the solid block, the solid concrete wall and the other additions that you'll be making to this particular property, can you talk a little bit about its actual impact on sound and how it will sort of direct this, and any openings that might be open will be on the Estero side? Can you just kind of give your engineering sort of take on how what you're designing will help mitigate sound versus what's there now?
Sure. So as an architect, so structural engineer, and that's my structural engineer, will take care of the actual nuts and bolts of designing the rebar and all that stuff. From an architectural standpoint, wall being solid, nothing stops sound more than mass. You know, block walls, when we build them nowadays, we have fill cells every so often. In the middle of them are still hollow. One way of making them more soundproof is filling them up solid completely. You take it another step further, if it's a cast-in-place concrete wall, that's like any of the cast-based concrete columns, it is not block wall, it's solid concrete. That's actually more denser, and so sand can't penetrate that. So it blocks all the frequency levels, where it's a low frequency or high frequency or low decibel frequency sound, it blocks all that sound out. The doors that we're adding onto the side on a plan that we showed us on the left-hand side, those doors are going to remain closed. They're only used for egress purposes. So there's no in and out of that sound, that door being propped open. I don't know if you want to go back to that slide that shows the floor plan. Yep, go back. I'll just go up here in person. I know it's hard to see, maybe on your exhibits, it's kind of hard to see as well too. This is the wall that we added, that's block wall from the LPA. We added this glass wall right here. There's an egress door here. This door is gonna be what we put on what's called a detex alarm, which means it only can be opened during emergency egress. So it's not an in and out for the business, so it's always gonna be closed. We added the glass there just to get some natural light in that back area, but also get a visual connection of the landscape and the canal that's back there as well too. So you wanted to make that a dark corner. These walls don't exist right now in the current building. None of these do. So we're adding all of these as solid concrete walls all around the perimeter. These have to be all solid concrete walls to provide dry flood proof into that area in order to have plumbing and bathrooms and kitchen underground floor. So you have that wall, this wall, this wall, and of course these are the opening doors allow for natural ventilation, and they could be closed if sound becomes an issue. I'm not sure that answers your question.
That's actually very helpful, thank you.
Okay. Anything?
Thank you, Albert.
And Steve, if you could, for obviously you'll identify yourself, but could you talk about initially, we'll get into the steakhouse piece, but if you could talk about your vision for this first floor and what you see, is this an area where people will just sort of have an appetizer and a cocktail before they have dinner? Or is this like party central, or what's your vision?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just first, Steve Bogue, one of the owners of the Beach Theater. But yeah, to answer that question, Jim, really it's not planning to be a full-time party place. It's a casual restaurant. You know, the point of the outside area is, you know, it's Florida, everybody wants to be outside. So that was the majority of it. Upstairs it was an old movie theater, so it's kind of dark, there's no windows. Fits well for a steakhouse, but not for more of a casual afternoon if you're gonna go have a couple drinks and lunch. That was kind of the idea for the downstairs.
Will they be serving food downstairs on that first floor?
They will, yes. We will have food, yeah.
Will it be like a full menu or just appetizers?
It'll be a much different menu than upstairs. Upstairs is gonna be more of a South Beach grill, high-end steakhouse, seafood. Downstairs will be more casual, burgers, chicken fingers, salads, much more casual downstairs.
So it'll be a functioning restaurant then?
Yes, it would be.
It's not just like it's just not like a bar, it's a functioning restaurant.
It would be a functioning restaurant, correct.
And the table placement will take up a lot of that space then for those?
I mean, it's a huge area. So we've got quite a few tables kind of planned, but it's not gonna be, I mean, there's still quite a bit of space in between tables, and it wouldn't be jam-packed with tables. Also, why we kind of added that game area is because we just have so much space down there to utilize. So that's kind of was our thought process.
And the deck on the second floor, is that just gonna be an outdoor area? Will you have umbrellas? How will you?
We are planning to have some sort of shade cover up there, whether it's kind of a temporary pergola of some kind, or we have just individual umbrellas for the tables.
But it won't be screened in?
It will, I don't think we're gonna have it screened in, no, open air.
And then talk about your vision for the restaurant itself.
I
steakhouse.
mean, yeah, for the steakhouse, so my partner Corey's, he's a restaurant guy. He's got 11 restaurants right now, mostly in Iowa, but a couple in Florida. So he's kind of got the bigger vision as far as what the steakhouse is, but I mean, it's gonna be a lot like a Fresh Catch or a South Beach Grill, you know, focusing on seafood and high-end steaks and maybe nice high-end cocktails and drinks. So that would be the plan for upstairs at least.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, couple questions for you. If I'm playing devil's advocate and I'm a neighbor, based on your comments, then what would be the need to be open till midnight? If the intent is downstairs to not become a party place, what we've seen in the past, as you're well aware, you look at some of the places that are open like this, that stayed open till midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, it has a tendency to bring those that have had a good day and want to extend it even longer.
Right.
So if I'm playing devil's advocate and I'm a neighbor and I have a concern with this, what would you say to them?
You know, certainly we're not going to be open until midnight, not every day of the week by any means. We also we wanted to leave it open-ended if we could, just for the fact that there's going to be certain times and you know, special events and big days that people are wanting to stay out later. But it's not going to be on a Monday and Tuesday night. We're not going to be open until midnight. I don't think there's a market for that on the south end of the island. I just don't think people are going to be up that late on the south end.
So would you be, well, I don't know, I'm concerned with the 12, you know, the midnight thing, because if you've got music, even if it's ambient coming from the ceiling, with the water being in close proximity, they're gonna hear that down, you know, they're gonna hear that down the canal.
Yeah.
And it's just been my experience on the island in the past, after, to your point, Counselor Woodson, when they closed down at 9 o'clock, everybody gravitated across the street because it was the next place that was open. But that was enclosed, so you couldn't, you know, and you weren't surrounded by residential neighborhood.
Right.
So I'd really like you to consider adjusting some of these hours of operations or the music times. It would make me feel more comfortable if this moves forward.
All right.
Is that something that you're open to?
Yeah, we're open to that, absolutely.
Can you go back to the condition part of it. The midnight thing is really not sitting well with me, just for that.
What would be your recommendation?
I mean, I would feel more comfortable with the 10 PM to coordinate with your amplified music, instead of midnight. I like the 9 o'clock. I mean, 9 o'clock, even at this time of year, allows you to have music past sunset. I think the model that we saw at, and this is just my personal opinion, I think the model that we saw at Pinchers worked really well. Granted, it was a much, it was a full band, but it still ended at 9 o'clock. People were still able to enjoy themselves. And at 10 o'clock, they went across the street to where the live band is. I think at some point, there's going to be something else down there that's going to offer an enclosed area where people can go, similar to Oliver's.
I mean, would you be open to splitting them so the upstairs can stay open later because it's all enclosed downstairs?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I don't think the upstairs area is, I mean, if people want to continue upstairs where it's enclosed and the neighbors can't hear it, as long as it's not outside on the deck, but
Right.
it's inside the enclosed space, yeah, I would be open to that.
Yeah, I think we'd be okay with that.
Is the upstairs place, is that something that could also be rented out for like a wedding or reception or something like that? anytime?
Potentially, yes. And we haven't really gone too deep into that yet, but that was kind of the idea of, especially with the bigger parties and everything. But yeah, we'd certainly be open to that, absolutely.
Okay. Which then would make sense if it's a private party to have it a
I'm
little
sure
bit
they're gonna
later,
do
but just
weddings or something
upstairs.
upstairs, at least it's
Yeah.
in an enclosed
Just
space. That's gonna,
upstairs, yeah.
Yeah.
won't have an impact sound-wise to
Right.
the neighbors. I mean, you did try to alleviate some of it with the dry floodproofing, but upstairs is fully enclosed
Right.
versus downstairs.
Yeah, I understand.
So Mayor, could I work maybe with Patrick? Because, there has been some delays after you all approve things, and then there's like a delay because there's some misunderstanding as to what's actually approved. So my preference would be if we could agree to the wording today, now.
Sure.
So then that will facilitate moving it forward through the process. So I think what I'm hearing is on number 2, we talk about the ground level restaurant, nothing happening there until 10 a.m., but there is not a closing time for the downstairs.
What I would suggest is no food and beverage service prior to 10 a.m. and after 10 p.m. at the ground level restaurant.
So basically 10 to 10
Yeah.
hours of operation, or
Yeah.
10 to 10 for the downstairs,
Correct.
ground floor. And then keeping the upstairs,
Is there any concern about the days of the week, or just
No,
10 to
I
10.
think we'd like to keep it 10 to 10.
yeah, I
All
mean,
week.
holidays don't always fall on certain days of the
Yeah.
week.
And then the other question for council, and also for Steve to address, is we have a new outdoor seating balcony upstairs.
Mhm.
And I think that type of restaurant, being a higher-end steakhouse, you're gonna have a lot more of a subdued ambience up there. I think sometimes people have nice dinners that go a little later. I would ask that we keep the 12 PM for the upstairs restaurant, not clarify indoors, outdoors.
As far as operations or as far as music?
No, just as operations. Yeah, correct, just
serve food.
operations.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I was getting at.
So people, yeah,
I
so
mean, if
people,
someone gets there at 9:30 to eat dinner and they're there till 11 because they're chatting, it's one thing, but
just no music
not
upstairs.
having outside amplified music
Yeah,
is
that works.
You said 12 PM though, you mean 12 AM?
12 a.m.
AM.
That's a tricky one.
So, Nancy, I don't know if we need to,
I would, let's just add some words to number 2. So we were basically saying no food or beverage service prior to 10 at the ground level restaurant, and then to go ahead and clarify that the hours of operation for the second floor.
well, I think we talk about general
What if you just said to
Operation
make it
hours
easy-
from 7 to midnight.
What if you just simply said food and beverage service to coordinate with hours of operation of 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
I think they asked for midnight, right?
Yeah,
But you'd have to ask that's on the ground floor, we're not talking about.
Right, right. Definitely having a closing point on the ground level restaurant.
Yeah, so I think if we modify number 2, we say general hours of operation from 7 to midnight for the upstairs use,
Okay, so you're
Okay,
adding
period.
for the
Yeah.
upstairs.
and
Okay.
then no food and beverage service.
Before you go on
prior-
from that one, can you add to that, not
With
to include outdoor entertainment on, I mean, want to make sure that it's covered.
Yeah, I think it's covered under 3 below, so we'll go to 3 afterwards.
Okay, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, so we're talking about operations in number 2, from 7 to midnight for upstairs use,
Mhm.
period. Then no food and beverage service prior to 10 a.m. or after 10 p.m. at the ground level restaurant. Okay.
It sounds like what you all have been talking about.
And then number 3 deals with amplified music. So what we're saying is 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays, and we had 11 to 10 p.m. on weekends. But we heard the concern about maybe further limiting that, so we are proposing for number 4, where we talk about the bifold doors, is that we would add a sentence at the end saying bifold glass doors will be closed by 9 p.m.
I think we should actually clarify it in number 3, because in number 4, we were concerned more with the flood issues. So,
Sound mitigation will be provided by,
well, the hours of amplified music will be limited from 11 to 9 p.m. on weekdays, there as to outside or inside. I think that would be clearer.
Or I guess what I was getting at is just keeping it at 9 o'clock. You can still stay open till 10 o'clock down there, but the music stops at 9 o'clock. You can continue it upstairs, inside the building. That's more what I was getting at versus trying to make it too complicated.
client says, yes, we can live with that. So, hours of amplified music will be limited to 11 to 9 p.m., period. And then take away on weekends and.
Correct. And
So
then,
we've come around to the pinchers model, that,
essentially, yes.
oh, all right, I like it, all right, very good.
Okay.
Because you have something Pinterest didn't have. You have an upstairs space, you have Oliver's, so to speak, upstairs.
Yeah.
So people won't have to go very far. They won't have to cross the Stero Boulevard.
So I think with that being said, we can conclude. Just want to reiterate that we've come a long ways from the initial submittal with the LPA. We've put in a lot of conditions to mitigate and to ensure compatibility. And I just want to really emphasize that from a need, there's definitely a need for restaurants on the south end. There is a demand for it. There is a thirst for these locations. So I think this is providing a use that is desired, that the public wants, and also that we have decided as a town that we would modify our CB zoning district to allow these uses. We knew where they were. We knew that as soon as we made the changes, we would allow restaurants in those areas. So this is, to me, a very appropriate location, and we've put in all the conditions of approval to ensure compatibility and to mitigate for any potential impacts. So with that said, we respectfully request your approval for the special exception, and then we're gonna have to close that and reopen for the parking variance, and we will be requesting the same thing for that. Thank you.
Maybe then I'll save to the Madden's concerns, maybe that's better brought up under the next item versus this item, Nancy?
Well,
Go ahead.
I think taking it one step further, I think we need to have, you know, when the Millers did the Whale, they were adamant about being good neighbors working with the neighborhood. I mean, I'd like to see some open dialogue with the Maddens and other people that were unable to attend during your construction phase. Pre-opening, maybe have a soft opening with all the neighborhood, address their concerns. I don't want to see hotlines set up that people call. I want them calling you and you acting before it gets out of hand. I think the neighborhood would appreciate that as well. I don't want to codify it, but I'd just like to get your buy-in on that to be a good neighbor.
Absolutely. I mean, we definitely want to be good neighbors. We understand there are noise concerns, there's parking concerns, but we are here locally. I'm here year-round. We're going to have general managers and everybody that are there every day that we'll be in contact with. So if there are issues, I'm happy to give my cell phone out to neighbors, to anybody. They can call me, and we'll make sure it's handled as quick as possible. Hopefully there's no issues or minimal issues, but when there are, we're certainly happy to do what's necessary to get them taken care of.
Because, the Maddens did raise a concern that I guess I thought about, but it didn't pop in my head until they said it, and that was the stacking. And they raise a very valid point. If you look at down in Bonita, during a busy day when they're doing valet, those cars stack up and they block traffic, and it becomes very dangerous. So I think that's something that still needs to be addressed, and how we can mitigate that if it moves forward.
And
Because I don't want to see that become a problem.
Right. I was thinking after they mentioned that, I was thinking of ways we could, pull further into the parking lot where people drop the valet off rather than closer to the road. 'Cause, at docks, it's right next to the road, and so you can get 2 cars in there before you start stopping traffic. But
Well, potentially using your parking lot, just thinking off the top of my head, potentially using the parking lot on site just as the stacking parking lot to
Right.
move the cars via valet. So maybe having valet all the time is the solution.
Right.
Just to try to prevent that stacking on busy days where you're gonna have people at the steakhouse.
Yeah.
They can stack in the parking lot, park in the overflow,
yeah,
and then
absolutely.
come back. Just
Right.
trying to think of ways to mitigate that, because that is a concern.
Right. Absolutely.
Any other questions for Steve?
Can I ask an out-of-the-box question? Do you have a name for this place at all? Otherwise, it will forever be the Beach Theater.
So the Boardwalk Grill is the name that we're thinking for downstairs, because we kind of have the dock, and it's a little bit of a boardwalk, even though it's not necessarily part of the restaurant part of it. We're still working on a name for the steakhouse. We don't have an official name for the steakhouse yet.
Okay. All right, I was just curious, because
Yeah.
otherwise it will forever be
The
the
Beach
Beach
Theater.
It will
Theater.
anyway.
It will anyway, but it'd be nice if it had a respectable name.
Yeah, we're trying to come up with something kind of related to the movie theater in the name, so we're throwing some ideas out there and open to ideas and suggestions.
Steve, since we're digressing a bit, a lot of folks still ask about the theater itself, and I know the business model for the theater is difficult.
Yeah.
But did I hear at some point that you referenced that you might try to save at least the capability to show a movie in one of the rooms?
So we've been trying to figure out ways to do that. So we're still kind of working with Albert on how we can do that, some sort of movie theater aspect to it. We're just not 100% sure exactly what that's going to be yet, but
Utilizing Albert's connections to Hollywood, is that what you're?
pretty much, yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Real Steakhouse has a pretty good ring to it.
So Salt and Reel was one of them that
Hey,
we've been
hey, look at
throwing
that.
around. Yeah.
Albert left Miami now? Hollywood?
All right, thanks, Steve.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, if there is nothing else, I will now close the public hearing, request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mayor, may I make a few comments?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So this is, we've often run into this situation. It's kind of a chicken and the egg, in that we have a special exception that would require an approval of the variance, and you wouldn't review the variance without the special exception. And you've also heard testimony today during this special exception regarding the variance. So my recommendation to you would be that whatever motion is made, should it be for approval, that it be subject to the approval of the variance, which we will then go into. And when we start talking about the variance, we will incorporate by reference the testimony and the information that's been provided.
Okay.
It's a little complicated,
Understood.
but
But it
I
makes
want to
sense.
keep the record clear, so that if, in the event that there would be a challenge, we know exactly what the record is and what it is not, moving forward. So whatever motion, if there is a motion to approve, that you would also include a condition that there is an approval or subject to approval of the variance. He's
Yes.
nodding.
Yes, to be fully and transparently clear, Ken did point out condition number 8, if we can pull it back up. Number 3, actually, sorry. The way this reads, the first sentence, hours of amplified music will be limited from 11 to 9 p.m. on weekdays. So that would also apply to the inside part of the restaurant, and I don't think that's what we want. So I think if you guys are okay with it, we would put hours of outdoor amplified music.
Yeah.
So you kind of closed the public hearing already, but you did hear an additional request, and if that's okay, we can put that in the motion as well, as part of your deliberation and discussion.
I have no objection.
Okay, well. So you're essentially just asking for the word outdoor to be included into condition number 3. Okay, and Nancy, you're saying if there's a motion to approve that, that should be included into the motion? for that
Yes.
Change because the public hearing was at this-
Has been closed, yes.
Got it.
And also the, subject to approval of a variance for parking.
Okay. All right, council discussion. Is there anyone that would like to continue the discussion, or is there a motion? Counselor King, any further discussion?
No further discussion, and I'm not gonna touch a motion because I'm confused.
Okay. Vice Mayor Earl, any further discussion?
I have nothing additional. I appreciate the dialogue and the concessions on all sides, and I think we're making progress.
Counselor Woodson?
So I have no further discussion. I'm willing to make a motion
Okay.
for approval, but make sure I get all the bits and pieces in here.
Go.
So I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 25-240.
239.
239.
Oh, sorry, 240 is the next one.
Yes.
Approve Resolution 25-239, subject to the approval of the variance coming up in Resolution 25-240, and to
Amend,
item number 3 to include hours of outside amplified music to be 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays,
as well as all the other conditions that have been discussed.
as well as all the other conditions that have been discussed.
Well, there's
What-
a, not weekdays, it's period.
Weekdays and weekends, period.
Does
Okay.
that suffice, Nancy, as far as?
Yes, so, the wording on weekdays, you're leaving that in and adding and weekends?
I think you agreed.
Just change it to daily.
Daily.
Okay, so then there should be a period after 9 PM, because that would encompass both. Okay, I think everyone understands. Yay,
Okay.
Karen.
Yes, so the word hours would go, hours of outdoor amplified music will be limited to 11 a.m. till 9 p.m.
Correct,
Period.
period.
Clear enough? Okay. All right. Got a motion by Counselor Woodson. Is there a second? I'll second it for discussion. Counselor Safford, I forgot to go to you, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I want to, we rarely do this, but I want to thank the LPA, because I think they sorted out, as you can see, quite a number of the conditions of approval, and I think they did a fine job going through this in great detail.
Yeah, and I want to further explain why I second it for discussion, because this is, I agree with you, the LPA did a great job of vetting through a lot of this. I think we were able to add a few more things. I appreciate the willingness from the applicant to be able to address some of the concerns, I think that weren't 100% covered, but were covered here today. I don't know that it completely alleviates the Madden's concerns. I have spoken to several people around the neighborhood and down on the south end that do support this, but I also have heard from people that live in the direct neighborhood that don't. You know, I think our goal, the reason I'm going to support this is I think the goal for this council and those that live in the CB zoning district was to promote walkability and bikeability and having areas where we can keep cars and congestion off of Estero Boulevard. I know we'll, the next thing we'll get into the stacking and some congestion issues, but for me, I think this meets the goal that the greater amount of the people in the community are in support of to promote that walkability and bikeability. I believe in good faith that the neighbors will try to do their best to be good neighbors. If not, I'm sure you will hear from those within the neighborhood if you are not, much like the Whale did at their temporary use. So that is why I'm supporting this today. Any other comments? None? Okay. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Do we need to take a 15-minute recess? Anyone need a recess?
So just a quick parliamentary inquiry,
Yeah.
Madam Town Attorney, is this is now passed? This does not have to come back to second reading? Did I hear you say that
That
earlier?
is correct,
correct.
because
Well,
it
it's
is a
contingent-
special exception and is not a rezoning.
But it's contingent on the
On
next one.
passing number
I understand, yep, I
Right.
understand.
Okay, so.
Okay, we'll take a,
break.
what's that?
Like 5 minutes?
Yeah, let's say 10 minutes. Come back and.
We'll see.
You guys ready? All right, we will call this meeting back to order. It is 12:09. We are on to our third public hearing. It is a resolution of the Town of Fort Myers Beach Town Council, a resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Town Council approving with conditions, or denying a variance application VAR 202-50047 for the property at 6425 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap number 34-46-24-W4-00046.0000 in Fort Myers Beach for a variance to decrease the number of required parking spaces from 115 to 33 parking spaces and a bicycle rack for a restaurant, cocktail bar, and entertainment area, providing for Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor Safford?
Same as the last hearing.
All right, Counselor Woodson?
Same as the last hearing.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Same as well.
Counselor King?
Also, same as well.
And mine is also the same as the previous hearing. Jason Utley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time that haven't already so been? None? Okay. And has the property applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup material from staff? They are nodding yes. Take it away, Mr. Utley.
Okay, as you'd mentioned, same property as we had discussed previously. So there were the four special exception items. This is the one variance reduction, as you'd mentioned, from 115 to 33 parking spaces. Staff did have some concerns with the number of parking spaces.
Mayor, I apologize if I may interrupt Jason. There has been reference made to the prior hearing. Could I ask if there's a motion to go ahead and incorporate the record from the prior hearing into this variance hearing?
So move.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by, I don't know who was first, but motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor Safford.
All
Any
in
further
favor?
discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, and I apologize, Jason, but this way, any reference you make to the prior hearing is all in the record for the variance.
Sounds great. We look to your guidance, absolutely, so no problem. So staff did have some concerns about the parking reduction that was provided in the staff report, which the staff had recommended denial. This item went before the LPA on June the 10th, 2025. At that hearing, the LPA voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the variance. So I'm available if you have any questions.
Counselor Safford, any questions for Jason?
Yeah, so I have a question. And we've been struggling with this parking issue for quite a number of years. The main concern is that, especially with a restaurant, our code, you always take the square footage of the entire building, whereas a lot of towns just take the restaurant area. So in other words, if you have a huge kitchen, you're actually penalized because you have to have more parking. Given that, I'm not saying to change the code or anything, but if our code was written to where it was just eating area, would your opinion be any different based on the reduction in parking?
I mean, I would have to know maybe what the area was, the square footage. It seems like when I was reading the materials, this is something that's been going on for a while, and it's been identified, as you'd mentioned, that maybe the code needs to be subject to your direction to staff.
Right.
Maybe this needs to be looked at, and there needs to be a rewrite in the code or some
I
type
mean,
of
I don't want to do it
analysis.
today, but I think
Yeah.
definitely in the future, we need to take a look at this, because we're an anomaly compared to most other towns, especially in Southwest Florida.
Well, I think to your point, Counselor Safford, and maybe it was before you were on council, we did have discussions with Jason and Sarah about this specific issue. And I think their guidance, if memory serves me correct, was to get through the comp plan
Yeah, that's fine,
first, and
that's
then move on
fine.
to the land development code,
So
but
that we don't need
I
to
think
get to
everybody's
it.
fully aware of the point.
Mhm.
Okay, all right, just want to
Yeah.
reiterate.
And I also think it's what Patrick, in his presentation, tried to show us too, of taking just the square footage of the meaningful restaurant areas and breaking it down as to what the parking would be.
Because that's where your patrons are going to be.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, Scott?
No, sir.
Counselor Woodson?
No, I'm good.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Not at this time.
Counselor Gain?
Nothing currently.
I don't have anything either at this point. Thanks, Jason. Patrick?
Good afternoon, for the record, Patrick Vaness. I'll jump right to the slide where we show the required parking and provided parking. Meanwhile, as town attorney, thank you for putting the previous presentation and hearing into the record. I would have asked for that, so I appreciate it. Yeah, right there. So, with regards to counting the gross square footage, Mr. Safford, you're correct. It's a bit of an anomaly. We also double count the space for the bar and the gross area, which is also an anomaly compared to most jurisdictions. So that's what we tried to do in looking at what the codes, strictly based on the codes, what the requirement would be, and then if we eliminated some of the non-restaurant use areas. We did calculate some of the kitchen area also in there, but we didn't calculate the entire square footage. So what we came up with, and we presented that to staff, and I think staff, we didn't get any pushback as to was that a reasonable methodology, a reasonable way to present it. I think staff kind of agreed that you're dealing with a huge theater and you're trying to retrofit it, you're gonna have a lot of unused space. So looking at it that way, we came up with a requirement of 115 parking spaces. And what we did is to mitigate for that is, you know, there's an acknowledgement that this is a walkable area. It's very close to a lot of residents, especially in season. You've got a lot of people on the south end in those condo buildings. So there is a lot of clientele right there that can walk and bike. There's also a bus stop right in front of the property. And then we said, yes, we need some parking. We're asking for a 32% decrease from that 115. We think that is, again, fair and consistent with other districts in the town. And we are also providing some bike space and some golf cart parking spaces. And we are implementing the valet parking, which I think is going to alleviate a lot of the concerns. We did hear about making sure that stacking is not an issue. I think we've got 2 parking areas that we can configure it where it makes sense, where maybe everybody goes to the Dolphin Inn parking and goes in there, the valet's there, or perhaps there's a circular pattern in that existing parking lot where people drop it off, but there's enough space for queuing, and then the valet folks park it in the right area. So I think the valet will alleviate those concerns. And just for comparison's sake, the number of seats in the theater versus the number of seats, and I know we don't count it by seats, but it's roughly the same, at 260 some seats for the restaurant and for the theater. And right now, we are exceeding what the theater had. Theater had 65 parking spaces, and with this Dolphin Inn valet parking, we're gonna have 78 parking spaces. So with that said, I think we've addressed the parking issue and mitigated for it. And I think we wanna, again, promote walkability and alternative modes on the island. So with that said, if you've got any questions, happy to answer those.
I've got one question. would there be some consideration for, just like we've initiated downtown, could we get 1 or 2 spots for DoorDash, Uber Eats, an Uber place to pick up, so it's no confusion as to where, if somebody's ride sharing, they have a designated spot, or if they're doing DoorDash pickup. That seems to create a lot of, where do I park, where do I go?
Yeah, I would assume that any kind of DoorDash or delivery service would be worked out with the valet parking attendant. So,
What about a spot for just if somebody, doesn't want to drive, just they just take an Uber or whatever, or one of the golf cart taxi services, could we?
yeah, I think we could do a dedicated delivery parking stall, pickup parking stall.
Yeah, great.
Council Woodson, questions for Patrick?
No, I'm covered. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
No question.
Counselor King?
No, nothing.
I do have some. My concern, as I said, is with the stacking. I agree with Counselor Safford when it comes to how the calculations are, but you are asking for a significant increase in what was used there before and a decrease. I would really like to see, much like they do down in Bonita, they have whenever they're open, they have valet service. And it really, if you watch them do what they do, yes, they do get some stacking at peak hours but they have a much smaller area than you do. They don't have an off-site area, but they really pack them in there. But because they have that, you never know when you're gonna be busy and when you're not gonna be busy. I would really like to see you have the valet all the time. Right now, it's kind of, we'll decide when we think it's necessary or not. I'd prefer to see you have it all the time. I think with the reduction in parking, and I think the business that you're probably gonna do there, being able to control the traffic flow so that they're not backing up on Estero Boulevard, bringing them in. Like you said, you could park them in the center, maybe make it so they can turn around, just come in, and you could stack them up and have your valet run them out and park them down the street. I think would help alleviate a lot of that, both for the stacking and the safety of the, cars coming down that road are usually moving pretty quickly, and we've seen people try to use the center lane for passing, and I would really like to see you consider adding the valet parking as a I don't know if it would be a condition or something, but that it's there, that when you're open, it's open.
Yeah, I think the intent, from the get-go, we would have valet available. I think when they open up, they'll probably have valet there every day, and they're gonna get a feel as to what the needs are. So I think, again, it's more of an expense and trying to help our local businesses in not having extra expenses if not needed. So I think the idea would be to provide enough flexibility where, obviously, if the restaurants are highly successful and they need those every day, I think they have full intent of having those every day. But, on a Monday or Tuesday off-season, I think the feeling is between the existing parking on site and the Dolphin Inn property, there's gonna be ample parking and wouldn't warrant the extra expense of having the valet there. So I think they can commit, and I think the intent is day one when they're open, and when a restaurant opens, we all know people flock to it, would be having valet there. But when they get to the point where they're off-season, it's not justified, it's not warranted, it's an extra expense. I think they'd like the flexibility of not having valet if that's the case.
And I'm certainly sympathetic to what you're trying to say and the cost of doing business, and I get all of that, but you're also asking for a neighborhood to buy into what you're doing for something that they didn't have before. And I think if a small concession, although it may be a little bit of a cost to the business, you're asking to take what was a movie theater and turn it into a probably highly trafficked area, both by foot, bike, and people will be coming there. If it's a good steakhouse, they're gonna be coming by car like they did for Charlie's. You don't have you don't have the ability like Charlie's did to park them there on that same site. But even at Charlie's, what you notice, people would drive around, they'd go back on, and they're waiting for a parking spot, and they'll just continue to circle around and go back on. I think having valet would eliminate that and potentially add some safety value to the neighbors, knowing that they're not gonna have cars driven uselessly for people driving around and it would help prevent some of that stacking. So I'd really like to see you reconsider that. Yes, I understand, I'm sympathetic to the cost,
Is
but.
there a, maybe, do you have a suggestion as to maybe how we can create a condition where if it's not needed, they don't have to provide it? Again, I'm
Yeah.
thinking Monday, Tuesday, off-season, when a lot of our restaurants, on their own, decide to close at 9:30. Because the business isn't there, they send staff home, they close early.
Sure.
Again, if you've got staff, wait staff there that you're paying, and you've got a valet service that you have to pay, that's just an additional cost that if, by all means, in season when we're busy, I get it. But I don't wanna create a hindrance or a challenge to business off-season when they're trying to get off and trying to be
Well,
successful.
and I understand, and I'm not certainly, to your point, it could be pouring rain all day, and there's no
Yeah.
need to have two valet people or even one valet person sitting around because your parking lot's sitting empty.
Yeah.
I totally understand that, and that would be up to you. I mean, if the parking lot's empty, I guess, if there's a way that we can find a compromise on this, as opposed to right now, it's open-ended, it's, you get to decide. You could decide, we're not gonna have it on Friday and Saturday because it's too busy, it's too expensive for us, we don't wanna do it, it's a waste of money, whatever. Right now, it's kind of in your hands as to when do you wanna do it or you don't wanna do it. And I'd hate to have complaints come in, and now we have to go back to the previous hearing that we had, and you've got violation issues because you're backing up traffic on Estero Boulevard, or they're parking on the sidewalks, or, to me, it could be a very easy thing to help eliminate some of the neighbors' concerns, and I certainly don't wanna speak for the neighbors, but at least from the ones that I've spoken to, in just walking around and talking and having their input, safety is a concern for theirs, and especially when it comes to stacking and cars driving up and down their streets looking for places to park or turning around in their driveways, and to me, it would be I don't know how much valet people make, but I know they probably work off of tips a lot, so, from what we've seen down at Jack's, Coconut Jack's, those guys hustle, and they don't have an issue with keeping them employed, so if you have a good product, the money for those employees shouldn't be an issue. And again, I go back to, you're asking the community in that neighborhood to make a sacrifice with music and outdoor entertainment and things that weren't there before. So I think it would be something, if you want to talk to that I would like to really see that as something added into this to help alleviate some of that.
I'd like to hear comments from others. I think if you have a suggestion as to how we can address both concerns, I understand the mayor's concern. I think making it a condition of approval puts an undue burden on the business. And again, this unknown and this risk that they're taking and this significant investment, you know, I think we all understand the community wants this use. It's, yes, there are potential impacts for many businesses, but this is something that is desired on the island, and we want our business owners to be successful. So not watering down your concern, but just more of how can we condition it? And I think I'd like to hear from others if there's
Sure.
a way to condition it. Maybe we say in season versus off season. Something like that might work. I'll talk to my client, but I think I'd be open and valet in season for sure, and off season as needed. If that works for you guys, I think I'm getting a nod from our client.
Well, I think that's fair to hear from the other, that's just a concern that I had, so, Counselor King, any thoughts or comments on what Patrick and I have just been discussing?
I understand both sides of the argument. I guess I'd be willing more to lean towards more in season, for the valet.
Okay, Vice Mayor Hope?
I think that's a fair compromise. I think in season, should be encouraged, and out of season, I mean, look at just July and August has been very grim, and obviously things are gonna get better on the south end, but I think the in-season compromise seems like a fair one.
Okay, Counselor Woodson?
Yeah, I mean, I look at it as a business operation issue, and it definitely behooves the business to have valet parking so that people can get there and they can park and they can enjoy their dinner and that type of thing. So, I mean, I could definitely go along with the in-season versus full season or out-of-season kind of thing. But I do think it's a business operations issue.
Counselor Safford?
Yeah, seasons and holidays.
Okay. So how do you want to, I'm open to compromise. How would you want to potentially describe what is season, what's not?
Ken's got that for us.
I have a suggestion, but I don't know that you will be happy with it.
I'd like to hear your suggestion.
My suggestion would be to coincide with turtle season.
Okay.
That's kind of daylight savings time type of area, you know, it's,
But that's all
it's
summer
what, November
too.
1st through May? I mean, it's,
So,
it's a defined date every year, it's not, but I'm open to suggestions, that was the first thing that just popped into my head.
no problem. I'll read you what we drafted, and we'll take it from there. So at a minimum, we'll, so this would go at the end of the existing sentence. At a minimum, will be provided during season, November to April, and Thursday to Sunday from 5 PM to close.
So April, how about instead of April through Easter? Because that's usually when our, usually after Easter,
That works?
which is usually coincides.
Yeah.
with-
Right, because it can be March, it can be
It
April.
could be end of, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it could move around. And then what was the second half? I'm sorry.
Thursday to Sunday, so not during the first days of the week, and from 5 PM to close. So that would be a guarantee, that would be the minimum that would need to be provided.
But if I'm hearing that you're saying that those would be, the hours would be during season, or would it
So it would
be,
be during season,
okay?
Thursday to Sundays, 5 PM to close. That would be the minimum provided. So you would be mandated during that time frame to have valet.
So is the upstairs restaurant open for lunch as well, or is that just dinner service upstairs and the downstairs is lunch and dinner? Both gonna be open for lunch? Okay.
Which would lead me to not agree with what you just said. I think if you want to keep it clean and simple during season, if you're going to have two places open for lunch, not everybody's going to want to sit downstairs, especially if it's raining. They're going to want to go upstairs. Some will sit downstairs, depending on heat, bugs, all the other things. You've got essentially two restaurants that you're going to be running from the time you open till the time you close. I would feel comfortable if you provide, during hours of operation, that you're providing the ability for valet during season, based on what you said, through November 1st through Easter.
I'd like-
Obviously, there's gonna be discretion there. We're all adults, we all understand. It's pouring rain all day and nobody's coming. You have the ability then to cut staff
Yeah.
at your discretion, but you're offering the ability to have that service while you're open during season.
Yeah. I think, the one thing I'd like to reiterate is they are taking whole other property that they're encumbering right now. And instead of putting a project on that property, they're putting parking. So again, big investment, big risk on their part. And we're talking about a 32% reduction. So we're not talking about, we've seen other projects where they came in and asked for a 70, 80% reduction. That's not what we're asking for. We're asking for a 32% reduction. We actually are hoping that a lot of times that's sufficient parking to let people park without an attendant. So I think what we're saying here is it's a commitment to what the minimum would be. And then, obviously, if they're busy, they would have valet every day. And that's what we're hoping, that they're so successful that, as Counselor Woodson said, it would behoove them to have valet there and take care of that business. So, again, I think I'd like to hear from others. I think this is a good compromise, and like to see where everybody stands.
Sure. And I'll do the same thing we did before, but, again, I go back to, you know, we're looking out for the residents that live around there too, who have reached out to us and shared concerns with parking being an issue. I think that they understand the way parking's calculated doesn't make a lot of sense. I think we can all agree on that. However, you're still asking for a reduction, and I try to look at what's going to happen there. I think you'll probably be very successful there, and you're gonna do it, and this won't even matter. But what I'm trying to prevent is the stacking, and people, I know you had mentioned earlier that they're gonna go to Dolphin Inn, and maybe we direct them there. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna pull into the parking lot that's closest to where they wanna go, and if there's no place to park, they're gonna drive around until they find one, or they're gonna see someone who's trying to load up their car, and they're gonna sit there and wait for them to back out, which is gonna cause people to back up. Having valet during season eliminates that, because you control where people park. They pull up, they get out, now you're in control of creating that traffic flow versus someone that's just driving around trying to, or they're stopping, talking to their buddies, or so that's where I'm at. But to your point, I will be happy to listen to what other council members feel. That's where my stance is on it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just a point of clarification, when during this period where a valet service is required to be offered, are the customers all required to use the valet service? In other words, is that optional, or does the customer have to use the valet
I would
service?
think that they would have to use it. I think that defeats the purpose if it's an optional thing.
I'm just, because some restaurants, it's optional to use. the
Sure,
valet.
but usually when they have enough parking,
Yeah,
it's an
I'm just trying to
optional thing,
understand
yeah.
what you're saying, yep.
I agree, you kind of have to make it mandatory if they're going to be there, if the
Okay.
attendants are going to be there.
I'm just trying to understand what we're talking about. Yeah.
And again, I'm not trying to dictate if you charge for valet, that's up to you. If you don't charge for it, that's up to you. That's a business decision, but I'm just trying to look at it from a neighborhood decision and a safety aspect, so. Counselor Safford?
You would call me first.
Try to.
I think at a minimum during, I get the 2 to 5 dead period, but I think you should have complimentary valet service for lunch and for dinner during season.
Counselor Woodson?
So you said at dinner during season?
No, it's
Yeah.
lunch and dinner.
Oh, lunch and dinner, okay.
I mean, if you decide not to have the upstairs open, I get that. I mean, I'm kind of looking at what's the traffic flow at Junkanoo and Fresh Catch right now. It's not very busy during lunch, but, during dinners, that parking lot's hard to get into. I'm kind of using them as a model. But off-season, I don't see the need to make them have a valet parking.
No, I'm totally open to that. Again, hopefully they're so busy, their steaks are so good that they need to have it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still comfortable going with it as a business decision, for sure for dinner, 5 to 9 or whatever it may be, and then optional based on how busy you are for lunch.
Vice Mayor Adderhall?
Yeah, I'm wrestling with this in terms of getting in and micromanaging the business here, but at the same time, I'm also thinking about, obviously, the neighborhood, but I'm also thinking about Estero Boulevard, and Estero Boulevard in that area doesn't necessarily back up that far, although it has, unfortunately, but not very often. But I would think you wouldn't want a situation with like Jack's, and you'd want to avoid any traffic issues during rush hour, which would be that dinner time hour. And you wouldn't want to create additional traffic challenges during that time. But the lunch hour, Estero moves very nicely, and it just seems like, and again, I hope you're very successful, and this is not a problem, but at this point, it seems premature to require lunch. I just, my God, I don't know, but yeah, I'm comfortable with your language.
Okay, Counselor King?
I think I'm in agreement with what Councilor Woodson shared.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Patrick.
Thank
Can you restate what, because it sounded like the majority of them were in favor of what you said?
At a minimum, will be provided during season. We had November to April, but that would be changed to Easter as a bookmark. And Thursday to Sunday from 5 p.m. to close.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Public comment?
Madden's again, if
Okay.
you wish to speak.
Which Madden would like to go first?
John Madden, 181 Egret Street. And I'll go with, I don't really want to speak again, but I will say, you know, I have some reservations about their approach. Yes, they have business decisions to make. And they've been asked to engage with the community, which they haven't done. Previously, they've said, oh, you've got to trust them a little bit. Well, we did, and we observed them doing unpermitted work previously. So they kind of burned trust a little bit. They inadvertently removed mangroves. Well, you know, when you have it done, it's not that inadvertent, it's intentional. Maybe they meant we inadvertently didn't have our permits in time, but again, that sort of burns trust. So now they're saying, oh, you know, we'll do the right thing. We'll provide parking. We'll provide valet parking when we feel it's necessary. But their trust is worn out with me. I have no confidence that they will deliver on anything that they've said. And I hear them constantly referred to as a steakhouse and a restaurant. But part of it's that bar environment too. Bars do draw customers. Bars do draw traffic. It's not just this sit-down restaurant stuff. And so I think to say, oh, just in season, okay, in season is the busy time. I'm fully there, I get it. Because I don't come here much in the off season either. But just in the evening, there's still no passing on Estero. There's nowhere to go if that line builds up. So if they don't feel it's important enough to manage their customer flow, you know, that's unfortunate for all of us, but it's the community that gets to pay the price, not them. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Christine Madden, 181 Egret. I guess I would say, initially I thought that the valet parking was a great idea, but then I started to think about how exactly does that work. And so if it does back up onto Estero, I think it causes real concern where we've created an area where we want people to be walking. If traffic is backing up on either one of those parking lots to get into at where the movie theater is or across at the Dolphin Inn, it has the potential to be cutting off the end of our street, the end of Curlow Street, and totally taking out those sight lines. So I think it becomes a really dangerous thing. And I know one of the things that they, in their initial proposal, was that this is a walkable space, but, and I don't remember the specific number in the comp plan, but it also says that it's walkable and a safe environment. And so how, if, I'm just listening to and trying to figure out if they're doing valet at both places, then is it just exclusive to those lots? Are things being shuffled across, or do we have a constant stream going back out onto Estero through Egret and back over again? So those are the types of things that are still concerning me with it. I would say that the movie theater at 166 or 266 seats came out to be about 4 seats per parking space. Charlie's was 247, and they roughly came out to 4 spaces for parking seats that they have. Another concern I have is that both the Gulfview and the Dolphin Inn are both up actively for sale, so I'm not exactly sure how permanent of an answer this is. While I appreciate the idea of like the Wyndham, I really don't think people are gonna park way down there and walk back. So I think in my mind there are some things that still really need to be resolved along the lines of safety and protecting the neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Rebuttal?
Yes. For the record, Pavanas. I would like to address some of the comments that were made. First one is with regards to trust and the permitting issue. We did discussed it at the LPA, and I've also read comments online where I think if people understood the permitting process, and I think you guys as council members do understand that there are multiple layers of permitting, and certain things are taken care by the state. So you go to DEP, Water Management District, you get an approval, and certain things are also taken care at a local level. So when it came to some of the clearing they did in the mangrove issue, they had obtained their DEP permit. The owners didn't fully understand that they also needed a local permit. So they had a DEP permit in hand. It was a mistake. They corrected that mistake. They obtained local permits and went through that approval process. And I think if they had to redo it all over again, they would not make that mistake a second time. It was inadvertent. It was a mistake. The other issue is when it comes to
Can you help me with that, because this has come up at the MRF meetings.
Mhm.
There was a fine levied, wasn't there?
I don't know the
Regarding mangroves?
details of what.
And I don't know that that was from the town.
You know the details of? I don't know the details. Client saying he doesn't know the details.
Well,
But my understanding is, in talking with some of the ownership, the confusion was between DEP approval and town approval. My understanding.
my understanding, and I'm sorry, I'm not clear, I wish Chad was here, he would know
Mhm.
specifically, but there was a punitive fine put on there, and it wasn't from the town, I believe.
Okay.
I think it was a state.
I'll check with my client. And if I'm wrong, I stand corrected. That was my understanding. The other issue is, folks, I've been here for over 20 years. I remember when the theater was packed. There was never a backing up issue on Estero.
But Patrick,
And I know we like to compare it to Jack's, but those
Well,
are apples and
but-
oranges.
but the theater had parking underneath it. You're taking that away and creating another use down there and another bar down there.
Understood.
And so you're trying to compare apples and oranges here.
But
You're
we're gonna have
taking away
more-
half the
We're gonna have
parking.
more parking, and we're gonna have a separate lot that's gonna be easier access. It won't be under a building where you have to maneuver columns. So, again, I think we're looking at a worst-case scenario of Jack's down in Benita, where they need some stacking, they need some kind of a turn lane. And we're trying to apply it to Beach Theater again. I've been here for more than 20 years, okay? I remember when it was packed. When I would finish work, my wife would get there early so she could get one of the back tables. And I never encountered a stacking issue going to the theater. So while I understand the concern, I think we've got both space on the property, on the Beach Theater property, and on the Dolphin Inn property, we have space for cars to enter the lot and have stacking on the lot.
So I have a question on clarification. So is there going to be valet parking at both Beach Theater and Dolphin Inn, or?
I think there would be valet parking at one spot. I don't know where they would put it.
That's what I was gonna
Yeah,
ask.
I think you enter into contract with a valet company.
Mhm.
They know the best way to do it. And either lot where you go to where the attendant is and the other one's closed to the public. People can't just enter it.
Right, so if the valet is not on duty, then it could be that there's signage at Dolphin Inn or wherever else, overflow parking for Boardwalk Grill, or whatever the name becomes, or whatever it may be, so that people can just pull in there when there's no valet parking.
Yes. That's it. Thank you.
Well, before you go though, I mean, I think to the public comment, raises value, you know, the properties that you have put up here as current parking spots are for sale, and they get sold and you have to find another. There's a lot of what-ifs here, and I'm just trying to provide a little bit of stability to those that live in the neighborhood that understand that no matter what happens, you're gonna be in control of it, especially during the height of the season. You're gonna be in control of where those cars go. You're gonna make sure they're not ending up down the side streets parked in front of the signs, whether they can read or they don't read, or choose to ignore it. You are gonna be able to control that, which would, I think, give some comfort to those that live around there. But to me, there's a lot of what ifs. I mean, what if both those properties sell tomorrow before you even start developing the property? I mean, what if you can't get it to work down at the Wyndham property? I mean, there's a lot of what ifs. There's not a lot of certainties in what you're asking for. Currently, yes, it's 32%, but that may not be the case a year from now.
But the conditions are there, and they're solid. And the condition also says that should Dolphin Inn be sold, they have to find a replacement agreement and work with staff and make sure staff is supportive. So there is a condition in there, and there will continue to be a condition.
Okay, I think we've made our points, so listen.
Understand?
Looks like he's got, before we continue to move on.
With that said, we'll close our presentation.
Okay.
We have a full packet that has been provided to staff, reviewed by staff, and is in your hands. We obtained unanimous recommendation of approval from the LPA, and our packet fully goes through justifications and how we are consistent with the evaluation criteria. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Patrick.
May I ask Mr. Vanessa a question very quickly?
Sure.
So we've been made aware that there's some outstanding fines, or I don't know if it's fines or application fees, I don't know. Are you guys agreeable to paying whatever, I think it's roughly $300?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll make sure that that's all taken care of before.
I think it may have been a advertising fee or something like that.
I'm not certain, but it's nominal. But we
Okay.
might as well get their commitment to
Okay.
go ahead and pony it up.
Thank you.
All right. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion or a motion? Councilor Stafford, any discussion?
So, what have we agreed on as far as the parking? What, the in-season dinner time?
I believe that was their
Valet.
proposal, from 5 to 9, or 5 to close, if I'm not mistaken,
Up close, okay.
during season, or, well, from November 1st through
Easter,
Easter.
okay.
Could I get clarification on what Easter, the date is, because apparently it changes,
It does.
and,
Which is why we said Easter and not just April or March or
but,
time before the end of April.
No, it's,
It doesn't go into May.
They're nodding their head as though they're okay with,
Yeah, it doesn't
So
go into the
end
April
of
November
30th.
1st?
through April 30th. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay,
does that clarify it a little more for you?
it does, thank
Okay.
you.
What else you got, Scott?
that's it.
Okay. Counselor Woodson, you have any discussion?
I have no discussion.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Nothing additional.
Okay. Counselor King?
Good.
All right. Well, I'll entertain a motion from someone that would like to move this along. Crickets.
I will move approval of Resolution 25-240.
Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Further discussion? Well, I'm certainly excited for you guys. It sounds like you're gonna move forward. I'm not gonna support this variance. Simply, I think, I'm hoping you'll do the right thing when it comes to valet. And again, I hope everybody can work together. But I think you had an opportunity here to gain a little bit more support in the community by offering something that's fairly minimal in the scale of what you're trying to do. I hope I'm completely wrong and have to eat crow and say that stacking doesn't happen and people aren't parking on the side of the streets and it doesn't become a safety risk, but I'm not confident that's gonna happen. So I won't support this at this time, but it sounds like you're going to have enough people to move it along. Okay, Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
and Counselor King.
I'm just gonna throw Oscars out there as a name.
Oscars. Oscars.
Academy Awards, Oscars,
Oh, okay.
but as long as we're going with the movie, and I'll go aye.
All right, and I'm no. The motion carries 4-1. Thanks. All right, our final public hearing is, let me go to it. This is a legislative agenda item. That is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-08. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Land Development Code Section 34-236. Notices for reposted public notice, noticing prior to local planning agency and town council hearing, amending the manner of obtaining information by contacting town staff and the use of layman's language in required notices, providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and providing for an effective date. Nancy?
So this is a legislative proposed change to your land development code regarding noticing. And it actually came to you for 2 first readings. The first reading that you had, the title was a little less specific. So we brought it back to you before the break to enhance the title of the ordinance to show all the various changes that had been made to it. So this is now the second reading. There was no opposition to the first reading. So I think from a policy perspective, you've probably already reviewed this item. And I would look to planning, one of the Jasons, to go into some further detail if they like on the proposed changes. This is something that Judith had been handling, and I guess they're not coming forward.
Jason, do you have anything that you want to add on the changes from the first reading? No?
I can go, if there's questions, I mean, I can go quickly. If you look on page 282 of your packet, we've added, under the requirement for notices, we've put in a notice requirement for development agreements for consistency.
Yep.
We've changed quasi judicial to talk about administrative appeals. As far as the public availability, the application can be available by contacting town staff. The methods of providing notice, this is where we've added the requirement to use a layman's language. So rather than using language such as multifamily dwelling, to go ahead and say apartment building to make it more clear. The requirement for the mailed notice is now on the agent or the applicant, providing that notice, taking that burden off of staff. Single-family homes and 2-family home variances, again, there's a little bit of a change there. Also in the posted notice. The bottom line is this will allow staff to be more efficient and shifting that burden over to the applicants to provide staff with proof of notice that they've complied.
No one here that I see would like to, unless Joe's got something to say? No? Okay. Then I will close public comment, and I will
Mayor,
now-
I'll move ordinance
Oh,
25-0.
hold on, I gotta go through my,
Oh, Mayor.
make sure we're all on the up and up here.
All right, sorry.
I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny reasons, or continues to a time certain. Counselor King?
I would like to make a motion to approve ordinance 25-08, noticing.
Okay, got a motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries 5-0. Next is our administrative agenda. The first is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, adopting the tentative operating ad valorem millage rate of 1.2.
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to start before Joe,
Okay.
our finance director, comes up. He's got a presentation to take you through on this, and I just want to also point out that Today is, what we're proposing is to set a tentative millage rate not to exceed limit. We're required by statute to establish that no later than end of day today and notify, and then make notifications as such. The vote for actual decision to either increase or not increase the millage rate won't occur until September after the budget hearings. Just wanted to clarify that. Joe?
At 2 meetings that will be at 5:01.
Yeah, 2 public meetings, which will start at 5 PM, both times. 5:01.
5:01.
Thank you for that correction,
Yeah,
5:01.
If I may, that is the second part of today's resolution. Have we confirmed the location of those 2 meetings?
As-
Okay,
Yeah.
so prior to your vote on this resolution, we do need to confirm, as you know, our modulars are gone, right, from our Oak Street, from Bay Oaks. And we haven't quite completed our new town hall, so we may end up being back here for our budget hearings. But we do need to decide the location and announce that to the public today.
Understood, we will.
Okay.
We're working to confirm if we can use this location again for those. I don't want to take the chance of setting it for the new town hall and unfortunately not being able to do it there, hold the meetings there just in case. So we're going to try to confirm we can use this facility again, which we will.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Joe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Joe Onzig, Finance Director, once again. I would first of all like to thank Cassandra Penner for preparing the presentation. She's done an excellent job from what I understand and from what I can see in preparing the budget for you this far. So it's been very good work. I'm very pleased to have her on board with us. So this is just to reiterate what the town manager has said, and that's the purpose of what this resolution is. It's to set the not to exceed millage rate, and this is per Florida statute. Taxing authorities are required to set a proposed millage rate and provide notification to the property appraiser's office within 35 days of certification of value. That date then is today, August 4th, 2025. This rate, again, is simply a not to exceed rate with a final rate to be established at the public hearings that will be held in September. And then there's also a budget workshop, I understand, that's been scheduled for the M&P meeting, so there'll be more opportunity to discuss the budget in detail then, as well as any other discussions that we can have between now and the public hearings. This is just to give you a brief glimpse of what the general fund budget is in just very basic form. So we have the ad valorem revenue that is increasing by $670,000 based on just the increase of the appraised property tax value, taxable value itself. So this is without any increase in the millage rate. So it is the property tax itself, the revenue, will increase $670,000. There is non-ad valorem revenue increases as well. This would be such things as parking revenue, et cetera. That increases $617,000. The bridge loan amount, I think it's different than what was described in the resolution blue sheet. Since I've come back and we've taken a closer look at that, it's become evident that the amount that we're allowed to use for the bridge loan is the $1.4 million. And that's the result of taking a careful measurement between the budgeted revenues of 2026 and comparing against FY22 actual, which was like our pre-Ian revenue level. So because it's only 1.4 million, we have almost 1.5 million less of the bridge loan that we can use this year. There's also, last year one slight difference is we had $50,000 that we were using to purchase vehicles that was carried forward from the prior year. This year we don't have that situation, so we don't have that carry forward of the 50,000, but we also don't have the expense of the 50,000. Similarly, the Estero landscape maintenance funding, we had carried forward the full amount that was available from the grant from Lee County last year. Very little of it, from what I understand, has been spent this year, so we're carrying forward the same amount next year. And then the actual amount that we can spend next year will be reduced by whatever amount was spent this year. But for budgeting purposes, to start with, we're just using the same amount. Expenses, excluding the transfer to the emergency reserve, have increased by 881,000 over last year, and then we're also increasing the transfer to the emergency reserve by 65,000. So that results in a budget gap or deficit of almost $1.2 million.
So Joe, could we go
Yes.
back to that first slide?
Sure.
And I ask these questions just to help illuminate what we're wrestling with here, because what's being proposed, and I know it's just the cap, is a 26% increase in our millage rate. Do you agree with that percentage amount?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so just for folks who might be watching, the ad valorem revenue is up. We're gonna get an additional $670,000 more than we got last year.
Yes.
From the county back to us, from our taxpayers. The non-ad valorem revenue is up $617,000.
Yes.
That's more money than we got last year from non-ad valorem revenue. And we're utilizing an additional 1.482 million from our bridge loan. Is that correct? Is that what that 1,411,000, we're utilizing that bridge load to meet expenses? Is that right?
Yes, but that's not an increase over last year's usage, but it is an additional amount we're drawing down
So
from the
it's-
bridge
So
loan.
basically, what you're saying, and I don't want to put words in your
Yeah.
mouth, so even though our assessed value has gone up and that results in 670,000 additional dollars coming to the town, additional parking of and et cetera, of 617,000, we're still short in terms of our revenue stream, 1,482,000 plus some other variables. Is that right? So we've been even though the revenue is increasing, we're still operating in a deficit.
Yes, and maybe what might help explain this is the more our revenue increases, the less of the bridge loan that we can use. Because and that's almost, it's like the blessing and the curse of the bridge loan. It's making up the difference between our current revenues, our budgeted revenues, and what we were at but what that's also ending up doing to us is that it is actually freezing our revenue at pre-Ian levels. But our expenses in the meantime are increasing as they normally would.
So even though our revenue is increasing relatively dramatically, we're still in a deficit spend overall. Is that correct? Which is why we have to utilize the bridge loan, which was what we did last year. So last year, we were deficit spending as well, correct?
Yes.
And then obviously the first year after the storm, we were deficit spending because our revenue pretty much dried up that first year, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So so is your goal as the finance director to get us to a point where, A, we're no longer operating in a deficit, and I assume the recovery of Fort Myers Beach will help take care of that naturally, but B, also you're going to eventually have to repay this bridge loan, correct?
That's correct.
And then last year you were able to figure out a way to even build up our reserves, even though we were in a deficit spend. How did you do that, just to remind us?
Okay. What we were able to put into the reserve was our savings from previous years. So that's what we were able to then move into the emergency reserve. I believe it was a total of $4 million that we were able to do that. Plus, we also contributed, I think it was $435,000, I believe. Yes, $435,000 from the general fund as part of the budget into the emergency fund to try to keep up with what we might be spending each year.
So even as we were replenishing the emergency fund, the reserve fund, we were still in a deficit spend.
Yes, in comparison to pre-Ian levels and what the bridge loan allowed us to use, that's true.
So just for context, the fiscal year '26 ad valorem revenue, now that we have an additional 670,000, is it fair to say that even with the additional 670,000, it's less than what we had prior to Ian?
Well, actually, on the ad valorem revenue line item, that at this point, with that $670,000 increase,
Back to even?
it's about $70,000 above where we were.
So basically even.
Basically even, yes, sir.
And on the non-ad valorem revenue, are we still in a deficit there, or are we back to even there as well?
No, that's what that almost $1.5 million use of the, let's see, I'm not looking at this correctly. Well, over in the FY '26 column, the $1.4 million use of the bridge loan indicates how far short we are in comparison to pre-Ian levels.
That's interesting, because I thought I heard somebody from the town staff say the other day that parking revenues are actually up because we're running our parking better than we ever have. So what is it in the non-ad valorem revenue that's still down post-Ian?
Oh my goodness, I don't
Just
have
just
that.
off the top
But I
of
mean,
your
it's
head, yeah.
it's almost all of the other revenues.
What are those big items that we're still in a significant
Like the
deficit?
half-cent sales tax, we have communication taxes, we have franchise taxes, fees, we've got code enforcement revenues coming in. Boy, I'm sorry.
But it's obviously, even though parking's a big part of our revenue,
Yes.
and we're good on parking, these other ad valorem revenue pieces are significant enough where we're still at a $1.4 million deficit?
Yes, sir.
What's the answer to remedy to that? It's just, will time take care of that, or what's the longer term goal to remedy that, just off the top of your head?
Well, off the top of my head, I would think time would obviously, as the beach builds back, and the revenues would also start increasing and come back to where they were. But I don't know how much time. But in the meantime, though, if ad valorem property taxes continue to increase at a good pace, they may start helping to replace some of that other lost revenue and help us get back to where we were.
Because one would think, Joe, on the ad valorem side,
Mhm.
we would have a dynamic where, notes here. On the ad valorem revenue side, we're basically even as to where we were before Ian. And now with the home inventory being rebuilt, bigger, and with all the turnover, a lot of the folks have lost their homestead. So these are new owners with no homestead or fresh homestead assessments. So the home dynamic is gonna really explode in a good way in terms of revenue for the town and hopefully for the island overall. And then we've got a list of businesses, if you will, new businesses that'll be either being built or coming back, the Pink Shell, Boutique Hotel, the rebuilding of the 7-Eleven stores, the Arches project at Moss Marine, Lighthouse Hotel renovation and expansion, potentially La Ola, Salty Crab, the Whale, the Beach Bar, the Cottage, Hoosiers in Paradise, they're rebuilding their building, Myerside, EBIA, a new condo building, Neptune, Seagate, Sandy Bottoms, Beach Theater, soon potentially the Outrigger and maybe the Wyndham at some point. These will all obviously help on the commercial side, and when the residential side is obviously booming. So there is hope, right? So is your goal then to basically grow our way out of this hole here? Or are there policy shifts that, in addition to a millage rate, that could help us get there?
Boy, those are very good questions. Being my second day back, I guess I haven't had a lot of time to consider all of that. I mean, basically I was focused on this, but I mean, everything you mentioned, I think is very positive outlook in terms of growth in ad valorem tax and probably like our sales tax, our share of sales tax and those types of things. So that will certainly help us. Parking revenue should continue to increase. So I'm thinking, you know, things will naturally improve. And also any fee increases that we were to implement, I mean, that'll certainly help reduce the amount of bridge loan that we would need to tap into right now. But as we move forward, then that would also then increase our revenues if any fee increases were appropriate.
I don't want to belabor this, but I am a little just additionally curious, since the two largest sources of revenue, which is the ad valorem revenue and parking out of the non-ad valorem revenue are increased. Can you give me just one example of the non-ad valorem revenue that's lagging so significantly that we have a $1.4 million bridge loan? Because that seems awfully big.
I don't have it at my fingertips,
that's
but
okay.
I will certainly send you something. We can publish something that
Just
shows.
trying to have the public
We
understand.
do have a line item by line item
Yeah,
comparison.
obviously, we're reeling still from Ian, but how is it that we're reeling, and how do we get out of it?
Right.
Well, you think about that.
I have the calculation. I mean, what comes up to the 1.4?
I'm not interested in numbers specifically, just more conceptually. You
Well,
know,
it would give you the line, every single line item,
Okay.
revenue line item, and the delta, the difference between FY '22.
But obviously, it's an aggregate number of items that
Yes,
create this big
yes.
number. It's not just one or two.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking we would get into all the detail here, so I wasn't
Well, we
prepared
have
for
to though,
that.
because, you know, let me give you the reason why we have to get into this, is that I just saw on Fox 4, they interviewed somebody on the island, and they, about the 26% tax increase that Fort Myers Beach, property tax increase that Fort Myers Beach is going to, you know, sock you with. And the quote from the resident was, "I'm on Social Security, I have a part-time job, then I have to pay my property taxes, and a 26% increase is just a brutal blow," said one of our residents. And if I could, I don't mean to filibuster, but I have to say this, because I don't think we say it enough, is that we have a lot of challenges post-Ian that we're working to address, and for the first 3 years, we gave our residents a lot of grace, and understandably so, but at some point, we've got to get our fiscal house in order. But I think it's so important to provide, not to minimize this conversation, but to provide some context. When this woman was interviewed, the context, I don't think, was provided to her, that when one gets their property tax bill, Joe, this is all off the top of your head. We don't have to get into granular numbers, but it's such an important concept. When somebody gets their property tax bill, I got mine last year, it was $6,874. So my property tax bill under this proposal, worst-case scenario, going up 26%, it's not 26% of 6,874.
No.
It's 26% of 6% of my property tax budget. Is that fair?
That's true.
6 or 7%. So when I get my property tax bill, and I know a lot of people know this, but there are a lot of people who don't, particularly when they're just sort of counting on some of our friends in the media to explain it. They think that all of a sudden we're going to get a 26% tax on our property tax bill. And our property tax bill is significant in the aggregate. But when I look at my property tax bill from last year, I'm paying out of my $6,874, I'm paying $1,887 to Lee County. I'm paying $3,071 to the Lee County school system. I won't make any comments about the beach school. I'm paying $496 for the town of Fort Myers Beach. I'm paying $1,404 for the fire department. And then there's about 8 other items here, everything from the library board, the school, or the fire mosquito control district, the Everglades levy fee, and the Hyacinth control district, which I think is for invasive plants, a lot of small things. But, so when we talk about a potential 26% increase, again, I don't mean to minimize it, but I want to put it in context, it's 6% of your property tax bill that would be potentially receiving this 26% increase. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, that's true.
So I guess the challenge is today is that we do spend a little time letting people know where we've been, how we've gotten here, and what's our goal to fix it? Because one of the things that concerns me is that if we do a 26% increase in our millage rate, and this island takes off, and it will take off, I want to make sure that you, as our finance director, have some sort of vision or metric for the future that says, wow, all these new homes, all these new businesses, this massive infusion of ad valorem revenue coming to the town, you know, we're now exceeding our needs. And instead of saying, oh, let's just continue to grow government, maybe it's time, now that we've fully recovered, let's kick this millage rate back again. Because everybody understands the need to, I think most people understand the need to do it in this post-Ian bizarro world in which we're living in. But when times get good again, you rarely hear local governments say, gosh, we're flush, let's start moving the millage rate back again. In your philosophy, would that be a fair approach to governing?
Oh, yes, I mean, we cannot collect more taxes than we need, so that wouldn't, I don't even think that's allowable, and certainly wouldn't be something I would recommend, but.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that this is properly discussed in context, so I'll be quiet and listen.
Well, I just want to jump in there real quick. I think there's a couple points that I'd like to add to what you were saying. You know, we had Matt Caldwell in, who kind of gave us a shot across the bow, if you will, to basically say, change is coming. It's not going to always continue to increase at the rate it's increased over the last couple of years. I think that reading between the lines is essentially what he was saying. Another issue that I have is when people think growing government, I think if you look at the numbers since Hurricane Ian, our government has shrunk, not grown. When I say that by the amount of people we actually employ, we're doing more with less.
Correct.
So I think the misconception out there is that this is to grow the government, and that's not my interpretation of what this proposal is for. It is to contain or continue to provide the same services that we are providing today, but because of the cost. And I think, Will, if you don't mind kind of jumping in here, you had sent us a very good detailed email yesterday explaining a lot of the reasons why staff is making this proposal. And if you wanted to go through a couple of those, I think now would be a good time to kind of go off of what the vice mayor was just saying so that people could understand. Because again, I think the misconception out there is that this is to get more employees, to do more things, that what you're proposing to us now. But that is not necessarily the case. It's almost the opposite. It's to continue working with less, like we've been doing since the storm, than we had pre-storm. Is that a fair assessment?
It is fair, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate it. The number one reason for this proposal is to cover the budget shortfall that Joe laid out eloquently and can discuss, has discussed in great detail and can discuss line by line if necessary, either now or during the budget hearings. But that's the number one reason. It would be sufficient, this increase would be sufficient to cover that budget shortfall. We're not really looking for anything else, to your point. Not looking to grow, not looking for any other specific uses right now, because I really want to continue, as has been done by Joe very well up till now, and continue to be good stewards of the resources that we do receive and balance the budget each year. And then I look towards other things that we could possibly do with revenue after we balance the budget and met all of those services to the public. But it would always be in an effort to continue to provide services to the public. Other areas, I sent that. I think the main reasons to do it is yes, the ad valorem from property tax revenue, we've seen an increase, a proposed increase for this next year. I'm not 100% sure that we're going to receive a similar increase every year, but I think I agree with the vice mayor that things look good, and we could potentially in the future definitely look at proposing rollbacks. On this would definitely be something that I would be looking at every year. But we've right-sized our staff. We continue to seek other sources to help, other funding sources to help manage some of the programs here on the beach, such as our stormwater, our our roads and our other services. We've received great things from the state as far as grant funds that are 50% match. We have to identify 50% of our own funds to match those. So that again is something we have to take into consideration when looking at revenues.
And before we move on from there,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt, I think that's a key point that I'm glad that you brought up. Although, you know, we've received grant funding from federal and state agencies, to your point, they're 50% match. And 50% is better than us having to pay 100% of it. So part of your proposal is covering some of those needs to cover some of those 50% matches.
Absolutely.
okay.
That's right, Mr. Mayor. And then finally, on that note, I'd also like to say that, you know, I agree with the Vice Mayor that things are looking good. We have a lot of development that has been approved by the council recently, and I think there are many more, like we had today, many more coming forward. Yes, there will be impact fees associated with a lot of those developments, but those are in the future. Not even in this next fiscal year for most of those impact fees. We're definitely considering those as Joe and I look at potential budgets going forward. But as of right now, I have to look at, for FY '26, there still will be a gap, a deficit here. And I'm happy to.
And then, Joe, if I can just, on the bridge loan, I think you said something there that maybe needs a little bit more clarification, because I think the understanding was, at least at the beginning, when this initial proposal was sent out, it was that we were expending all of the funds that were left in the bridge loan. This is not the case. This is based on what you said, the calculations allow us to draw down less because of our pre-Ian ad valorem numbers.
That's true. I think there was just a misunderstanding, you know, because there was nobody here left who knew the terms of the bridge loan. And so they just, I think the understanding was that they could use the remaining balance of it for the budget, and that's what was included in the blue sheet. But the reality is, according to the terms of the bridge loan, we can only use it to make up the difference between what our budgeted revenues are compared to what they were pre-Ian. So that's why we had to ratchet it down as much as we did and bring it down to the 1.4 million. Thanks to Cassandra, who was here and had her laptop, we did bring up the spreadsheet that does the calculation of the non-ad valorem amount, or actually the what makes up that $1.4 million of lost revenue. And so some of the other line items would be public service tax was down almost 300,000, state communication service tax like almost 260,000. State revenue sharing is down 88,000. HAP sales tax down 128,000. Right-of-way revenue coming in down 114,000. Let's see, and actually parking facilities revenue is down 326,000 compared to pre-Ian. Let's see, there's just maybe a few more to highlight. Just some miscellaneous revenues down 98,000. Then there's other several smaller amounts that, you know, add up to the full 1.4 million.
Joe, if you could, for Thursday, I'd like to have you extrapolate a little bit on all those items in terms of what the prospects are for the future. Are they Ian related? Will they cycle back up like everything else cycles back up? Or are those institutional reductions that we won't see again? I want you to think about that for Thursday. But what I would like to say is, one of the things that's interesting to me about this proposal, and you know, I hate this process where we predict that we've got to predict the worst case scenario that everyone says you're raising taxes 26%, then we ended up not doing it, and then we, you know, it's a very challenged process. Nonetheless, the thing that always gets me is, unlike our friends in Washington, I'm willing to vote for an increase if we're going to balance the books. And our books are not balanced. We're deficit spending for obvious reasons as a result of a Cat 4 hurricane. And I'm unlike our friends in Washington, I'm willing to take the hit and not pass along those debts to our kids and grandkids. But I just want to make sure we understand structurally how that gets fixed. And maybe we could talk about that on Thursday, because that's a disconcerting number, and I think we need to understand it better. We also need to sort of project where those numbers are going forward. So I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, Joe, if you could, I think, to the Vice Mayor's point, I think it would be nice, at least for me, to see where we were at Ian and how those numbers, just, you know, to see what the trend is. How you mentioned parking, we're still 300-some thousand. Where we were then after Ian and how those percentages have increased, to see if there's any kind of delta of averages of what the percentage is to be able to plan for the future. For me, it would make a lot of sense to be able to see it in black and white, if you will, to understand, you know, we were at 600,000 or a million right after the storm, but it's gradually increased, which has lowered the amount of the deficit spending that you're talking about, to understand how we would not have to continue to draw down on the bridge loan. If that makes sense.
I can do that.
I think too, Mr. Mayor, is it fair to say the first year after the storm, there was great optimism that the bridge loan would be forgiven, and I think that optimism diminishes each year. Is that a fair characterization?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, there's always, you can ask for anything, right? The answer is always no if you don't ask, and we did not ask for that last year because we were pretty much told don't.
Yeah.
So, no one did. We have not been told that yet this year, so.
I'm just saying that the chances of it being forgiven continue to decline. I'm not saying it's not possible, but we have to plan for it not being forgiven.
I 100% agree. You've got to plan for it not to be
All
forgiven.
right, that's all I was trying to say, yeah.
And I could maybe remind you that we did receive the almost $7.6 million of revenue replacement grant, that the intention, at least before I left, was to use that towards repaying the bridge loan. So that, because as soon as we can become independent from the need to use the bridge loan, and we have enough built up to repay it, then that would free us from all the other obligations that come from the bridge loan and restrictions that are restricting us to do any capital improvements until we have enough saved to pay off that bridge loan, or actually pay it off. Until we can do that, we're not even allowed to do any capital improvements, because they're expecting us to use all of the revenues coming in to go towards repaying the bridge loan. So I don't know if this would be helpful, but one of the things I've thought about in terms of, well, how did we get to where we are, and why is it all of a sudden now this huge increase, whereas we didn't need to do this before? And I mean, these are just basic recollections and going back and looking at things. But, you know, immediately after Hurricane Ian in FY23, we were able to survive that, even though we had such a dramatic decrease in revenues, because the first part of the year were emergency response and emergency recovery efforts that were primarily funded by FEMA. So what would normally have been expenses to the town for normal operations were covered by FEMA, because the focus was on recovery and response. And so that helped us. We also had many vacancies after Ian. That helped us. So we were able to get through that year, and then we had the bridge loan that we could then apply toward the lost revenue for that year. FY24, we were able to get through that year because we had $0.8 million of ARPA funds that we were able to use. So that helped. In addition to the bridge loan, we made up the difference with $0.8 million of ARPA funds. In FY25, we didn't have ARPA funds, but we had interest revenue of about $500,000 that we never had in the budget before, so that kind of helped replace ARPA funds. But the other thing that, in hindsight and looking back, I had overestimated the amount of bridge loan that we would need to use for FY25 by about 0.6 million. So 0.6 million. So the 0.6 million plus the interest revenue that we didn't have before, that took the place of the ARPA funds and helped to kind of bridge that gap of increasing expenditures. So that is how we got through these previous years and budgets without the need to seek a millage rate increase or further expense reductions. So now this year, we don't have the ARPA funding. Our interest revenue is flat. It's not going to go up again. And our bridge loan is limited.
So it'd be fair to say the Band-Aid box is now empty.
Yes. So now we're facing, so I think last year, if I had estimated the amount of the bridge loan correctly, we would have been facing a $0.6 million deficit last year that we would have had to have made some decisions on. Now this year, it's up to 1.2 million, almost double. So I think we escaped it last year, but in reality, it's not a sudden increase. If I had correctly estimated the bridge loan amount last year, we would have been facing like 0.6 million deficit last year. But so that kind of, I hope that helps you explain why it wasn't just a sudden increase to 1.2 million, but it's been over time. And these increases are because our revenues are frozen at FY22 levels, but our expenditures are increases. We have COLA. I mean, just to give you an example, we have the COLA increases year over year. We've had health insurance increases year over year. Our liability insurance went up dramatically because we were underinsured previously. So our sheriff services have increased for traffic issues and other services they're providing. And we've put more money into the emergency reserve than we had in the past. So all of those things combined are what led to the increases that we are now seeing today that need to be funded. And also, I think looking at previous year's budgets, we pretty much were to the bare bones. And then where we did try to have a little bit of contingency last year, I mean, we called it out, this is contingency. Some of those contingencies were stripped away for this year. So when I looked at the budget coming into it, I didn't know what I would see, but they really did a good job with keeping where we were at and actually cutting more. And they've rearranged some positions to try to be more efficient with how services are being provided. So I think the budget is in a good place. I mean, there could be decisions that you might choose to make where we may have to cut things that, in your view, may be better than increasing the millage rate, but that's up to you to decide as we move forward.
So again, I don't want to characterize your comments or my colleagues' thoughts, but I think it's fair to say that this council and this town did everything possible for the first 3 years while people were really hurting and recovering to spare them any kind of a millage rate increase. But we've now reached a point where there's no more tools in the toolbox.
No, not if we're going to maintain operations.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a couple more slides, but maybe
Continue on, Joe.
they're not as relevant. But this tells you, it's just the formal calculation of the ad valorem tax revenue that we'll be receiving simply as a result of the change in estimated taxable value. So the taxable value went up 705 million, I guess that would be. Based on the same millage rate, it's going to generate $698,000 of gross tax revenue. But then when you take it down to 0.96%, which accounts for discounts of people paying earlier and that type of thing, and we're required to budget at least 96% of it, that's what yields the $670,000 increase. You can go on. Now, if we were to increase the millage rate to 1.255 over the 0.99 where it's currently at, this is where it shows the calculation of how we arrive at the almost $1.2 million of increased revenue. And that is exactly what our budget deficit is. And I think, is that the last one? So basically, to wrap up, the decision regarding the not to exceed millage rate must be made today, unfortunately, because today is the deadline for submitting that. And of course, it may be reduced in September, but it may not be increased in September.
Councilor King, questions for Joe?
I don't know that I have questions, I got statements, if you want to hear those, but
Have at it.
I guess it's very disheartening to see that we're projected to be in a deficit situation for a budget that hasn't even started yet. It's very, very disheartening. But the last 2 years, haven't we come in under budget?
Yes, we have.
How much?
Oh, boy, that's so, my
Well,
memory
we
isn't
can
very
have that
good,
for
but
third.
it's.
We can save it.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor, I watched your show yesterday. I know there were folks in there that are still trying to get their houses mitigated and raised, and it's been 3 years. And I understand that they're not paying the full amount on their property taxes that they could be because they can't use the property for what its intended purpose is, but I still have difficulty increasing on those folks. And I know there are, maybe 100, but that's a lot to me. This state is, if they're still talking about it and moving in that direction of getting away from property taxes. So I think we need to look at different avenue streams. I know the Constitution gives us, as municipalities, certain avenues to do that. I don't know, Nancy, maybe this is where you can weigh in, and it doesn't have to be today. But maybe putting more of the onus on our visitors. As somebody that goes to Maui every year and has done it since 1994, I continue to get jacked on those car rental, condo rental, everything. So I don't know if that's something we need to work with the county on doing or something, but to help out our residents and our property owners, I think that should be at least an avenue to look at. And just like last year, I'll challenge you, and you did a great job, and I appreciate that, of trying to cut where we can and save where we can. And you did a great job of keeping us from having to raise it last year, so thank you. And that's all I have.
Vice Mayor, any questions for
I think I've been talking too much.
Counselor Woodson?
So I think it'd be interesting, because you had your list, Jim, of everything that's been approved going forward as far as building and that type of thing, but we're not really sure when any of that's going to take place, or at what amount the revenues will start, or at what time the revenues will start coming in and what the amounts will be. So that's this big unknown, if you will. The only known fact that we really have is that we are going to miss in 2026 if we don't raise our millage rate. That's our only complete known, correct?
Oh, that's correct, or cut expenditures, or combination of both.
Okay, and that we're gonna be looking at. We're gonna have the workshop at M&P and everything, so this is, and I agree with you, Jim, too, about this whole process is kind of backwards. Like, you have to name this highest rate, and then you have the opportunity to do more work and bring it back. But I do think there's areas of fees that we should be looking at, short-term rental fees. You know, we went from like 0 to 300 kind of thing, or 50 to 300. Well, maybe now with the short-term rentals that are coming back, we need to look at things like that again. So that could help offset, because like you said, we don't have to necessarily, depending on what we do in the next month, could still affect that final decision in September.
Yes, and I would just like to clarify that actually any fee increases that are, implemented, it would simply reduce the amount of the bridge loan that we would need to use. It
okay.
doesn't really change the deficit,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Okay, that's a good clarification point. All right.
Well, could you just, to your last point, Karen, could you just shine a little more light on that? Any fees we increase wouldn't reduce our deficit? Could you
Because it
explain?
increases revenue, Jim.
Yeah.
Right.
So, going back to the calculation of how we measured the difference between our budgeted revenue and pre-EN revenue, FY22. So that difference, that difference is what determines the amount of the bridge loan we can use. So if you increase the revenues that we're budgeting for next year, that reduces the difference, which reduces the amount of the bridge loan we can use.
But long-term, it could potentially help us get out of this deficit
Yes,
cycle, right?
absolutely.
Okay.
But
Well,
not
thank
for 26.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Counselor Safford, I'd be interested to hear what the
So-
audit committee, being as the liaison, I'd be interested to hear what their thoughts are on this.
Well, I can't speak for
everyone on the audit committee, but, you know, we were pretty surprised that the last 3 years, we haven't increased our millage rate whatsoever. I mean, you see Sanibel has, we finally came to a head this year. And it was a difficult decision last year, but I get it. But we have to look at, like, I hope on Thursday we can look at individual silos. For example, the mooring field, I think we're gonna be close to budgeted $383,000 loss. So I think we need to take a hard look at each of these silos where we're just bleeding money. Secondly, you know, Jim, I agree with you. I think down the road, a couple of years, our revenue from ad valorem is gonna be great. But on the back end of that, we have to still look at what our emergency reserves are. We'll be at 4.5 million, maybe 5 million after this. Am I correct?
Well, that's what it should have been, but I'm concerned that maybe there is spending going on that has depleted it somewhat, so that we need
to take a look at that too. If we can
Yes,
get,
we do.
I know it's gonna be hard to pull those numbers this quickly, but, you know, we have to look long-term. You know, we have to have the right insurance, we have to have the right reserves in case we get hit again. We also need to look down the road at canal dredging, at things like that are gonna affect our bottom line down the road. And those are, you know, necessary things. So I don't want to raise taxes, but right now it's one of those, hey, we got in a car accident, we've been living at our parents' house, they've been footing the bill. Now it's time to get back on our feet, and we're gonna have to, you know, can't rely on that money from mom and dad and our grandparents. So it's tough. I don't like it, but it's one of these things we're just gonna have to fight through next couple of years.
All set? All done?
I'm done.
Yeah, I agree with Scott. I would really like to see all those silos that are, you know, the individual, and then we can make decisions based on that. If there's a way, you know, I've said it at the beginning, staff-wise, I think you're running pretty lean, at least from what I can see, to be able to produce what is being produced, with all the things the challenges that we're facing. But are there other things in the budget where we can, as policymakers, make decisions on, is that important to have at this time? Should we revisit it at another time, type of thing, to do what we can? But I agree with Scott. You know, at some point, I think we all knew this was coming, whether it was little bits year in, year out. I'm still holding out hope that through our discussions on Thursday that we can't or won't have to. I don't think anybody wants to raise taxes, but you still have to operate. You still have to get through it. And to your point, I think the bridge loan, although it's a benefit, it is acting as a hindrance for us right now. But it's the cards we were dealt. If we wouldn't had it, we would have been in much worse situation than we are now. So I think the staff has done a very good job over the last 3 years to do what you can with what we've got. And again, I've always been a fan of, this is a preliminary hearing. As far as, it's not raising anything, we've already covered all of that, but you can't go backwards. And we still have the 2 highest months of the hurricane season coming. And it's always been an issue for me that to me, it's like we're putting the cart before the horse.
Right.
But
And I want to remind everybody, we did look at, I think it was 1.04, 1.05 last year in this meeting, and we came back. So this is a not to exceed. So I don't want everybody to panic. And you know, if you've got and look, everything costs more, but with this proposal, if you have $1 million house, you're looking at another $265 more a year, $22 a month. So it's not like your entire tax bill, as we said, your $6,000 tax bill is going up $1,500. It's just a percentage of that tax.
Well, again, yeah, I think I'm looking forward to Thursday seeing those individual silos to see, you know, is there a potential to be able to still cut some, I mean, we keep cutting year after year. Is there potential to change up some services, at least for the time being, to try to alleviate not having to increase it 26%, but we'll have those discussions on Thursday, it sounds like.
Yes.
Give you a little more time, Joe, to maybe two
Yes,
more
Mr.
days.
Mayor,
to-
we'll have some discussions on Thursday, yes, and then also during, as we move forward with the budget hearings and stuff, but we'll have more discussions in detail. Right, Joe?
Well, and I think last year
Yes.
too,
But-
you had things change between this
They-
initial meeting
They will.
and when we got to September, when you have a chance to really wrap your head around where we ended up this year.
Yes, that's for sure.
And we will, we'll make sure we take into consideration and come back to you with things, talking about the different silos, definitely got that down, and we'll talk about. The staff is reviewing different fees across, as were mentioned by some of the counselors, across the, that the town has right now, and maybe some recommendations to the council as well with that. So we're looking at all possible sources.
Joe, are we still scheduled to have our audit committee meeting next Monday, or I would like to have at least a meeting before, our first September meeting.
Yes, in fact, I think the agenda may be sent out today. I think, I'm trying to scramble to pull together what we can. I think
know.
the audit report should be finished this week. It should be able to be presented to the audit committee on Monday, so we'll have that much. And then there's the RFP for the next audit cycle that needs to be reviewed, so we can get that out as soon as possible. So those are just a few items. I don't know that, I won't be able to have financial statements ready for then, and I think the last set that was given to the committee was February's. So there's quite a gap that needs to be covered and prepared, because it's really important to get a handle on where we're at in terms of financial statements. So
Just to let the council know, Joe had done a fantastic job of breaking out. So we have a budget of parking at, say $1 million. He broke it out by month, and we were even getting to the point where we would say, look, our average parking revenue is double in season, so let's kind of track it that way. So we were drilling down to where we could see which silo was doing well and which silos were not. So I hope that we can get back to that point where.
So is it your intention, Counselor Safford, which sounds like it is, and I'm encouraged by it, our leadership prior to Ian, for whatever reason, never took advantage of the audit committee, tremendous talent on the audit committee. Is it your goal then, and you as well, Joe, chime in, is it your goal then to use the audit committee, not just to look at the audit, but also to look at our budget and maybe look at for some potential savings and look at those silos?
The last 6 months before Joe left, we were getting to that point where Joe was giving us monthly updates, and in fact, in our meetings, we had discussions of, hey, why is this silo so low? Why is this, for example, our code enforcement silo was so high, it's because we had that $600,000 suit. So we can see in our audit committee meetings what the trends are, and so to answer your question, yes. I mean, it's not the audit committee's job to do that, but with those financials, we can certainly help.
Yeah, it is.
Help us.
The audit committee can do things that the council directs them to do, and by state statute, and I think, for whatever reason, our previous leadership before the storm, never wanted second eyes on things, and I think.
I look at it like, you're playing blackjack, and some blackjack tables you see what the dealer has, and some blackjack tables you don't.
But I guess my hope is that you'll have the audit committee, both of you will look at the presentation we just got here today, and maybe they'll have some ideas too as potential economies and so forth before our budget session, because those folks it's a good group.
No, there's from chair on down, I mean, there's a lot of talent there, and they're all willing to, help in any way they can.
No, they've been great, and I don't want to belabor it, but they were unfortunately very underutilized before the storm, so I think it's great that they're taking a look at that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
We'll take it from here, I guess.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussion, or is there a motion for resolution 25-210? Any discussion? Motion?
I'll make a motion that we pass resolution 25-2-10 fiscal year 2026 tentative millage rate.
And I will second that.
Mayor,
Yes.
do we have the date, the time, and the place for the 2 budget hearings?
Yes, the place will be the new town hall,
And the dates?
6231 Estero Boulevard. The
Okay.
dates, Amy, September 11th
September
and
11th and
September
24.
24th,
And the time?
5:01 PM.
Thank you.
No pressure, Will.
Little bit of pressure, but we'll make it.
All
I know
right.
it's back.
We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I will just say that I have never voted for one of these because I really think the process is flawed. But I think, in fairness to having Will here and Joe here and the efforts that they're putting in and the fact that we really have held off for the 3 toughest years in terms of this millage perspective, millage rate, that I'm gonna support it today. And hopefully we'll be able to chisel that back a little bit. And, but I think we've reached a point where we're either gonna pay our bills as we go, or we're gonna sort of move into Washington DC mode and deficit spend and leave our kids and grandkids and people who follow us with debt, and I'm uncomfortable with that, so I'll be voting yes today.
All right, any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
No.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 with Counselor King dissenting.
Hey, this is what it's like to be on the losing end.
All right, our next administrative agenda item is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida,
You can call me
Approving.
Juan.
approving an amendment to the existing agreement between the town and Goldman Wolf LLC and Financial Consulting Services. 1, to increase the not to exceed amount from $50,000 to the budgeted amount of $197,600. And 2, add a $5,000 statutory contractual penalty in the event of breach of agreement during the emergency recovery period to the terms of the service agreement and providing for an effective date. Who's taking this one?
Mr. Mayor, it's
Yes.
myself, and then Talisa is here on standby too to talk to this. But
Okay.
my goal with this is, with the, again, with the absence of the finance director and the gaps in our finance department over the last few months, as you know, we brought on Goldman Wolf Consulting, the finance firm, to help us, and I am really grateful with their assistance, and they've been tremendous with the assistance they provided and the high-quality staff that they have provided and are still providing. In discussions with Joe, when he was coming back on, and with Talisa, our HR director, we realized that we still need to keep some Goldman Wolf folks on to help Joe get his feet fully underneath him and to continue in some of the key finance positions that we still have vacancies in. My further goal is to roll those back as soon as we possibly can, once Joe feels that he either no longer needs the consulting assistance from Goldman Wolf, and that we're able to, through HR's great efforts, to bring on permanent staff in some of those vacancies. Now I just need to ask that we further push that not to exceed limit a little bit more to cover that time period, but not, my goal is not to go up to that full amount if we can in any ways avoid it.
Well, I will say, seeing firsthand this last week of the finance department working, based on a meeting we were in, it was truly extraordinary to see how fast they could get information and documentation to us that we've never seen before in the past. So I was really kind of blown away at how quickly we received that information. So I will support this for sure, based on their work so far. I've certainly noticed it.
I'll echo that as well. That they got the audit done close to the finish line. I mean, they've done a fantastic job, and especially jumping into a situation like ours where we're post hurricane. We're not like any other town, and they rolled. And Talisa, thank you for finding them. You did a great job. I think they've been a great asset the last couple months.
Yeah, and even to take it a step further, I certainly don't want to speak for Joe, but from what I noticed before, is you were certainly working very hard and taking on a lot of tasks And hopefully this allows you to be able to concentrate on what you're exceptionally good at and provide that support staff that you need to be able to not have to stay up until 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, not that I don't enjoy receiving emails from you at 3 o'clock in the morning. No one should have to kill themselves, so to speak, for their job. So hopefully this gives you a little bit of comfort knowing that you have support to allow you to do what you need to do.
Oh, come on, the sand was more re-nourished on this side of the islands. Not taking Joe into consideration because obviously he's back, but in my recollection, we're down at least 2 people in the finance department, or is there more than that?
With not taking Joe into consideration, yes, we were down 2. And now we do have 2 back on. Is it 2 right now, Talisa? From Goldman Wolf, filling those gaps? You can go ahead and step up, Talisa. Why don't you answer this question in more detail than I could?
Good afternoon, Talisa.
Hello, Council. My name is Talisa Oliveira, Human Resources Director for the Town of Fort Myers Beach. So initially, we were down 3 employees. Then we hired Cassandra Penner, who has been a fantastic addition to the town as our budget manager. And so currently, yes, we are down 2 employees, and Goldman and Wolf have 2 consultants in place who are currently actively fulfilling those positions.
So Cassandra is our employee, or she's a Wolf?
She's ours.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Manager, thank you for the words you said on this, that you don't want to have to use it if you don't have to. I appreciate that and I respect that. Thank you.
Any other discussion, questions? Is there a motion for resolution 25-234?
So moved.
A motion by Counselor
Second.
King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? I assume it's to approve?
Yes, sir.
Should have clarified that. Sorry, Nancy.
No, that's okay. I was just going to add, there's a second part to that resolution, and this is just to bring this into compliance with SB 180. SB 180 is the gift that doesn't stop giving. So you're going to see that in some of these other contracts that are coming to you.
Okay. We've got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. There's no further discussion. Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Addo?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is Resolution 25-232. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, designating an administrative authority to receive, review, and process plat and replat submittals, and an administrative official responsible for approving with conditions, or denying proposed plats and replats as specified in section 177.1071 Florida statutes, and providing for an effective date. Frankie?
Good afternoon, council members, town manager, assistant town manager. Frankie Kropacek,
I believe it's deputy.
excuse me?
I believe it's deputy, but
I'm sorry, deputy. Community Development and Planning Director for the town of Fort Myers Beach. Basically what this is doing is the state would like us to appoint a person to be the administrative officer in charge of allowing for plats and replats in our jurisdiction. We currently use the county for that. I foresee using the county in the future, but it still asks that we have a person in place, and this would fall into the guise of the town manager, if so approved.
All right. Questions for Frankie? Scott?
When you say guys, that means he's gonna do it, or do we have to hire somebody else?
Nope, it would go for the town manager unless he sees to fit to appoint someone else.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
So no additional cost.
No.
No.
Fantastic.
No additional staff, right?
Okay.
Counselor
That's all I
Woodson?
have.
Any questions?
Nope, that's it.
I have no questions.
No. Jim? John?
thank you, Frankie.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, sir. Any further discussion or motion for resolution 25-232?
I will move resolution 25-232.
All right, got a motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Brings us to item D, resolution 25-519. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, accepting an easement related to the provision of public storm drainage pipes and Oh, boy.
Appurtenant.
Appurtenant drainage, never seen that word. Drainage facilities in, over, under, through, upon, and across a portion of real property located in the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, I
Yes.
think there's a typo on the agenda. It should be resolution 25219.
20, yeah, okay, so, yeah, in the packet it says 519, so it's 25-219?
I believe so.
Okay.
It's in the agenda that way too.
So just making sure we've got the right resolution number. It's 25-219.
I'm double checking right now, but I believe so.
Okay, well, we'll move forward and come back and
Okay.
address it if we need to. Will, is this you?
I'm gonna have to ask Frankie or Jeff to come up and talk about this one.
Okay.
They're subject matter experts, but they're ready.
I believe this is the one on Carlos Circle, is that?
Correct.
Yeah, so that we just needed to have an easement in order to help out with drainage on Carlos Circle. There's also some more improvements we're gonna be doing on there. As pertaining to the SRF loan, we're gonna try to add it to some drainage issues on Carlos Circle as well as a couple other sites. So this is just an easement so we can run the pipe to the residents.
Okay, any questions for Jeff?
So
John?
this easement's our easement, or it's on the,
I'll get a look at it. It wasn't on my list, so let me look at the.
Jeff, while you're looking, just for the record, appurtenant is belonging or pertinent to something. Secondary buildings that are appurtenant to the main building. I'd never heard that word either. So just, we all learned something.
Hey, see, there you go.
So, Mr. Mayor, for
Yes.
clarification, both those numbers were wrong.
Okay.
The correct number is resolution 25-241.
241, okay, duly noted.
And what the question was again, I'm sorry?
The easement, whose easement it is? Is it
Yeah.
ours or private?
It's giving, the Dreammaker Legacy LLC has agreed to grant the town a drainage easement, so.
okay, so it's his property where he's granting us the
Yep,
easement
it's for an outfall.
For now.
for an outfall. Okay, that's what I thought, but I just want to make sure that's clear for everyone.
So council, just as a point of information, whenever a property owner gives real property to the town in the form of an easement or other type of property, it's always brought to you for acceptance. This makes the town aware of record as to what it actually owns, and also it eliminates, it gives you the ability to reject the acceptance of property that perhaps has hazardous problems with it or is otherwise not in the town's best interest.
In your opinion, this is in the town's best interest, I'm assuming,
It's in the town's best and the residents' best interest as far as flooding goes, yeah, mitigation.
and the neighborhoods.
And the neighborhoods, that's right, yeah.
And our email inboxes.
And your email devices.
All right, Karen, any questions for Jeff?
No.
Vice Mayor? John?
Would you just clarify what an SRF loan is?
It's a state revolving loan. We already have it through the Tier 1 project, doing a lot of the flood mitigation and drainage issues regarding stormwater. This is just one step in kind of our, it's not Tier 2, I'm not saying that, but we have some additional things off of Tier 1 that we want to mitigate some flooding throughout the town, and Carlos Circle is one of those, so we're going to try to add those funds to the SRF loan to pay it back.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
Probably have the next couple.
Yep, you can go ahead and stay, Jeff.
Yeah, I'll just-
Any further discussion on resolution 25-241?
I will move approval of resolution 25-241.
All right, got a motion by Counselor King,
Somebody wants to go home.
Second?
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item E. It is resolution 25-236, I hope.
Yeah.
This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying action of the town taken on April 22nd, 2025, and approving contract with Andrew Site Work for the emergency purchase and replacement of 36 non-operable fire hydrants located throughout the town in the amount of not to exceed $290,512, approving an addendum to the ratified contract to include additional terms and conditions, required by Florida law and providing for an effective date.
Again, Jeff Hauge, Community Services Director. Good afternoon. I didn't say that before. I'm not going to go over names because I don't want to be corrected. So we had checked 342 fire hydrants within the town that we owned. Some of them we don't that are private use, but the ones that we owned, 36 were not operable. We had to replace the entire hydrant. It wasn't even, we couldn't even get them open necessarily to check the guts of it, if you will. So we're gonna replace 36, and part of that funding is also to replace some of the guts, or a mechanism inside some of the fire hydrants, so we don't have to replace the whole thing, so.
Okay.
That's the gist of it. So you can see it throughout the town, there's fire hydrants with bags on them. We're in the process of repairing those or replacing those.
Are all the fire hydrants on the island town-owned?
No, there's some that are not out on. Well, we're working on that, but I can't remember what.
Bay Beach Lane.
Bay Beach Lane is not
Well,
is not ours. So yeah.
John, questions for Jeff?
Where's funding coming from?
The water fund balance on that one.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Question?
Yes. Council Woodson?
Just a comment, I think it's of utmost importance to get our fire hydrants working, so.
Agreed. And we have just to talk about that too. The fire department does it every 2 years. We put it in our own system now to do it every single year. We're going to be testing fire hydrants. So Mark Ashton has that on his plate to do all of them, and they did check all 342 of them.
So Jeff, on that point, so that, the bifurcation between the town and the fire department, obviously the replacement is our responsibility, but also the checking and the inspection of them is the town's as well?
It's the fire department's ultimate responsibility to check them. We put it on us to do it every year instead of every 2 years.
So we do it.
There are some that hadn't been done since Ian. So.
But we inspect them in addition to the fire department inspecting them?
Correct.
We do.
Does that seem redundant or no?
We do it every year. So if we know that a fire hydrant, we just do it in the count of public safety. So our guys, that's just on their rotation to do. They just got to open up the valves, make sure everything's flowing, and then they shut the valve off.
I guess my question is, does the fire department do the exact same thing?
Yeah, but we don't get we haven't got a report from them. We requested it, but have not got a report back.
Wouldn't that be a good conversation, Mr. Town Manager, to have with the fire chief? Maybe we could.
It will.
Maybe there's some synergies there?
Yeah, we just
Right
found
there.
that there was a number of them after we were trying to go, use them for various things around town, that they weren't working, so we just took it upon
I
ourselves
understand
to-
you've got to do what you got to do, but it seems like if the fire department's doing the same thing, there ought to be, maybe we could coordinate and just have one entity do it and
We could talk
just
to them,
food
yeah.
for thought.
Yes.
Scott, question?
I was gonna ask the same question without that fancy bifurcation word, but thank you for asking that.
It's pertinent to the word bifurcation.
And my question, Jeff, is, when I first read this, is it common for this service or the maintenance or the repair of these to fall under municipality and not the fire district?
I missed that one too.
Because it seems to me like this would be something that would fall under
No,
their
they're-
budgeted items.
No,
versus-
it's
No.
under ours for sure.
And is that normal?
It is.
It is normal,
Mr. Mayor,
okay.
yeah.
It just seemed odd
would-
to me that,
Yeah, you would think that the fire department would control there, but we also use them for other things throughout the town too. But yeah, they're
Sure.
ours. They're
okay,
our right away.
fair enough. It's the only question I had. Thanks, Jeff. Is there any further discussion or a motion for Resolution 25-236, fire hydrant replacement?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move resolution 25-236 for approval.
All right, got a motion from Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Stafford,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item F. This is Resolution 25-238 for BCI Controls. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the purchase of equipment and programming services for BCI Technologies as a sole service provider in accordance with Section 2-480C of the town's Code of Ordinances in the amount of $63,502.37 to allow monitoring of the water pressure in the town's utility system at the South Booster Station, authorizing the town manager to sign the purchase order and provide for an effective date. Jeff?
Yeah, so the BCI controls are basically the only one that will connect to us and Lee County. They have to be able to talk to each other. So that's why it's a sole source, because it's the only one that'll do it with our system. We're also changing our system at the South Tower into a new fill-in pump. It hasn't been updated since 1986. So it's definitely, it was time to do that, and part of that was putting in the new controls, and the BCI is the only one that will work with our system and in collaboration with Lee County. So it's also part of Homeland Security that's limited access. That's why there are very few companies that can do this, and the BCI control is one of them.
Scott, questions?
Not at this time.
Karen?
I'm good.
Vice Mayor?
No.
John?
Funding's through the Water Department fund balance?
Yes, sorry, I was gonna say that. Yeah, water fund balance, yes.
Thank you.
All right, I do not have any questions. Is there any further discussion or a motion for resolution 25-238 for the BCI controls?
I'll go ahead and move for approval, resolution 25-238.
Okay.
Second.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item G. This is resolution 25-237. It's an RFP. It's RFP 22-25-AD for STA number 9, Tetra Tech GIS. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving supplemental task authorization STA number 9 with Tetra Tech Inc. in the amount not to exceed $74,500 for a cumulative total of payment for services under RFQ 22-25-AD in the amount of $727,348 for the continuing of mapping services in the town's Geographic Information System, the GIS, to comply with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection rules requiring a local government to keep mapping of its utility distribution system updated, authorizing the town manager to sign STA number 9 and providing for an effective date. Jeff?
All right, so this one, the town does not have a GIS staff, on our payroll, so we contract with Tetra Tech to do that. GIS gives us a complete picture of the utility system, so they did all the mapping, especially after Ian. And this is just to continue that service, and it's also a requirement that we have GIS done as part of the MS4 permit that we have with the county, and that's just a municipal storm sewer system, the MS is. So it's just an updated system, and we have a permit with the county that they help us with this, and Tetra Tech's just another partner in that. So again, the water fund balance on this one as well.
All right. Counselor Safford, question?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
I'm good.
Vice Mayor?
Do you also use them for call before you dig?
On them, we do contract with them, yeah, for our locates right now, yes.
But that's a different contract?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Counselor King?
Nothing.
I do not have anything either. If there's no more discussion, is there a motion for resolution 25-237 for RFP 2225-AD STA number 9 for Tetra Tech GIS?
Move approval, Mayor.
Got a motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item H. It is resolution 25-235, ITV 25-05-PW for water meter replacement. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, awarding ITB 25-05-PW to National Metering Service to replace all 5/8 inch and 1 inch water meters in the distribution system for use in the Advanced Metering Infrastructure Metering Reading System, AMI, to the town is installing in order to provide for a safe and reliable utility metering system in an amount to exceed, where was that? In order to provide for a safe and reliable utility metering system in an amount to exceed amount, I think, is that supposed to say an amount not to exceed?
Not.
That's where I got, okay, in order to provide for an amount not to exceed of $1,619,790, authorizing the town manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with the National Metering Service subject to legal sign-off and providing for an effective date.
All right, again, this one's pertaining to our water meter replacement townwide. Our funding source is through the water fund again. On this one, this is just, like it says, to replace all meters. Where we are hopefully gonna be submitting some to FEMA through Tidal Basin to try to get these replaced, but we have to replace all the ones that are 5/8 and 1-inch meters to comply with our new system.
Okay. Counselor King, any questions for Jeff?
None.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Counselor Woodson?
Nope.
Counselor Thacker?
So how many is that, percentage-wise on the island? And how
Well-
long will it take?
I think, I gotta look it up, but I think it's, let me find the data here. All of them that we haven't done already.
Good answer.
We've replaced about, I think we're probably up to about 1,300 meters right now. So this is the rest of them, which I can get you those numbers, I don't have them.
It's like half.
Maybe half, yeah.
So budget-wise, obviously it's taking more than a year. Is that factored in on the water budget, Joe? That's fair.
Yeah, I'm trying to look where,
Come on, Joe, you've been on the job since Friday.
But the funding comes from the water fund,
yes,
I would assume?
yes, it does.
That's what I said, yeah.
I guess my question, I don't know if you can answer, nor if Joe hasn't looked at the numbers yet, but is this coming out of 26 budget, 25 budget, 20?
This one is coming out of, I think we have to sign the contract now, so I would assume it's
26?
26, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get you a number. I just have the cost per meter, so I'll get that.
Yeah,
to
what does
you.
it break out to cost per meter? 1,000?
The 5/8 are, cost of the town is $353 each. 1-inch meters are $425 apiece.
And there's no labor because it's town?
The town
stuff?
does them all, yeah.
Okay. That's not bad.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yep.
All right, there's no further discussion. Is there a motion for resolution 25-235?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor King,
Second?
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Holt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item I. It is a 6-month review of approved resolution 23-87 for special exception SEZ 202-30126 that allows for temporary outdoor consumption on premise with retail use at 163 Old San Carlos Boulevard. Doesn't look like, go ahead, Will.
I see no movement. I know Frankie can discuss this a little bit. We did not receive a response in the adequate time frame given. Is that right, Frankie?
That is correct. So the business referred to as Susie Q's was reached out to by Judith to remind her that she has a meeting coming up, and her time was running out on her agreement, which was every 6 months. She chose not to renew and not to proceed. So after talking to town council, this was the best way to basically
Close
tie
the
it all
loop.
together.
Okay. Thanks, Frankie.
Yes.
Anybody else have any questions?
Well, what are we wanting to do about this? And,
Well, I think the action would be then to recommend denial.
Yeah, we'll close it
Well,
out.
to expire,
Mhm.
to not renew it,
Vote to not
to not
renew.
extend
Okay.
it.
All right, any other
Not renewed.
What's the, aside from the obvious, Nancy, what's the practical implication? If she wanted to start a business again, she'd have to come start anew again?
Yes.
That is correct.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. So all that stuff on our property, does that have to be removed? Is it FEMA compliant? Can we say that publicly? What's the process?
So
I
on the
hate to bring
current,
that up, but.
the current property, I don't want to speak for code enforcement, but the current property where she had her wine and beer trailer in that would all have to be remediated and put back. The sand can't be there. It was not there before.
Fence?
The fence, the trailers, all that. And as far as the structure next door, that's already, they'd taken out a demo permit. Her and her contractor had come in and done that. And it's also on the desk of our building official for a red tag. So we're going hand in hand with both of those.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion for the 6-month review of SEZ 202-30126?
So moved.
What are you moving?
Oh, I'm moving to move it forward. To approve it.
To not-
To not
To not extend.
approve the not renewal of the.
Correct.
The do not renew.
Okay, got it.
Is that pertinent?
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson.
The do not renew.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Last administrative item is a support the distribution plan for the 473 Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program Funds, JAG.
Mr. Mayor, this is a request from Lee County Sheriff's Office. They are one of, I believe, 3 applicants to this grant. With their portion of the grant, they just, there's a requirement that over 51% or more of the municipalities all concur with their use of those funds. They're planning on using them for ballistic shields and for license plate readers.
And does this funding will have to go specifically for police departments, or can it go for code enforcement officers? Can it go for?
This is specifically, this isn't really for us at all. This wouldn't be like for our, we wouldn't receive any of this. This is Lee County Sheriff Office.
That disperses this
receive-
grant?
As far as this grant, and those are the, that's how they plan on utilizing their portion of this grant.
Okay.
Is for those 2 purposes. And, you know, the ballistic shields just increases their officers' emergency responsibility, and license plate readers is definitely something that us as a town will benefit from as well, as they, you know, enforce traffic enforcement and other emergency services here on the island.
Very good. Counselor King, any questions?
No.
No.
Oh, that was fast.
No.
Nope. Okay. Is there a motion for support of the distribution of the planned JAG funds? I will move to support. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Alley, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. There's no further discussion. I'm an aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor King? We'll come back. Counselor King, Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Final public comment? There's no one here.
No
So the town manager items.
I'd just like to cover a few things, give a town hall construction update, but I think you already, I showed my cards by saying that Nicole's done a tremendous job in the last several weeks, pushing the contractors and pushing our partners in the fire district and others to stay on schedule or to get back on schedule. And I believe that she's done that, and we're gonna make a lot of progress. We've made a lot of progress in the last couple of weeks. We'll make even more in the coming weeks. We're finishing up the walls, start some painting. The painting and the mural will start here in the next few days. Then we'll move on.
Would you mind just, I saw some email correspondence about the mural. I know that the Arches folks donated a painting of the arches, but I understand that there's a mural potentially to be painted as well. Where in the new town hall will that be painted?
Nicole, please.
And I understand it's the same artist who did the mural for the old town hall.
Yes, Nicole Burson, Communications Director. So the mural is gonna go on the back wall of the council chambers, so right when you walk into the left-hand side, the wall that's right next to the electrical room will have the mural. And it's going to be the same one that was painted in the old chambers, just condensed to fit onto that wall.
So a little bit smaller?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Next item, give an update on the FEMA cab assistance.
Well, before you jump off of that one,
No, go ahead.
what about the elevator? I know that's been a.
Nicole can speak to the latest correspondence.
Paintings are wonderful, but we
did
need
get
an
some
elevator.
correspondence from the contractor, finally?
Yes, so we're still waiting on a part for the elevator, but that will not hold us up on opening the building because we can always come downstairs and accommodate to the public. So that won't hold up an opening, but we are still waiting on a part for that. So hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll have more of an update on the elevator.
Whoa, okay.
Okay, so you might as well not leave yet, Nicole, because I think this will be under you too. So what is the plan for like grand opening, open to the public kind of thing? We're gonna do anything along those lines?
We haven't solidified anything. I think that we would like to do a grand opening. If we can make it before we're actually in there for council, I think that would be ideal if we can make that happen. But we haven't really solidified anything.
Yeah, Nicole's right. I haven't solidified anything yet. I have taken into consideration, you know, multiple of the counselors have brought to my attention that to think about some kind of a ceremony for that location. And we're definitely going to talk with the staff here in the coming weeks and figure out a plan.
Great,
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
And I'm probably stating the obvious, but whatever is planned, please make sure you include our delegation members that made this possible.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So CAV update, we're still reviewing the 252 properties identified after the CAV visit. You know, we've got the deadline of August 8th. We're going to meet that deadline. As a matter of fact, the deputy town manager and the staff have been submitting tranches of data, working through that list. So we don't just wait until the very end and send all 252. She's been sending batches of that data, and they've been received by the Region 4 team, and they've been reviewing them as we go through this process from the initial tranche that Tracy sent.
Have we started receiving any responses from them in your daily meetings as far as the tranche?
I know, it's a good
input?
word. No, we have not. They had some issues on their end being able to access the photo links that pass through their IT system. So we anticipated original feedback on Friday. That was not attainable from FEMA's end of things, so we're anticipating either the end of day or today or tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And again, that would just be for the first batch of properties that we had submitted.
And I know there's been discussion about sending out, you know, information. If people have reached out to see if they're on, are we going to be following up with them to say, we've received a response one way or another from FEMA based on the initial input of the properties that you've sent in?
So what we had done as a staff is we had replied with whether the property was in compliance or not in compliance based on our floodplain management practices. So once FEMA gives us feedback on our rationale, then we'll be able to move forward with informing the public.
Perfect.
For me, sir.
Yeah, Dark.
Talked plenty about that. Fort Myers Beach Elementary School update, just as tasked by the council to continue to work with the school district on the ILA and maintaining both ends of that agreement. Ongoing communication with the district in Lee County. The district assured us they remain committed to maintaining a school on the island during our last meeting. No plans, though, have been revealed or options revealed to date. And we just continue to request regular updates from the district on their plans. Have not received any solid plans. I did notify you, Mr. Mayor, and several others that I did see some ongoing work in the school last week. Stopped and checked on it and was informed by the contractors there that they were putting in temporary flooring so that more contractors could come in and continue with working on the walls and other mitigation efforts inside. No further details on that. We did ask for an update from the school district, have not yet received an update on their plans for that work.
On that issue, I don't want to put you on the spot, are you going to talk about that under your items?
I planned on it.
As much as you can?
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. And then finally, an update on Ascension Parish, the Church of the Ascension Catholic Church here on the island. Myself, Community Development Director, Deputy Town Manager, met with the Chancellor and the Building Director for the Diocese of Venice. They provided us with just beautiful plans that they do have for rebuilding the church, rebuilding the parish on their property here on the south part of the island. They were unable to leave those plans with us because they're still in the process of notifications across their diocese, which will include, as the Chancellor told us, an opportunity for residents here of the island, those of Lee County, Collier County, and so forth, to attend a public session at a parish somewhere in the area. He said maybe St. Leo the Great or one of the other close parishes, for the public to take a look at those plans and provide public comment. Then they'll move on to the next stage, which from what we saw is just going to be a beautiful building that will definitely be a destination for our island and will, you know, really be a good resource for our residents here. And with that, that's all I have.
All right, any questions for the town manager? Scott?
Those plans that they have, are the nuns and priests gonna?
They do not plan on bringing back the
Rectory?
The monastery.
Monastery.
You know, they do not plan on bringing that back. They are going to refurbish the building. They've already, basically, the chancellor said they've already relocated those religious order, the religious order that was there. They've relocated them already. And, but he did state that they want to refurbish that facility, keep it in use. The diocese is seeking or is opening it up to another religious order if one is identified. So they plan on if you remember that building, the second and third floor received very little damage. They're gonna repair those. They're gonna turn the first floor into just storage, as is required by code. And then they're gonna tear down the old parish, tear down the community center, rebuild a new combined parish and community center in the center of the property. And then they want to refurbish the memorial garden on the north side. And then the diocese owns the rectory they're going to bring back, and they actually want to bring a priest back as soon as possible to the rectory so he can oversee the construction as well. And then on the southern part of the property is diocese-owned buildings, which they're also going to renovate and bring back.
That's great. Need a place to go to confession.
Thought you went to the beach part for that.
That's true.
Counselor Woodson, any questions?
I'm good, thanks.
Vice Mayor? John? Thank you, Will. All right, Nancy.
Okay, so I do have one item. I just want to kind of bring you up to speed on the status. When we were first hired, we did inherit a couple of code enforcement lien foreclosure cases. We've worked through a lot of them. We do have one that still is in the process of being litigated, and that is 80 Avenue E. We had filed it in circuit court. It was moving along, and it came to our attention that there was a documentation issue, so we dismissed it, and we're starting over with one of 3 liens that is in that case. Over the summer, while you all were not in session, we were moving forward to the special magistrate. We had a hearing that was scheduled in July. We uploaded all our documentation that we had found, so this time, hopefully, it would go forward. Last week, because of your meeting today, we thought, well, we'll give it one more shot and see if maybe there could be some kind of resolution of it. So we did schedule a mediation session with the owners of White Sand Properties. I can't speak to the issues that were negotiated because of confidentiality associated with that mediation, other than to say we don't have any type of proposed settlement to give to you today, and that was something that we thought might be a possibility, and we wanted to pursue that. So right now, it looks like we will probably be going to the special magistrate in September, and most likely refiling the litigation on 2 of the 3 liens. And that's it.
Okay, can I say anything, or should I not say?
No, you can, as long as, the mayor did participate, and
Yeah.
thank you, and so did Will.
Yeah.
In the mediation. Becky Vos participated by phone, and Chloe Barron was also available for information that we needed on this case. This is not an easy case. It's somewhat complex. There's a lot of documentation associated with it from the past, and again, we tried to see if there was any opportunity for some type of settlement. This is the matter that came to you back in, I don't remember the month, but for a lien reduction. The offer was made to the property owner to reduce the lien. The lien right now, there's 3 liens. One is $594,000, the other is $594,000, and then there's a $500,000 or $500 lien. Council, you made an offer to resolve the matter for, I think it was $247,000. That offer was rejected by them, and so therefore we have continued forward with the case.
Yeah, I mean, it was an attempt to try to end a long-standing issue that has been going on long before most people were involved, but to say it ran into a brick wall, I guess, would be a severe understatement. We felt that we had made a very, very good offer to end this for both cases. We were very, very far apart. And I believe we did let them know that I was going to make a recommendation to the council. Can I say what I was going to say?
To pursue it?
To pursue
Yeah.
the 2 current open, I just lost the word, foreclosures.
Two of the 3 liens.
Two of the 3 liens
Yes,
for
and council had already authorized, so today you were just going to reaffirm that that was still the position of council. Once we refile those 2, we would be able to have an executive session, at which point we could discuss the details of possible settlements in the future, what the legal theories are, and the case itself. But at this time, we're really not able to discuss in detail some of the issues.
And is it within my purview to recommend, or the council recommend, depending on how this 3rd judgment hearing goes, to move forward with the outcome based on what the magistrate rules
Yes, on the 3rd lien,
on the 3rd lien?
yeah.
So essentially, if the magistrate rules in favor of the town to give you authorization to go ahead and proceed as these 2 cases would be
Yes,
forward?
yes, it would be the town's strategy to go ahead and do that.
Okay. Do you need a consensus from council to do that?
No, really, I think it's really more of an update and just reaffirming that we are proceeding as you were as actually our predecessor was Director John Herron back in 2022 to go ahead and foreclose on this.
Okay.
That's it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Any questions for Nancy? All right. Town council members, items and reports. Scott?
I've got 2 things. Number 1, I may need an excused absence for Thursday. I'm having a procedure done Wednesday. I hope to be as strong as John King and to get here on Thursday, but just in case, I may need an excused absence.
Okay.
I can lend you my walker.
It's more like how I'm going to see.
Maybe we can get a discount on 2 wheelchairs.
Yeah. And then secondly, I just got a ton of tax calls regarding the new water software. There's apparently a lot of people that are having some issues with, did they get a bill? Did they pay their bill? There's just a lot of confusion about the new software. Can you provide an update? Can someone provide an update on where we are with that system? And people are afraid their water is going to get shut off and all kinds of,
I don't know if we're in a position to provide an update on that right now. Jeff, we're not gonna shut.
They're supposed to be getting a bill. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's, the utility billing is now under finance, so I don't have much.
Well,
a
there's
lot of
there's
updates,
just a
but-
lot of people haven't gotten their bills, so
Okay,
they're
well, we
they're
could
wondering if
definitely check on that
it
and
was
then we'll put something
paid.
out.
Maybe if,
Do you know?
like I said, usually one
Yeah.
or two people. If I get 1 or 2 phone calls or emails, I just got a ton over the weekend, especially
Sure.
like one neighborhood. They're all just,
Yeah, if you want to forward them on to myself or Joe, and we can get those answered, and we'll get an answer for everyone here probably by tomorrow.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't expect the answer right this second, but I just want to let
Yeah,
you know
okay.
it
We'll
is
get on it.
an issue.
Yeah, I had the same concern, like, I'm gonna have my water shut off, is it, the system changed, so.
Right.
I never get a paper bill,
And
so you don't know what.
well,
the account
there's some
number is.
people, look, there's some people, if they don't get a bill, they're
they freak out, so
Yeah.
it's just one of those things.
From what I was told, everyone's supposed to get a paper bill too. That's what I was told by Roxanne, so. If not,
Okay.
I'll
Now,
find out though.
So if you were, I guess one of the biggest questions was if they were set up on automatic payment, that automatic payment's still in effect, or they have to
I can tell you from
Re-sign
personal,
up?
from personal experience, you have to go back in
To re-sign
and
up.
re-sign up for the new software.
Huh.
But you need your account number to be able to do it, so.
We'll get with finance tomorrow and figure out what's going on with it, because that's actually the first I had heard about it, but it's not really my department, so.
Okay, so can we put something out, so?
We had put something out.
We're on it, we'll,
Right.
yeah.
I
we're
can't
on it.
remember how
We'll-
long ago, but
we'll-
we did put something out with instructions on how
She
to
did.
sign up. I remember
Yep.
seeing a post.
Well, I
about
mean,
it,
if we're, I don't wanna add cost, but if we're sending everybody a bill, can we just pull a little note in there, hey, this is how you pay it,
Yeah, do you wanna comment any of that,
maybe?
or? I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, Scott, what did you ask?
So if they have to if they're if they set up their debit or bank card or bank account to pay every month, and now they have to re-sign up, wouldn't it make sense that in their next water bill, that you have a little note in there saying this is how you do it? Because apparently everybody's calling, and the voicemail's full, they're freaking out, you know. Just wanna make it easy on our residents.
Sure, I don't know what was done, but we can make sure it's done going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one area I have not.
Welcome back, Joe.
I know. I don't know where we're at, I'm sorry. I mean, I do know Friday there was an issue, because they're still in the process of doing the conversion.
Right.
And they were, I think the payments were still collected, the automatic payments were still collected in the old system that needed to be applied to the new system. And as far as I understood it, that's where, the point at which they were working on last Friday was just making sure everything was updated in the new system according to what was paid in the old system.
Okay. So I would hope that there's a breathe easy dispensation period where if somebody didn't pay their water bill, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt that there's a billing and or payment issue.
Got a little update. Somebody must be watching. So.
Okay.
So you have to go ahead and sign up for auto pay again. If you have to still do that, go ahead and do that. And then billing should go out this week. No one will be shut off.
Okay.
So just an update. That's from the
So
water.
if I could just ask Scott, because this is obviously the utilities pertinent to the finance director.
Right.
So, but do we have a new paradigm shift here in that billing now is handled by the finance department?
Yeah,
versus the water utility folks?
Utility billing had switched over even when Joe was here before. So they take care of the billing, we take care of the field work, so.
That's correct.
So all the internal, if people have questions about their bill, they don't call water utility, they call the finance department?
Correct.
Oh, I did not know that.
Oh, boy.
They're supposed to be, huh? It's still the same line, but they'd ask for the billing. But the receptionist should be able to decipher if it's a billing one, it goes to a certain one, or if it's a field one, it goes to a different.
If somebody has a customer complaint, if it's billing, it goes one way, if it's regarding their pipe, it goes your way?
That's the way it's supposed to work, yes.
Okay.
All right. Well, just FYI, it's been kind of crazy the last couple days, so people.
We've kind of been talking about doing two separate lines too and two separate emails, because sometimes
We will follow up with the information Jeff just provided and I'll have Nicole resend out the message that we
That would
sent
be
out prior
fantastic.
with updates.
Yeah, a lot of people are just a little bit older, and like I said, they don't get that paper bill, they think their water's gonna get shut off, you know.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
That it?
That's it.
Karen?
So, just a question, we get a lot of updates on Santini, thanks to Mr. Adderholt. Do we have any updates on Sea Grape or on Chiastero? From any
No.
direction,
Hey, look at
legal
me.
or anywhere else?
Fine gentleman.
No.
No,
I've been in conversations with the entity that has been interested in purchasing one of those two properties and have been in negotiations, and for a while it seemed fruitful, but as you can imagine, the volatility of the folks involved, it's ever evolving, but, sad to say, no. But I'm wondering if our town attorney could work her magic and,
As far as Kia Stero, no, we're still waiting on the court to take action. We've done everything that we needed to, and you said Sea Grape or Seagate?
See, great,
Great.
which
I'm
is
not-
the other, which is where Island Pancake House is. That's the
have to
only thing that's
look
actually
into
open
that
in
one.
Sea Grape is Island Pancake House. And that's owned by the same.
By the same entity.
Mhm.
I'll have to research that one and let you know.
That's all.
Vice Mayor?
everything's been covered.
Counselor King?
Couple things, I've reached out to FDOT, and asked that, they sit down with us, the town manager and I, to see what we can do to facilitate, having 2 lanes go off the island in the afternoon and 2 lanes coming on in the morning. Have yet to hear back on that, so I'll keep you updated on that. July 24th, I became vice president of the Southwest Florida League of Cities. With that becomes the need to attend the Florida League of Cities Convention, which will be the 14th through the 16th, I believe, in Orlando. And at that time, I'll also become a member of the Board of Directors of the Florida League of Cities.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
I'll get even with you.
See you up there. Maybe.
Oh, you weren't going?
No, well, I'm gonna try.
John, since we're not allowed to discuss these things except in public, one of my dreams for the League of Cities has always been, if there's a disaster, those cities that are not impacted by the disaster, if we could create a kind of a mutual assistant program where
Like
they
a
could
task
send
force?
permit texts to us from other communities that are unimpacted and vice versa if we're not impacted, just on a loan basis. Boy, that would have been so helpful to us after the storm, to have some seasoned permit techs from Florida, some other community that was not impacted, to spend, a month or 2 in Fort Myers Beach to help us get over the nightmare. That's a dream I have of that organization, so,
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
thank you.
That's something that I will try to champion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think now's a good time, just a little shout out to Holly Smith from Sanibel. She will be at that same event. She
She'll
will be
become
getting
president.
the president of Florida League of Cities. So, obviously, she's fully aware of everything we've had to go through, and she understands all the issues, so, she is a bulldog. She is a
Yes.
very hard worker.
That's an understatement.
Yes, so we'll be fortunate to have her at the lead, over the next year. But I believe it's at the same event that she's being.
Yes,
What else you got, John?
that's it. Thank you.
All right, I just got a couple of issues, minor issues that going to your point there, Scott, with getting a lot of emails about voicemails being full, not being emptied out, they can't get through to anybody, not getting calls back. I know we've talked about it a little bit, but it seems to be amping up a little bit more on not just the water bill, but other issues with code, with community development, with a lot of emails saying inboxes are full, and they're not getting, they have no way to get a hold of people, especially those that are remote. So just wanted to bring that up in the public meeting, that we hear you, we're bringing it forward to the town manager, he's fully aware of it. The other issue, is just to give an update on the school, much like Will and staff have met with Denise and their staff. I've met now individually with all but one of the board members, to try to see if there's a solution to keep the school on the island. I won't go into details as to, what has been said. I get the same inclination that you do, Will, as far as I believe the intent is there to keep a school in some sort on the island. What the recommendation will be from the superintendent at any point to the board members, I'm not sure what that's going to be yet, but I have the same feeling that you do, Will, that, it sounds to me like it's moving in the right direction. What that's gonna look like yet, we don't know, but they are having a a meeting tomorrow. I believe it's at 1 o'clock. And I believe the last agenda item is a discussion about the school. I don't expect to see or have any resolution from that, but they will be discussing probably what Denise and our staff or the superintendent and our staff have talked about, as well as maybe what I have talked about with the individual members. So looking forward to see what comes out of that, but,
That's a full school board meeting tomorrow?
yeah, I believe it's like a management and planning
Yep.
is what I'm.
And we're actually on the agenda?
I believe we're the last agenda item on it.
Okay. You know what time that's at?
It starts at 1. If I'm able to, I'm gonna try to attend in person just to be able to listen. Being the last agenda item, it's probably not gonna be right at 1 o'clock. I don't know exactly how late it's gonna be, but, they can tend to go on a little longer, much like our M&P meetings can too, so. But that's tomorrow. You can obviously tune in, I'm sure, and see it via YouTube or their channels to be able to see it, but, there's still talks, there's still communication, there's still hope, there's still progress. And I really want to thank the board members that have met with me. They've been very receptive to meeting in person or via Zoom and having an open conversation and understanding where we are coming from as a town, as a group. When I say town, I mean the town council, ad hoc committee, school board member, or the school, the kids, everything. And our goal is to ultimately get those kids back in the school as soon as possible, with trying to look at creating a long-term solution with a structure that we don't ever have to discuss again, that's resilient enough to have to deal with anything, should we ever have to deal with it again. So I want to thank all the school board members that have met with me for their time and their willingness to listen and add input, and have an open discussion. It's been very beneficial, and we'll see where it goes, hopefully sooner than later. With that,
I'm just gonna commend you for, meeting with 6 of the 7 school board members, trying to coordinate with their schedules and your schedule and go to their place of work or wherever they are.
Yeah.
That's a big investment of time, so I
It's,
commend
yeah,
you for doing that.
July was a busy month for those meetings and working with, they were obviously trying to take a vacation, so but it worked out and they were very productive, so looking forward to seeing where it goes. Is there anything else? If none,
Joe looks as tired as I feel, so I move for adjournment.
all right, got a motion by Counselor King.
I know.
I'll second that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned at 2:57.
Choose right. What'd I say?
You were the closest to the.